cultural means. Thus, he distinguished between the repressive function of state power on the one hand and the ability of the ruling class to control society by generating consent on the other. In this understanding, power is not exercised only through coercion, but is complemented by the direction provided by the ruling classes. Thus, the consent of the ruled is a crucial part of the power exercised through hegemony. In this understanding, therefore, the state has a wider, more organic meaning than the simpler Marxist understanding of the state as a coercive apparatus serving the interests of the ruling classes. The state in Gramsci's sense is understood as an equilibrium between political society, the state in Gramsci's sense is understood as an equilibrium between political society, the coercive apparatus, and civil society. Located therein are a multiplicity of private associations, both natural and contractual, such as the family, church, schools, and so on. These generate a web of social relations and ideas that create and recreate the hegemony of the dominant class, which, in Marxist understanding, is the class that owns the means of production. Thus, in Gramsci's view, ideology does not simply reflect or mirror class interest, but a dominant hegemonic ideology provides a coherent systematic worldview that influences the entire population. A whole complex of institutions, public and private, legitimize bourgeois dominance, rendering its values universal. A striking illustration of hegemony is provided by the following example by Gramsci. When we look at a map of the world, we know immediately which direction is north and which is south. We understand this to be a simple physical fact of nature. Gramsci illustrates this understanding with Bertrand Russell's statement that though we could not think of the cities of London or Edinburgh without the existence of man on Earth, we could still think of the existence of 2 points in space, one to the north and one to the south, where Edinburgh and London now are. Gramsci's objection to this common-sense understanding is that locating fixed points on the globe as north/south or east/west is not a fact of nature but a convention or a historico-cultural construction. He puts it like this: what would north-south or east-west mean without man? They are real relationships, and yet they would not exist without man, and without the development of civilization. Obviously, east and west are arbitrary and conventional. That is, they are historical constructions, since outside real history, every point on the Earth is east and west at the same time. Is this not true, that since the Earth is roughly spherical, every point on it is simultaneously east and west, north and south? But we always look at the globe or a map only from a particular direction or angle. This is, in fact, the viewpoint of the European imperialist Natayan states. That is why West Asia is the Middle East, even to people in India for whom it is on their immediate west, or Australia is down under. But if we look at the globe from the perspective of Australia, it is the rest of the world which is underneath. Through this illustration, Gramsci shows us that East and West are historically constructed conventions reflecting power relations, worldwide hegemony of the European cultured classes, whose point of view was naturalized across the globe. Such a point of view that reflects and is produced by power relations and is made to appear natural and innocent of power. This is how hegemony operates to produce consent. Feminist theories of power. Feminism is a political viewpoint that holds that the oppression and subjugation of women is not simply a matter of individual behavior or individual strength and weakness. Rather, a category of human beings called women are systematically dominated, subjugated, and denied equal access to resources through the structural operation of patriarchal ideology. Patriarchy is a key category in feminist analyses of power, and refers to an overarching system of male dominance operating at every level: economic, political, and cultural. An understanding of patriarchy enables us to see that power or powerlessness cannot be explained in terms of individuals alone. Under patriarchy, it is possible that individual women may have some power, but it would be strictly within the limits set by patriarchal rules. Thus, in the South Asian context, for example, women as mothers-in-law may have some power, but not as daughters, wives, or sisters of men. Note also that women in this understanding are defined entirely in terms of their relationship to men. Single women are, thus, invisible and disempowered. Patriarchy is not understood to be a single homogeneous structure. Rather, feminist scholars now think in terms of patriarchies differentiated over historical epochs, geographical regions, and cultural communities. In addition, patriarchy overlaps and interacts with other systems of oppression on the basis of class, caste, imperialism, race, etc., and produces specific effects. Thus, a white woman in the USA is affected by patriarchy differently from a Dalit woman in India, and feminist scholarship and politics attempts to negotiate these differences in complex ways. It is also important to note that there is not one feminist analysis of power. Feminists coming from varied political traditions analyze the sources of patriarchy differently. Liberal feminists would try to show the deficiencies of liberal conceptions of liberty, equality, and justice to the extent that they do not take into account gender, while Marxist feminists would produce a critique of the gender blindness of class analysis. Radical feminists hold gender to be the primary category of analysis and argue that all later forms of power imitate the original power relationship of men over women. At the same time, liberal feminists would have a critique of Marxist analyses, and Marxist feminists of liberal philosophy. There are more debates within feminism than there are between feminists and non-feminists. Foucault on power. Michel Foucault radically reconceptualized the notion of power. According to him, power is not repressive, that is, in the modem era, power does not operate by preventing us from doing what we want. Rather, Foucault sees power as productive. Power produces identity and subjectivity. Further, power does not emanate from a single source, whether the state or the ruling classes. Power is conceptualized by Foucault as capillary flowing throughout the system like blood in the capillaries of our body. At first glance, then, there may appear to be similarities between Arendt's understanding of power as power too, and Parsons' conception of power flowing like money through the system. But both terms productive and capillary have entirely different meanings in Foucault's conception of power. In his understanding, the identities produced by power are ways of controlling through naming, and this control is exercised in a variety of locations in our everyday lives. How does this happen? Through the mechanisms of what Foucault calls governmentality. Also see Chapter 11. We are produced as the subjects of governance. By governmentality, he refers to the increasing homogenization and organization of society in modern times through a huge bureaucratic machinery that evolves endless ways of classifying people. This subject is CREated and subjected to classification and surveillance through all sorts of things we take for granted: identity cards, passports, and so on, through which we can be tracked, and in which we have to state who we are: Indian/Pakistani, Hindu/Muslim, educated/illiterate, etc. But we are also produced as subjects by discourses of medicine, healthy/sick, psychiatry, sane/insane, biology, male/female, and by legal discourses that judge your identity on the basis of the authority of these discourses. So, the mechanisms of governmentality are not located at the level of government in a narrow sense, but operate through a variety of discourses. Governmentality operates through normalization, by which Foucault means the processes through which every individual is made to conform to the dominant norm. Note the pun on the word subject, which means both the independent actor or agent, the thinking person, T is subject, as well as that which is ruled, for example, the subject of a monarch. What this means is that the moment you are produced as subject, you are also subjected to the mechanisms of governmentality. Thus, when asked who are you, which is a question about your identity, every single answer you can possibly give is the result of different systems of classification that you don't think about, but which are produced by the mechanisms of governmentality. Take one possible answer, which appears to be purely biological, that is, natural: I am a man, or I am a woman. This identity is, in fact, produced by the language of the biomedical sciences, which use the notions of chromosomes, hormones, and organs to determine what you are. However, there is enough evidence to show that no human being fits exactly a two-sex model. This is the reason that gender verification tests, which were commonly conducted for the Olympic Games, were suspended in 2000. It emerged after years of conducting the tests that atypical chromosomal variations are so common that it is impossible to judge femininity and masculinity on the basis of chromosomes. Similar evidence is available for hormones. 2. That every human being has both kinds of hormones in their bodies, and large number pairs of bodies cannot be rigidly classified as either male or female on the basis of hormones. But whenever such cases are encountered, medical discourses are brought into play to treat them as diseased, treated, and made normal. This rigid classification of all bodies as belonging to one or the other sex means that a large range of bodies are rendered invisible. We have no language to refer to transgendered people. He, she, and babies that are born with no clearly determined sex are made to undergo invasive surgery. This subjection through the production of governable identities is even more obvious when we think of identities based on race, caste, religion, and so on. Thus, the construction of subjectivity by those who tell us the truth about who we are: doctors, psychologists. The law is at the same time a subjection to the power they exercise. Hence the concept of power/knowledge in Foucault. He does not simply mean that knowledge is power. Rather, he means that knowledge is already a function of power relations. Knowledge is produced and gained in order to be put to certain use, in order to achieve power. Far from preventing knowledge, power produces it, he says. Understanding power as being merely repressive means failing to see that what needs to be explained, how the knowledge required for controlling the human body and labor have emerged. Foucault's study of history is intended to show that the human body could have been constituted as labor power only if there were a technology or knowledge of the body that made it possible to organize and subjugate bodies into useful and docile roles. Further, This subjugation is not imposed by one class on another. It permeates and characterizes all aspects of society. Power is not a thing or substance. It is not embodied in an institution or a group of people. Power is exercised as a technique. The only way it can be identified is when it is exercised by some people over others. This is why, for Foucault, an important indication of the existence of power is a display of resistance to it. At the very heart of the power relationship, and constantly provoking it, are the recalcitrance of the will and the intransigence of freedom. It is clear, then, that while at first glance Foucault's understanding of power might appear to offer no way out, in fact, he suggests quite the reverse, that wherever there is power, there is the possibility of resistance. In Foucault's understanding, there are three types of struggles against power. A. Against ethnic/social/religious domination typical of feudal societies. B. Against exploitation, which separates individuals from what they produce, typical of 19th century capitalist societies. C. Against forms of subjection, meaning both to be a subject and to be subjected to. In this kind of struggle, the attempt should be to promote new forms of subjectivity through the refusal of the kind of identity and individualization linked to the state and to governmentality. At each stage, of course, the earlier forms of struggle continue alongside the new ones. Conclusion. To conclude this discussion of the various debates around the idea of power, it can be argued that political theory cannot be restricted to the study of institutions of the state or to the laying down of norms of public behavior. Such an understanding must be complemented by an awareness of how power operates to produce both institutions, as well as apparently universal and neutral norms. In short, an awareness of power must inform the theorizing of politics. Points for discussion. 1. Do you think power is an essentially contested concept? Do you agree with the argument that all concepts in political theory are essentially contested? 2. Discuss the idea of legitimate power. How does the concept of hegemony complicate the notion of legitimacy? 3. How would you relate the Marxist conception of exploitation to Stephen Luke's view of power? 4. How does Foucault's conception of power as productive and capillary differ from earlier conceptions of power both as repressive as well as power to, in the sense in which Hannah Arendt and Talcott Parsons use the term? 5. How would you relate the feminist conceptualization of patriarchy to the concept of hegemony? 6. A map projection is a way of projecting the three-dimensional spherical Earth onto a flat two-dimensional surface, such as the page of an atlas. Search the internet for Peter's projection, which is a map projection that produces a completely different map of the world than the one which we are accustomed to, which is called Mercator's projection. How would you relate the issues raised by the debate over Peter's projection to the discussion on hegemony above? Reading list. Arendt, Hannah, What is Authority? In Between Past and Future, London, Faber, 1961. Eames, Barry, Power. In Richard Bellamy, edition, Theories and Concepts of Politics, Manchester, UK. Manchester University Press, 1993. Bottomore, Tom, edition, A Dictionary of Marxist Thought, Oxford, Blackwell Publishing, 1991. Connolly, William, The Terms of Political Discourse, Oxford, Martin Robertson, 1983. Dahl, Robert, A Preface to Democratic Theory, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1956. Foucault, Michel, Power, Right, Truth, in Colin Gordon, edition, Power/Knowledge, Brighton, Harvester, 1980. Truth and Juridical Forms, James D. Faubion, edition, Essential Works of Foucault, 1954 to 1984, London, Penguin Books, 2000. Held, David, Power and Legitimacy, in Political Theory and the Modem State. Essays on State, Power and Democracy, Stanford, Stanford University Press, 1989. Hoy, David Cousins, edition, Power, Repression, Progress, in Foucault, A Critical Reader, Oxford, Basil Blackwell, 1986. Lukes, Stephen, Power, A Radical View, 2nd ed., Basingstoke, UK. Palgrave Macmillan, 2005. Chapter 10. Sovereignty, Krishna Menon. Chapter Outline. Introduction 159. Historical Evolution of Sovereignty, 159 Theories of Sovereignty 160. The Changing World and the Concept of Sovereignty 165. Conclusion 168. Points for discussion 168. Introduction. National and international politics today is dominated by the notion of sovereignty and contests over it. The debate also reflects the changing contours of the relationship between the state and civil society. Sovereignty, according to its defendants, both in theory and in practice, aims at establishing order and clarity in what they describe as a turbulent and incoherent world. It is one of the central ideas of modernity, and its antecedents can be traced back to changes that took place in Western history and politics around the 16th century. This chapter discusses the historical evolution of the concept of sovereignty, and an attempt is made to locate it within the history and politics of Europe. It also looks at some significant theoretical formulations that shape our understanding of sovereignty, ranging from Bowdoin to Hobbes to Austin. The last section engages with the more contemporary debates questioning the validity of the concept of sovereignty in the context of a rapidly changing world economy and politics. Historical evolution of sovereignty. The concept of sovereignty is relatively new, although in contemporary discourse it has an almost universal usage. In earlier civilizations, sovereignty would have meant little. Tribal communities in Africa, for instance, were primarily organized around the ties of lineage and kinship. China had a multi-state system with a very fluid relationship between the monarch and the feudal lords. Again, medieval Europe was certainly not divided into sovereign states. To understand sovereignty, therefore, we need to look at a particular set of social and economic conditions specific to Europe. In medieval Europe, both the rulers and the ruled were governed by universal laws supposedly derived from the authority of God, and the society was a patchwork of various overlapping political loyalties and allegiances that cut across geographically interwoven jurisdictions and political enclaves. In this maze, it was the church that provided an overarching, organizational, and moral framework transcending both legal and political boundaries. Feudal Europe knew no difference between the domestic and external spheres of organization, nor was there any dividing line between the public and the private. By the end of the 15th century, Europe comprised some 500 more or less independent political units. But this order was clearly in decline. A new set of social and economic conditions were emerging, characterized by increasing trade. The manufacturing class was gaining in strength and was supported by increasingly centralized monarchies. These, along with competent civil servants and hired armies, began to levy royal taxes, and individuals now no longer owed their allegiance to the overlord and their village. The end of the 16th century saw further changes. The Renaissance led to a secularization of life and a corresponding decline in the authority of the Church. Reformation, Counter-Reformation, and the wars of religion further facilitated the acceptance of a secular state. Papal sovereignty was undermined, and this prepared the way for secular absolutism. The bloody 30 Years' War came to an end with the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648. This led to the recognition of a religious stalemate in Europe. The economic practices of the new trading and manufacturing classes on the one hand, and the power of new science and technology on the other, effectively undermined the authority of the Church. The decentralized political arrangements that characterized Europe, now replaced by the Westphalian state system, became a thing of the past. The latter came to be characterized by territorially bound sovereign states, each with its own centralized administration and a monopoly over the legitimate use of violence. A new form of political control and relocation of population and reorganization of territory facilitated the expansion of trade and growth of industry. The new form of state based on the notion of sovereignty redefined the idea of private property. It came to be understood as the right to exclude others from the possession of a commodity, be it land, labor, or capital. Private and public spheres of life came to be demarcated very strongly. The royal court became the supreme authority in the public sphere, and paternal authority took on this role within the family, thereby consolidating patriarchy. Laws supporting paternal authority and inheritance in the male line thus dovetailed into a new form of sovereign state. The feudal state in Europe was replaced by the absolutist state based on the notion of absolute sovereignty, wherein the king/queen was believed to have absolute right over their domain, and acquisition of new territories was simply a matter of extending sovereignty. This later became the instrument through which colonial expansion was carried out. Theories of sovereignty. The sovereign state system in Europe emerged as a response to specific historical circumstances. By the 16th century, the Church in Europe was beginning to lose control over the state and societal structures, since these were moving in a secular direction for a variety of reasons, some of which have already been discussed. Expanding avenues of trade, new forms of manufacturing industries, new developments in art, culture, philosophy, and, of course, a systematic expansion of scientific and technological base accompanied by a challenge of doctrinaire religion were the main components of the new cultural and political milieu of which the idea of sovereignty is a product. There are two sides of sovereignty, internal and external. Internally, the state is considered to be sovereign and has supreme authority within its borders. This implies that no higher authority exists internally above the state to take any coercive or any other action. In its external dimension, it implies that no state can interfere or dictate terms to any other state. Feudal laws were undermined by Roman law, which was based on the simple but fundamental principle that a political community had the inherent power to exact unlimited obedience from its citizens. Machiavelli, writing in 1513-14, clearly revived Roman law. He defined the state as an organization of force that ensures security of persons and property. However, it was Bowdoin and later Hobbes who articulated more sharply the contemporary understanding of sovereignty. The theory of sovereignty typically conceives of the state as a structure with absolute power and authority in the society. In this formulation, it has to address three separate but closely related issues: A. The limits of sovereignty; B. The location of sovereignty; and C. The question of the relationship between state, sovereignty, in civil society we find various answers to these questions. Let us begin by considering Bodin's analysis. Bodin's answers are to be found in De la Republique, 1577. According to his basic thesis, a central authority should wield unlimited power. In the context of the deeply divided politics of France, this seemed the only way out. Such a centralized authority was advocated to steer France away from disorder and hopefully create greater security and order. Such a power, he argued, should be endowed with sovereignty, that is, the supreme power over citizens and subjects unrestrained by law and unlimited in extension and duration. Bodin, however, accepted that the laws of God and nature on the one hand, and the customary laws of the land on the other, would limit the sovereign. There is even room in his conception for a pluralist view of the community consisting of associations like the family, church, market, and the guild. These, he believed, would have their own life and organization. How this would be reconciled with his absolute notion of sovereignty is a question that remains unanswered. The next set of answers to the questions on sovereignty come from Hobbes in his book, The Leviathan, 1651. The backdrop of this book was the Civil War in England. Hobbes did away with every limitation on sovereignty by insisting that every right of the people, except for the right to self-preservation, has to be given unto the sovereign. He suggested a contract in which individuals would agree to give up all their rights to the sovereign. The consequence of such a universal surrender of rights by people would be a multitude united in one person, a Leviathan. In Hobbes' formulation, there would thus be no distinction between the society and the state, as also between the state and the government. Groups in the community existed so long as they were sanctioned by the sovereign and allowed to exist. According to Hobbes, human beings are basically selfish and competitive by nature. In order to demonstrate the need for an all-powerful state, he describes a hypothetical situation without the state of nature where intensely selfish and competitive people would be fearful and distrustful of each other and life would become, to quote Hobbes, nasty, brutish, and short. Thus, life in the state of nature would be no better than a constant state of war, and individuals in this state, though free and equal, would be gripped by perpetual feelings of insecurity. The only way out would be to voluntarily give up their conditions of equality and autonomy to create a sovereign with absolute powers. This sovereign would guarantee protection to all by enforcing laws. No authority, religious or moral, should limit the sovereign, nor would religion or natural and customary law have any force unless they are consented to by the sovereign. Hobbes, thus, responded to both the anarchy within England and to the need for security and order felt by the emerging trading classes by arguing for an absolute sovereign who would be beyond challenge. Political absolutism was revised by Locke's framework that was based on a reinterpretation of natural law as a claim to innate, inalienable rights inherent in each individual. Political absolutism was revised by Locke's framework that was based on a reinterpretation of natural law as a claim to innate, inalienable rights inherent in each individual. The primary purpose of the state and society for Locke was the protection of these individual rights. Locke argued that governments are held in trust by the people and derive legitimacy from their consent, given only in return for adequate protection of individual rights, or else the government would lose its authority to rule. Sovereign power, Locke seems to imply, finally rested in the people. Hence, he argued that state power needed to be circumscribed by devices such as representative government and a constitutional framework. He was clearly uncomfortable with the idea of absolute sovereignty and articulated the skepticism of the now stronger English bourgeoisie vis-a-vis an unchallenged sovereign. His writings represented the desires of this class for greater freedom and autonomy, which would be possible only if the state's sovereignty could be kept in check and the state made accountable. This discomfort with handing over sovereign powers to the state while claiming that people have the ultimate sovereignty is referred to as the paradox of sovereignty by James Buchanan. Gene Hampton, 1988, refers to this dilemma and illustrates it with the example of babysitters who are hired to supervise a group of unruly children, and then it turns out that the former are themselves unruly, making the supervision useless. The relationship between the citizens and the modem nation-state is somewhat like this. Political institutions are created because people cannot govern themselves, but the assumption of the political regime that is created thereafter is that it is the people who rule. In such a situation, what really is the point of creating a sovereign state that is expected to rule? Of course, the answer provided by conventional political theory is that this relationship between the citizens and the modem nation-state is based on the idea of tacit consent. Jane Hampton is, however, not entirely persuaded by this and prefers to use the term convention consent, which she says is the consent extended to a sovereign nation-state, but not sufficient to extend moral legitimacy in full. Authority exercised by elected office holders would be acceptable only if the basis of the exercise of such an authority is rational and moral, or else, Hampton argues that convention consent to the regime would not be extended. Rousseau, in his book Social Contract, 1762, begins with the assumption of a community of citizens united by a commitment to collective good. distinct from the private interests of its members. This collective good was characterized as the general will, and it endowed the state with absolute power over all its members. Taking the arguments on sovereignty to a new direction, Rousseau argued that all individuals in the political community should be involved in lawmaking. Thus, it would be the people themselves who would be the sovereign authority, making the laws by which they are governed. Hence, in Rousseau's scheme of affairs, there was no distinction between the state and the community or between the government and the people. Rousseau, like Hobbes, held that state sovereignty would be unlimited and indivisible, but unlike Hobbes, Rousseau does not distinguish between the state and the body politic, thus reducing the government to a mere commission. While appearing to agree on several issues, Hobbes and Rousseau also say completely different things, and it would be interesting to evaluate them as representing two opposing ends of the debate on sovereignty. A criticism common to both would be the potentially tyrannical implications of their projects. In Hobbes' framework, the state was accorded an all-powerful position with respect to the community, but according to Rousseau, it was the community that was accorded a similar status vis-a-vis the individual. Many questions remained unresolved. Once the sovereign made laws, were the citizens ever entitled to disobey these laws? Was the basis of law moral authority, or did it rest on the state's sovereign coercive power? These unanswered questions led to the enunciation of a fairly simple framework within the notion of sovereignty, generally known as the legal theory of sovereignty. John Austin, the English utilitarian philosopher, best represents it. For Austin, the state was a legal order in which a clearly determinate authority would be the ultimate source of power and be habitually obeyed, while the sovereign state would be immune to the command of others. This sovereign would have unlimited authority, and the moral worth of the laws would be irrelevant. All that matters would be the effectiveness of the laws. Laws are conceptualized as the command of the sovereign, who would be responsible for formulating all laws, direct as well as indirect. Pluralist critics like Lasky have tried to limit the monistic assumptions of the legal theory of sovereignty advanced by Austin by pointing that laws do not emanate from a single source as the command of the sovereign. Rather, laws are to be seen as an expression of the multiple associations that make up the community. Pluralists, in keeping with their democratic orientation, argue that no law can be above the scrutiny of the individual citizen, who has a moral obligation to obey only those laws that are in keeping with the tenets of justice. Despite over 3 centuries of theoretical engagement with the notion of sovereignty, it still remains a contested concept. The location of sovereignty is a keenly debated question. The monistic position has been criticized for being unsuitable for the requirements of a democratic polity. Most of the theories that have been examined so far have conceived sovereignty as an attribute of the state, and have ignored its relationship with the civil society. The other drawback of these theories is that they tend to be divorced from the historical context from which they actually emerge. Because of this, the theories appear unreal and as an exercise in abstraction. One theoretical presentation that stands apart is, however, Marx's. For him, the claims of the sovereign state representing the general interests of the society had to be seen as an illusion that masks the reality of a state that expresses the will of private property. Marx disagreed with the view that the sovereign state represented public power and public will. According to him, it is a structure representing particular interests, economic processes, and institutions. This brings us to a discussion on the important function of a sovereign state, which are as follows. The most obvious function of the modem state endowed with sovereignty would be the organization of physical space. Sovereignty is exercised within a clearly defined territory. This, in turn, reinforces the territorial conception of community. This function is linked with the economic responsibilities of the modem state. Besides, the sovereign state is also charged with the responsibility of securing an organized market, defend private property, and the resulting property relations. Such a sovereign state is also responsible for levying taxes and directing a legal order that would facilitate all these activities. The sovereign state in Europe also became the vehicle for cementing cultural identities within the framework of a state, thus creating a nation-state. National sovereignty came to be seen as the defining principle of political organization and the world as consisting of political units, i.e. each state with supreme authority enjoying allegiance of its citizens and possessing unlimited powers within its territory and over its resources. This idea was initially applied only to the European context, but eventually societies in Asia and Africa also began to articulate similar claims. Today, of course, it is an idea inscribed in the United Nations Charter. In fact, today we live in a world where all sovereign states are considered to be equal and independent of outside authority in matters of control of territory and population. Territorial integrity and legal equality is considered to be the hallmark of sovereign states. The state system continues to perform 2 other very vital functions: military protection and legitimation. But nuclear weapons, especially since their proliferation, have been able to overcome the notion of the sovereign nation-state to a great extent, especially in the context of the fear of these weapons falling into the hands of non-state actors and groups. It is true that national borders are no longer defensive. Critics of the concept of sovereignty point to the emergence of federal and decentralized governance patterns that have emerged in most states, accompanied by an elaborate system of checks and balances. They wonder where the concept of sovereignty can be located and turn ally under such circumstances. Externally, they point to numerous international laws and organizations that have considerably limited the sovereignty of the states. Besides these questions is, of course, the whole issue of compatibility between the democratic ethos that most nation-states seek to uphold and the absolutist claims of the concept of sovereignty. Charles R. Belts draws our attention to the issues that emerge while applying the concept of sovereignty in the context of international affairs. In the modem context, sovereignty has a dual reference. First, to the constitution of political and legal authority within the boundaries of the state, and second, with reference to the state in relation to the other states and agents in the international environment. Belts is of the opinion that this duality emerged primarily in the context of the European states' quest for effective independence from the Pope. Several problems, however, emerge in the context of external sovereignty. For instance, disagreements about the nature and character of international law and the extent to which it could be binding on states is fairly common. In the face of increasing economic interdependence and political integration, the concept of external sovereignty does appear to be of limited applicability. The concept of external sovereignty seems further limited when applied to the context of disputes about rights and duties of states and their citizens with respect to the rest of the world. As a normative ideal, the idea of external sovereignty advocates a world political system organized into separate states which recognize each other's political independence and respect each other's rights to conduct their internal affairs without deliberate outside interference. In an increasingly integrated and functionally complex international system, the application of the idea of external sovereignty is problematic. An example that Beats gives should illustrate the nature of the problem effectively. Intervention by State A, on the basis of the concurrence of some recognized international agency, in the affairs of State B, on the basis of the latter's violation of internationally accepted norms of human rights and dignity. This immediately raises the possibility of State B objecting to the intervention on the grounds that it has domestic jurisdiction over which it has sovereign powers. Beats identifies four possible responses to this dilemma. A. One extreme point of reaction would be to deny the consideration of any ethical or moral principles when it comes to the pursuit of national interest undertaken by a sovereign state. B. The second would be what Beats has characterized as the cosmopolitical response, seen in the writings of Leo Tolstoy and others. They argue that there is a need, under all circumstances, to uphold cosmopolitical morality even if it conflicts with narrow sectional definitions of domestic welfare. C. The third position accepts the hypothetical possibility of such a conflict but denies its possibility in reality. This response is built on the argument that an international convention of respect for the sovereignty of states is the best way of ensuring respect for the rights, entitlements, and dignity of the individual citizens of the state. D. At the other end of the spectrum is the communitarian position that argues against global standards of social value and worth. According to them, the determination of what is good or how a human being ought to be treated cannot be the result of global, universal values. Instead, they recommend referring to the values held in esteem by consensus within a particular community. Such a position is not to be misunderstood as advocating national chauvinism. It should not descend into an obtuse and complacent position, but should be open to self-criticism and correction. Despite this, however, the truth is that conflict over morality in the context of international affairs are bound to emerge and have a bearing on the issue of sovereignty. The changing world and the concept of sovereignty. In the world that we live in, most of the functions that the sovereign state is expected to perform are being subjected to new limitations and considerations. Economic functions have, by far, been the most important, and it is these that have undergone a major transformation. National economies are no longer insulated spaces and have become very interdependent. Processes of production, exchange, circulation, and consumption are all interlinked. Technological changes and the increasing integration of international finances have further facilitated this process. Transnational corporations are the most significant agents of these new changes. Immanuel Wallerstein describes this as a new stage in the development of the world system, whose defining characteristic is the transnational scope of capital. Wallerstein argues that a world economy has been in the making for some time now, running parallel to the growth of capitalism and the formation of the modem state. In the earlier stages of the development of capitalism, national economies and nation-states were decisive in the internationalization of economic activity. In the contemporary world, however, systemic interaction seems to have acquired a dynamic of its own. Wallerstein visualizes the world system as universal, and by virtue of its universality and regularity, he argues, it exercises a constraining influence on all the subsystems, including the nation-states. We cannot understand the functions performed by the states purely in terms of requirements of global economic integration. The fact is that individual states and the state system as a whole retain a degree of autonomy, although it might fall short of the attributes of a sovereign state. It would not be wrong to say that there are, in fact, two competing systems in today's world: the global market on the one hand and the sovereign state system on the other. Paul Hurst examines more closely the issue of sovereignty in the context of a rapidly changing world characterized by many as a globalized world. Hurst wishes to make a distinction between an internationalized economy and a globalized economy. In the former system, companies continue to trade from their bases in distinct national settings, whereas in the latter, national policies are redundant. In fact, the state itself is so because it is understood that the global market forces would provide governance and solution to all the problems. Hurst argues that what we are witnessing today is a highly internationalized economic system. In such a system, national policies remain viable and, in fact, are essential so as to preserve the distinct national styles and strengths of the economies. Thus, from this perspective, the nation-state and its most defining characteristic, sovereignty, remain essential and relevant. Those who see the contemporary world as a globalized economy argue that it is only the global market and transnational companies that have relevance, and it is to them that the task of governance should be handed over. They contend that global market forces will replace the need for any form of public governance, and thus the rationale for the state, and by that implication of its sovereignty, is undermined. Hurst suggests that a world economy with a high degree of international trade and investment is not necessarily a globalized economy. In such a system, he observes, nation-states and forms of international regulation created and sustained by nation-states have a crucial role to play, especially in providing governance of the economy. So long as nation-states remain important, sovereignty would remain relevant, although he suggests that its role and manifestation have altered. The internationalized economy, as Hurst describes, has mechanisms of international governance and needs re-regulation. He argues that for all this to happen, the role of the nation-state is pivotal. Nation-states, therefore, have sovereignty, but not in the sense of being the sole governing power able to impose outcomes on all dimensions of policy within a territory, but as loci from which forms of governance can be proposed, legitimated, and monitored. Nation-states continue to have sovereignty, albeit of a changed nature, because now they are one class of power and political agency, extending from the world to the local level. The nation-state's centrality over determining the relationship of population to its territory remains sovereign more or less in its earlier form. People are still identified by the boundaries of the nation-state within which they live, and so its territorial limits continue to determine citizenship. It is only the very highly skilled and educated, and the very impoverished, who are desperate to flee their poverty, who are able to move. For the bulk of the people, such mobility is really not an option, although there is tremendous mobility of finance and greater integration of communication, information, and entertainment. Hurst maintains that states remain sovereign not in the sense of being all-powerful and omnicompetent within their fixed territories, but are sovereign because they police the borders and can claim to represent the people within the borders, more so if the system is a credible democracy. In the changed scenario that Hurst is drawing our attention to, sovereignty is definitely ceded to superstate agencies created by the nation-states themselves. However, even as the nation-state is doing so, it is also acquiring new roles in the context of legitimating and supporting the authorities that they have created by grants of sovereignty that the states have themselves made. Thus, sovereignty in this changed context is of significance as a distinguishing characteristic of the nation-state, because the state now has a legitimate role in transferring power or sanctioning new powers to agencies both above and below it. This happens when the state determines, along with other states, the creation of new international agencies and bodies to re-regulate trade, investment, and other related issues. Thus, the state uses its sovereignty to create agencies above it. Similarly, through constitutional ordering within its own territory, it restructures the relationship of power and authority between central, regional, and local governments. Thus, it uses its sovereignty to determine the reordering of power and authority below it. Hurst, thus, senses a paradox. The more the world economy has been internationalized as opposed to globalized, the greater is the need for the sovereign nation-state, understood not in its traditional guise of undisputed sovereign power, but as an agency that by virtue of its sovereignty can guarantee the stability of the global economy. The shift towards world government is cited by many as a vital reason for the erosion of state sovereignty. The example cited more often than not is the emergence of the European Union, EU. While this is an interesting development that is bound to have a strong impact on the state system, the capacity of the EU to coordinate and mobilize military forces and the potential of its members remains rather limited. This is very clear from the EU's response to the wars in Yugoslavia in the early 1990s. The other challenge to the sovereign state system comes from the development of what is often referred to as a global civil society. A rather amorphous concept, it probably refers to a range of new social movements and public opinion that cut across national boundaries and work through international non-governmental organizations. Bodies such as Amnesty International, International Greenpeace, and even the International Football Federation, FIFA, are apt illustrations. Needless to say, it would be a mistake to exaggerate the influence of these bodies. Conclusion. In the context of a rapidly changing world, sovereignty seems to have become a redundant notion. It is important to remember at this point that the concept of state and sovereignty are rooted in a particular historical and socio-political context. The re-evaluation of the concept of sovereignty emerges from the needs of an altered context. Sovereignty has acquired all the dimensions of a framework that we might refer to as a totalizing discourse, not allowing space for other ways of conceptualizing the state and civil society and the arrangements of power through social institutions. In the existing framework, sovereignty has come to be seen as necessary and natural. To challenge the concept of sovereignty means to challenge one of the foundational truths of our times. Power has systematically been centralized within state structures, and there is acceptance of this as a natural fact. Ironically, even those who oppose existing oppressive states or seek secession are merely hoping to create their own state structures in the future rather than thinking of any alternative ways of social arrangements. Points for discussion. 1. If sovereignty is unique to the modern nation-state, then how did states prior to the modern nation-state assert themselves? For instance, how did the state system in ancient India evolve and assert its authority? 2. Imagine a country in the neighborhood in the grip of a horrible natural calamity. What should the role of our armed forces be? Would our country be guilty of violating the principle of sovereignty if our army were to march into the neighboring country with humanitarian relief and aid? 3. All of us depend on the internet for communication, leisure, information, and entertainment. Sitting in our country, it is possible to chat with our friends and family living far away. The Indian state has very little control over our forays into the internet. What implications do you think all this has for the concept of sovereignty and the position of the modern nation-state? 4. Satellite radio and television have changed our entertainment patterns and our taste in cinema, fashion, music, and so on. Nation-states no longer have a monopoly over questions of culture and identity. What do you think is the future for the nation-state in this context? 5. Terrorism and nuclear proliferation have threatened the idea of a sovereign nation-state like nothing else has. Discuss. Reading list. Hampton, Jean, Hobbes and the Social Contract Tradition, Cambridge, UK. Cambridge University Press, 1988. Held, David, Political Theory Today, Cambridge, UK. Polity Press, 1989. Hensley, E.H. Sovereignty, Cambridge, UK. Cambridge University Press, 1986. Wolfe, Jonathan, Introduction to Political Philosophy, Oxford and New York. Oxford University Press, 1996. The State, Svahadas. Chapter Outline. Introduction, 171. What is the state? 171. The modern state. 172. What the state is not. Civil society and the nation. 175. Justifying the state. 176. Human nature. 176. The state of nature and the social contract. 177. Utilitarianism. 178. The neutral state. Liberalism. 178. The class state. Marxism. 179. The patriarchal state. Feminism. 183. Governmentality. Foucault on the state. 183. Recent debates. Challenges to the sovereignty of the state. 184. Points for discussion. 186. Introduction. The ubiquity and the power of the state shapes the conditions within which we lead our lives. Our interaction with the state begins much before we gain awareness of it. The registration of our birth, travel on roads, the police, board exams and certificates, voter identity cards and passports. These are a few instances of our routine encounters with the state, which point to the pervasiveness of the modem state in our daily lives. The state compels us to do certain things and to refrain from doing others. Besides, it aims to provide us with basic protection against an attack on ourselves and our possessions, and also restrains and regiments us in several ways. It provides us with a wide range of benefits: healthcare, education, roads, telephone. It provides us with a wide range of benefits: healthcare, education, roads, telephone, parks, movies, etc. Christopher Morris, pointing to the omnipresence of the state in our lives, says in an adaptation of Leon Trotsky's quip about war, "You may not be interested in the state, but the state is certainly interested in you." What is the state? Most of us are members of a state and live within the borders of one. Statehood today refers not merely to a set of institutions, but also to a body of attitudes, practices, and codes of behavior that we follow consciously and willingly at times, and unconsciously and unwillingly at other times. These codes of behavior could encompass obedience of state laws, obligatory voting in elections, compulsory military training, or conscription. Some political thinkers maintain that the state is the most important concern of modern political theory. Concepts that we study in political theory: rights, democracy, equality, liberty, are based on the relationship between state and those living within it. For this reason, we need to be familiar with the idea and functions of the state. Any discussion about the state would refer to the actual functioning of the institutions of the state, as well as to what the state is obliged to do. It is often assumed that the state refers to the government, but as we shall see in the course of this chapter, the state and the government are not coincidental. Modern political thinkers of different political persuasions would agree with Max Weber, the German sociologist, that the one common element of all modem states is the monopoly over the legitimate use of force within a common territory. Weber also stresses on three more important elements: territoriality, monopoly of the means of physical violence, and legitimacy. What does legitimacy mean? Legitimacy is derived from the Latin verb legitimare, which means to legitimate and signifies rightfulness in a broad sense. It confers a binding or authoritative character on an order, thus transforming power into authority. See Chapter 9 for the difference between power and authority. The state has the authority to ensure that its laws are obeyed and the power to punish those who disobey. Authority may be of various kinds, but here we are concerned with the question of political authority, that of the state over us. For robber instance, can have the power to harm us, and yet have no authority because his power is neither legally nor morally rightful. What gives the state this right to rule over us, and why are we obliged to obey the state? This is a problem that has preoccupied several political thinkers and is known as political obligation. An obligation is a duty to act in a particular way. Political obligation necessitates obedience to the laws of the state. We are often made to accept the laws of the state as binding on us, be it the traffic rules or the laws regarding marriage, trade, and property. We obey more the state because it promotes our happiness than any alternative political organization. Alternatively, we could justify political obligation on the grounds that we ourselves have consented to the state on the basis of a social contract, and it is this very reason that binds us to obey the laws of the state. We shall examine these later in the chapter, but for now, let us return to our discussion on the state. The Montevideo Convention on Rights and Duties of States in 1933 put forth what is widely regarded as the classic legal definition of the state. According to it, states must possess the following: a permanent population, a defined territory, and a government capable of maintaining effective control over the corresponding territory and of conducting international relations with other states. Recognition by other states was often seen to be crucial because it implied acceptance into the international community. However, these definitions are not absolute. For instance, international law does not necessitate settled boundaries or frontiers to accord recognition to the state. One of the most important things to remember is that when we talk about the state, we are referring to a whole gamut of different organized institutions that are connected to one another and enjoy some cohesion. That is, the state is organizationally highly differentiated as well as centralized. Thus, it is not a monolithic structure. It consists of a set of institutions and organizations. The three arms of the modem state are the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature, each different, but with a certain level of cohesion with each other. The different arms of the state exercise the authority that they have, not on their own behalf, but on the basics of the authority they are entitled to as part of the state. The government refers to the administrative organ of the state and is constrained by the constitution of the state. The government may change, but the state persists. This is the reason why the American governments are called administrations: the Clinton administration, the Reagan administration, etc. The modern state. Before getting on with the discussion on the modern state, let us briefly look at its conceptual history. In political theory, questions are often raised as what concepts like state, liberty, equality, justice, and so on mean. A particular concept could have several different, sometimes overlapping conceptions. Conceptual history tries to examine the different meanings that a concept has had over the ages. Therefore, the question that needs to be asked is, did the word state mean the same thing to people in other ages and times as it does to us right now? Conceptual history suggests that words may not change, but their significance does, depending on historical and social contexts. One could cite several examples. For instance, the words patriot, revolution, and rights have all had different meanings in different times. As Quentin Skinner, a historian of political thought, tells us, when we read some of the classic texts and come across the word state, we need to understand the meaning of the word according to what it meant at the time the text was written. Thus, how we interpret and evaluate the state as a concept depends on the values that are derived from the political, cultural, religious, and economic context of a particular time. The word state derives from the Latin word stare, to stand, and more specifically from status, a standing or condition. Clearly, we need to think how this relates to the function or the role of the state today. Did the state always mean the same set of institutions as it does now? In this chapter, when we use the word state, it refers to the modem state, a form of political organization that could be said to have evolved in early modem Europe and was transmitted primarily through colonialism to other parts of the world. Thus, the modem state and the modem system of states have not been permanent and universal features of human history. Further, we can say that the trajectory of the development of the state in other parts of the world has been very different from that in Europe. Many political philosophers point out that the idea of the modem state could be traced to the late medieval ages, especially in the writings of Niccolò Machiavelli, who is often credited with first using the concept of the state stato to refer to a territorial sovereign government in his work Tu Principi, or The Prince, which was published in 1532. Skinner points out that Machiavelli's use of the word lo stato was different from the use of the word state in modem times. When he used the word for the first time, it did not have the impersonal standing as it does now. Rather, the state then meant that it was someone's state, the prince's or the monarch's. Machiavelli's treatise was intended as a guide to the ruler for the maintenance of political power. It attained infamy for advising the prince to do whatever is necessary to maintain power. What is important for us here is that when Machiavelli talks about political power, he begins and ends with one individual, the prince, who is the sovereign. So, the state meant the prince's state. In Western political theory, it is with Hobbes that the theorization of power moves on to an abstract, non-human entity, the modem sovereign state. What is distinctive about the modem state in terms of its difference from earlier kingships is the distinction between the rulers and the office and institutions they occupy. Thus, the modem state is characterized by its impersonal standing. The current holders of power in the government do not constitute the state. The state exists before they come to power and continues to be there after they leave. It aims to gain autonomy from the contending parties or groups that come to hold political power. It is for this reason that the state is said to be abstracted from the power holders. The modern state is a public order distinct from and located above both the ruler and the ruled. The emergence of the modem state in Europe is linked to the differentiation of various spheres of people's lives. It identifies the political sphere and is at its apex. It is concerned only with the political aspects of the lives of the people living within it, though it is debatable what the realm of the political is. Is the political concerned only with formal institutions of power? The distinction between civil society and the state is based on the recognition that individuals who are subject to the power of the state also have capacities and interests of a non-political nature. In the 14th and 15th centuries, political power was held by several different sources. These included the church, the king, and the feudal lords. There was no clear differentiation of political functions. The same set of political functions, declaration of war, collection of taxes, etc., could be performed by different sources of authority. The church and the king had their own armies, and they both had the power to declare war. The Peace of Westphalia at the end of the 30 Years' War in 1648 concluded a series of religious wars among the main European powers, and led to an undermining of the power of the church, giving the king authority over his own realm. It led to the strengthening of a new conception of international law based on the principle that all states have an equal right to self-determination. The earlier dispersed political authority was replaced by what would eventually lead to centralized modem authority, and the state came to be the source of political authority. David Held identifies the following features of the Westphalian model. 1. The world consists of and is divided by sovereign states that recognize no superior authority. 2. The processes of lawmaking, the settlement of disputes, and law enforcement are largely in the hands of individual states. 3. International law is oriented towards the establishment of minimal rules of coexistence. The creation of enduring relationships is an aim, but only to the extent that it allows state objectives to be met. 4. Responsibility for wrongful acts across the border is a private matter, concerning only those affected. 5. All states are regarded as equal before the law, but legal rules do not take account of asymmetries of power. 6. Differences among states are often settled by force. The principle of effective power holds sway. Virtually no legal fetters exist to curb the resort to force. International legal standards afford only minimal protection. 7. The collective priority of all states should be to minimize the impediments to state freedom. Sovereignty refers to the state being the ultimate source of political authority within the territory under its jurisdiction. There are two aspects of sovereignty: internal and external. Internal sovereignty refers to the fact that within its boundaries, there are no authorities higher than the state. The state is supreme, and a citizen cannot appeal against the state to any other authority. The state has the right to make binding decisions upon its citizens and upon those who enter its territory. External sovereignty of the state refers to the recognition that other states accord to a particular state, and the acceptance that the state can speak for its citizens in international affairs. External sovereignty implies the autonomy and independence of the state in the international sphere. The sovereignty of the state can be challenged in many ways. The state might surreptitiously lose its sovereignty despite having voluntarily entered into international treaties, or other states might intervene in the affairs of the state on the grounds of a deemed violation of human rights, the possession of weapons of mass destruction, etc. The state's monopoly over the legitimate use of coercion is reflected in the institutions of the armed forces, the paramilitary forces, and the police. These reflect the immense power that the state has over people's lives. Imprisonment, death penalty, declaration of war. All these involve the use of violence, and only the state is entitled to the legitimate use of these powers. That is why the state is said to have a monopoly over the legitimate use of violence. The coercive institutions help to maintain the supremacy or the sovereignty of the state, and to ensure the observance of laws and the maintenance of order when these are considered to be infringed. The modern state is territorially based. This means that the state exercises its authority within its territorial borders, which are acknowledged by other states. This acknowledgement distinguishes the state from other forms of political organizations, where governance is over people rather than over land, and people allegiances are not territorially determined. So one's rights and duties depend on one's place in the hierarchical social order within a tribe or clan or other forms of ethnic organization. For instance, in India, one's location in the hierarchical structure of the caste system still tends to determine one's rights and duties. The modem state has no authority outside its borders, and no other state possesses authority within another state's borders. Within the boundaries of the state, there is a single system of governance, distinct from others that operate externally. The territorial foundations of the state distinguish it from other types of organizations and associations, which could be religious. The demands for statehood by groups are often for the recognition of the claim to territory. One of the most tragic, poignant, and complex struggles over the claim to territory in the recent past has been the Palestine-Israeli conflict. The Palestinian struggle for statehood could be a struggle for the recognition of the claim to land. What the state is not: civil society and the nation. The state is distinct from the civil society. The former represents coercion, while the latter is said to be based on voluntary participation. Do you think it is desirable that the two spheres be kept distinct? States vary in the amount of independence that they permit to other social institutions. This determines the nature of the state as totalitarian or liberal. A state that seeks to fuse the distinction between its sphere of activity and that of the society is called a totalitarian state, because it seeks to intervene in the totality of human life. A totalitarian state might supervise what books you read, what your political views are, and even what careers you opt for. The distinction between the nation and the state is particularly important in view of the struggles by many nations for statehood. When we talk about international relations, we are actually referring to interstate relations. A nation could be defined as community feeling among people who recognize that they are distinct from other communities and wish to control their own affairs. This distinction could be based on their possession of a common language, religion, political values and attitudes, a sense of having done things together in the past, and a desire to do things together in the future. The entire population in same states share this feeling, giving rise to the term nation-state. However, this is not the case with all the states in the world today. So the nation and the state do not coincide. There are people who feel part of the same nation and are spread across different states. The Kurdish people, for instance, are spread across Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Turkey and consider themselves to be a nation. A question that concerns contemporary political philosophers is whether all the people who consider themselves to be nations can demand statehood, and whether they are entitled to statehood. See Chapter 17 for a detailed discussion on these issues. Justifying the state. Justifying the state has often involved imagining a situation without one common institution protecting our lives and property and punishing us for transgressions. Whether such a situation is desirable or not is dependent on our views on human nature. Human nature, the necessity or otherwise of the state, is often based on beliefs concerning human nature. While one could not automatically move from a premise about human nature to a theory of the state, there is usually some kind of relationship between human nature and the structure of political arrangements. One could even say that those who have argued for a strong centralizing tendency in the state and those who have argued for greater powers of the state are usually those who view human nature with distrust. Thomas Hobbes viewed human beings as naturally selfish and went on to argue that the necessary solution to this problem was absolute sovereignty. Gandhi had a much more optimistic and generous view of human nature and believed that though human beings were a combination of good and bad qualities, they could become good and act responsibly even in the absence of the coercive apparatus of the state. The anarchist response to the state was that the state was an unnecessary evil that curtailed the human spirit by imposing externally devised rules and regulations on it. The only laws that human beings should admit to are those that they have made for themselves. The anarchist could be said to believe in a theory of society without state rule. Peter Kropotkin, the Russian anarchist, believed in the supreme goodness of human nature and said that any divergence from that goodness was due to the insidious influence of state authority and exploitative capitalism. He believed that any external authority was corrupt by definition. The state of nature and the social contract. Imagine a situation without the existence of a government, without a defined territory over which the government operated, and without a centralized authority having a monopoly over the legitimate use of coercion. A situation in the absence of the state is called the state of nature. This is a situation where the laws that operate are natural laws, that is, laws not made by human beings, but which could be intuited by human reasoning. For Hobbes, given his assumption of human nature as selfish, the state of nature was a state of war of all against all. Each person is on his own, in the sense that there is no higher authority with the power to command people's obedience, or with the responsibility of protecting their interests or possessions. Given this situation, it is most likely that people would opt for some form of centralized political authority. The issue then was regarding the kind of political authority that individuals in a state of nature would agree to. Hobbes argued that this kind of a situation necessitated the setting up of a common power to protect us from one another and from external threat. This implied that the state emerged from a contract that individuals in a state of nature consented to in order to protect themselves from one another and from external threat. The social contract argument asserts that the state emerged from our individual consent, and only our consent can bind us to obedience. This brings us back to the question of political obligation. We are bound to obey the laws of the state most of the time because it has emerged from our consent, which is voluntarily given. John Locke, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and Immanuel Kant used the concept of the social contract and came up with different answers on what the government is obligated to do and what the citizens are obliged to obey. The social contract is not a historical event. Critics of the social contract have argued that since it is fictitious, it has no moral or political force. To this, Kant replied that the idea of the contract is important even if no actual contract exists. He put forth the idea that if an arrangement is such that free individuals could not have agreed to it, then it is unjust. Let us take an example. Would any free individual have agreed to be a slave or to be considered an untouchable? Since it seems highly unlikely that any free, sane individual would agree to this proposition, the institutions of slavery and untouchability are unjust. The social contract argument bases political obligation on our consent to the state. This consent could be expressed, or it could be tacit. Utilitarianism. We can argue that the state is justified because of its utility in bringing about greater happiness to a greater number of people than any alternative political arrangement. We would then be concurring with utilitarianism, which has two basic claims. First, that human happiness and well-being are important, and second, that we assess and act purely by its consequences. This is why utilitarianism is a form of consequentialism. Early utilitarian philosophers like Jeremy Bentham and James Mill believed that the consequences one should consider were the happiness and unhappiness that one's actions would cause. If we put the two claims together, we could say that utilitarianism aims at bringing about a state of affairs that results in the greatest happiness of the greatest number. For the utilitarian, the state is justified on the grounds that it brings about greater and more happiness than any alternative political arrangement. The justification of the state in this case is based on its utility and not on consent, as the social contract argument would assert. Sometimes, the greatest happiness of the greatest number could be that the number matters, and not each individual. There could be instances wherein unqualified utilitarianism would lead to a situation where the greatest happiness of the greatest number is based on the sacrifice of an individual's rights. Liberalism would, however, find the above instance unacceptable. It would base its claim on the state showing equal respect to every individual and respecting each individual's rights. The neutral state, liberalism. The Indian Constitution is characterized as liberal since it recognizes that the individual citizen is entitled to equal rights and to equality before law. Liberals believe that the state is a neutral arbiter between different competing interests and stands to realize what is called the common good in society. The neutrality of the state is linked to the idea of the moral equality of individuals, which could be based on any of the following grounds: their ability to think, feel, or make choices. The emphasis here is on capacity or ability, and not the actual exercise. So, even if we do not actually exercise these capacities right now, we do possess them as individuals. This makes the liberals argue that individuals are entitled to equal respect from the state. Respect for an individual implies respect for his or her ability to make choices, as well as for the choices. Some might argue that individuals differ in their intellectual prowess, in their possession of wealth and strength of character. Given these differences, should they be entitled to equal respect from the state? Liberals would respond by saying that these are not sufficient grounds for the state to treat an individual as inferior to others. Citizens are entitled to equal respect and concern from the state because the state is committed to respect the moral equality of citizens, which means non-discrimination and impartiality at the very first level. The state should not arbitrarily discriminate in its treatment of one citizen against other. Liberals believe that the state should seek to ensure that each individual has the freedom to exercise his or her choice. The best state of affairs, according to them, is the set of rules or the framework that would best ensure that the government treats its citizens with equal respect and not impose any conception of what good life is. Thus, for liberals, the state is concerned with rules that would enable individuals to pursue their own ideas of what they think is good life, so long as the freedom of others is not infringed upon. What do you think the entitlement to equal respect and consideration implies? According to Ronald Dworkin, liberal equality could have two implications. First, equal distribution of certain goods and opportunities. One instance of this could be the principle of one person, one vote. Another example could be the equality of opportunity. The second conception of liberal equality would challenge the identical distribution to all concerned without taking into account what their needs are and what kind of situation they find themselves in. Liberals are divided on the extent of state obligations. Should it be concerned only with the maintenance of law and order, or should it also be concerned with redistribution of resources and with the welfare of its citizens? Should the state be a welfare state? Should the state attempt to reserve seats in educational institutions and in employment for individuals who come from deprived groups, groups that have suffered systemic discrimination in the past? Does this violate the liberal state's commitment to treat its citizens as entitled to equal respect and concern, or is in consonance with this principle? On what grounds do liberals justify these provisions? See chapters 3 to 6 for further discussion on these issues. The class state. Marxism. The liberal view of the state as a neutral arbiter among conflicting interests is challenged by Marxists. Marxism offers a method of evaluating the idea and practice of the state in its day-to-day affairs. To understand their view of the state, it is important that we begin by explaining the materialist conception of history or historical materialism, which assumes that human history progresses through contradictions or dialectics at the level of the production of goods in society. Karl Marx and his collaborator Friedrich Engels borrowed the concept of the dialectical method from the German philosopher G. W. Friedrich Hegel. For the ancient Greeks, the dialectic was a form of argumentation through question and answer, and thus an argumentative technique involving contradiction. Hegel maintained that history was the development and conflict of abstract principles that included cultures, religions, and philosophies. There was always tension between the present state of affairs and what it was becoming. Thus, every state of affairs contained within itself the seeds of its own destruction and transformation to a higher stage. Each successive stage was a progress beyond those that had preceded and contained elements from them. This could be represented by the thesis, which is opposed by the antithesis, which consequently produced a new synthesis. Marx took up the concept of the dialectic, but instead of abstract principles, he focused on the changing economic base of the society and the social classes to which it gave rise. For Marx, conflicts between these classes were the causes of the changes taking place in human history. Historical materialism maintains that the key to changes in society lies in the way human beings produce goods in common. Production is the real foundation or the base of society. History is the record of increasingly sophisticated ways of producing goods. Developments in production lead to a change in the economic structure, which, in turn, leads to changes in the superstructure, that is, political, religious, legal, and philosophical realms. Accordingly, production itself has two aspects: the material and the social. The former refers to the technology and tools used in the process of production, and the latter to property relations, and to the division of society into two classes: those who own the means of production, land, and the instruments of production, and those who are the direct producers, slaves, peasants, or wage laborers. The exploitation of the direct producers by the owners of the means of production leads to conflicts between the two classes. The economic structure, therefore, determines whether the state exists, and if so, what kind of state it is. Marx's ideas of the state developed as a critique of Hegel's political philosophy. According to Hegel, the entire process of human history was the progress of the absolute spirit towards self-realization, that is, towards a determinate endpoint. In his Philosophy of Right, 1821, he portrayed the state as an ethical ideal and the highest expression of human freedom, which was realized as human beings acted in accordance with their reason. Human beings were truly free when they realized that instead of allowing the forces of history to control them, they could take control of themselves. If they saw themselves as independent beings with conflicting wills, they would regard other human beings as alienated from them. This, in turn, would hamper their own freedom. Their recognition of the common ability to reason in other human beings would resolve this problem. If a community could be built on the basis of this common ability to reason, it would be acceptable to every human being as an expression of his or her own rational will, and not as something outside oneself. The coincidence of duty and self-interest would lead to the realization of their nature as rational beings. According to Hegel, the state is the community that secures freedom and integration for the individual. Hegel maintained that there are three moments of social existence: the family, civil society, and the state. These three spheres of social existence are different spheres of ethical development in which individual self-determination is realized in larger ethical communities. Within the family, a particular altruism prevails, encouraging people to set aside their own interests for the good of their relatives. This, however, does not happen in a civil society. While the family is constituted by sacrifice and unity, civil society is the sphere of universal egoism, that is, ethical life and competition. Here, individuals place their own interests before those of others, and behave selfishly and instrumentally towards others, though in this very process they form a system of complete interdependence wherein their livelihood, happiness, and legal status are interwoven with one another. However, civil society cannot provide people with a self-determined ethical life because of its inability to produce freedom and integration. See Chapter 12 for more on Hegel's views. Thus, an ethical sphere higher than both the family and civil society must be found for the realization of human freedom. The state, according to Hegel, is the ethical sphere of universality, freedom, and integration. The state is founded on freedom instead of coercion, and so it is the final realization of this spirit in history. Its strength rests not on force but on its ability to organize rights, freedom, and welfare into a coherent whole. Hegel challenged the social contract argument, saying that it was based on the arbitrary will of the individuals. It is wrong to say that the foundation of the state is something at the option of all its members. Instead, he maintained that it is not up to the individual to separate himself from the state, because we are all citizens of the state by birth. The state reconciles individual freedom with the values of the community, and in the realization of the community, each individual would find her own fulfillment while simultaneously contributing to the well-being of the whole. Marx, on the other hand, maintained that it was illusory to hold that the state had a universal character that could harmonize the discordant elements of civil society. According to him, as long as the society is divided into classes on the basis of the ownership of the means of production, there would be a dominant class and an exploited class, and the state would conduct its business in a manner conducive to the interests of the dominant class. We can find in Marx's writings two kinds of theories of the capitalist state. One that is most often quoted from the Communist Manifesto, 1848, says, "The executive of the modem state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeois." Here, the state is the instrument of the ruling class and is subordinate to the capitalist class. If it is the instrument of a particular class, its neutrality and impartiality is then under question. Marx put forth the second view of the state in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, 1852, where he examined the revolutionary events in France from 1848 to 1851. What emerges from this examination is the relative autonomy of the state. This referred to the capability of the state to impose its will upon society. This was because Bonapartism was an opportunistic and populist alliance between part of the bourgeoisie and part of the proletariat to secure legitimacy for the regime. This represented the autonomy that the state may achieve when class forces in society are precisely balanced. Marx's emphasis here is on the capability of the state to impose its will. What distinguishes this view from the one expressed above is that the state is not referred to only as an instrument of the dominant class. Nevertheless, it is important to remember that the autonomy of the state is only relative and not absolute. While appearing to mediate between competing class interests, the state keeps the class structure intact. The state is not a neutral arbiter, but acts to maintain the division of society into classes. We notice that the abstraction and the independence of the state from partisan interests are challenged in the Marxist view of the state. With the overthrow of capitalism, the capitalist state would also be overthrown, and in its place, the proletariat, that is, the working class, would take over the reins of the state and establish its dictatorship. This would be marked by the working class exercising the kind of hegemony that the bourgeoisie had exercised, leaving the actual task of governance to others. Marx identified a form of government whereby the working class would actually govern and fulfill many of the tasks hitherto performed by the state. The socialist state would try to create the conditions for the eventual transition to a stateless and classless society. Marx affirmed his view of the state as an instrument by which the economically dominant class could repress and subdue the other classes. All states, then, are examples of class dictatorships. The purpose of the dictatorship of the proletariat is to safeguard the gains of the revolution and prevent a counter-revolution by the bourgeoisie. Marx challenged the necessity and the endurance of the state. Liberalism does not challenge the endurance of the state. By associating the state with the class system, Marx believed that the abolition of the latter would lead to a withering away of the former. Can you imagine the state withering away? It is not very clear what Marx exactly meant by the withering away of the state, and this has provided other Marxist writers with further scope to elaborate the analysis of state power. So far, we have seen that Marxism focused on the coercive role of the state. The state is essentially the institution whereby a dominant exploiting class imposes and defends its power and privileges against the class/classes that it dominates and exploits. The Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci introduced into Marxist thought the idea that it is not just through open coercion that the domination of the ruling class is secured. This is also elicited through ideological manipulation. According to Gramsci, the state is force plus consent, or hegemony and coercion, in which civil society provides consent and political society organizes force. Hegemony refers to the ability of the dominant class to secure the consent of those it dominates. It is a process through which the bourgeoisie maintains its dominant position in the society. The system of education, the mass media, these are part of what could be called the ideological state apparatus. Louis Althusser, a French Marxist, further developed the idea of the ideological state apparatus. Althusser wrote that the capitalist state has two distinct but related coercive instruments to secure the stability and the continual reproduction of the capitalist mode of production. This includes the repressive state apparatuses, law courts, police, army, and other state functionaries. These rely on violence in the sense that if one fails to comply with the directives of the state, then some form of sanction is imposed against the person in the form of fines, imprisonment, and so on. On the other hand, ideological state apparatuses function not by force but by ideology. These include areas where we acquire and exercise our individual rights and freedom, such as the family, trade unions, the media, and the church, but it is primarily the education system that assumes the role of the dominant ideological state apparatus. The Marxist evaluation of the state inspired many movements that sought to change the nature of the existing state. The Russian Revolution of 1917 and the Chinese Revolution of 1949 were attempts at overthrowing the existing political structures and creating in their place an alternative and fairer form of political organization. The patriarchal state, feminism. Feminist theory includes within it a wide range of perspectives, and has thus engendered different attitudes towards state power. Liberal feminists generally subscribe to a belief in the state's basic neutrality. The denial of legal and political equality to women would imply that the laws of the state are biased in favor of men. Yet, it is possible to rectify these laws by the intervention of the state. They, therefore, see the state as capable of playing a role in promoting equality between men and women. This is evident in many campaigns. For instance, the demand for the reservation of seats in Parliament for women, the extension of welfare schemes for women. All these are instances of liberal feminism's belief in the basic neutrality of the state and the possibility of appealing to the state to remove legal and political inequality between the sexes. Radical feminists believe that the power of the state is a reflection of the patriarchal nature of society. They question the idea of the basic neutrality of the state, for they view the state as a reflection of patriarchal values in society. For radical feminists, the origin and roots of the disparity between men and women lies within the family, in the organization of labor within the family. The state is an instrument of male power. Catherine MacKinnon has argued that in a liberal state, it is through law that women's subordination and silence are maintained. In an unequal society, the definition of the normal status of women is determined by the application of male values and practices. Thus, radical feminism criticizes the view of the state as impartial and neutral. Feminist theories have sometimes led to a redefinition of what is political. The term, the personal is political, contains within it several implications. Governmentality, Foucault on the state. As discussed earlier, the government is the administrative apparatus of the state. However, according to Michel Foucault, the French philosopher, the state is the result of the practices of the government. Foucault was interested in how modernity was marked by the emergence of a broader field of government, of human conduct, of the self, of the family, of institutions, and of the body. He maintained that the state is the result of this tendency towards the government of conduct. So, rather than saying that the state is the condition for the existence of government, he turned around saying that the state flows from this modem practice of ordering life into structures, something that was not common in the Middle Ages. Foucault saw governmentality as a rationale of governing that takes the form of a series of mundane, daily practices of social ordering. See Chapter 9 for further discussion on Foucault. Recent debates. Challenges to the sovereignty of the state. Globalization. Globalization is the process through which events and decisions in one part of the world have come to affect people in another part of the world. It has led to a greater interlocking of different parts of the world. It has often been claimed that globalization poses challenges to the sovereignty of the state. Globalization is a multidimensional process and includes the economic, cultural, and political aspects of life. The economic aspect refers to the emergence of an interlocking global economy and the worldwide spread of capitalism. The indicators of economic globalization are the growing power of multinational corporations, the internationalization of production, and the flow of financial capital between countries. It has become increasingly difficult, and perhaps impossible, for any country to regulate the international flow of capital, thus making it difficult for individual states to manage economic life. States have also found it difficult to regulate multinational companies, for they can easily relocate production and investment. Political globalization is reflected in the growing importance of international bodies like the United Nations, UN, the European Union, EU, and the World Trade Organization, WTO. The membership of the EU threatens state power, as many decisions on matters like monetary policy and defense are made by European institutions rather than by the member states themselves. It is for these reasons that it is often said that globalization has challenged the sovereignty of the state. The above-stated case has been challenged by several authors and commentators who point that we should investigate the ways in which the state's role is changing as a result of globalization. According to them, there is the possibility of states adapting themselves to the transformations in international society, In the form of pooled sovereignty, the idea that states that would be weak and ineffective acting independently could acquire greater influence by working together with other states through the vehicle of international or regional institutions. Others believe that globalization is itself driven by the state. States are themselves the authors of globalization by promoting and shaping the nature and pace of globalization. Trade agreements and regionalization are instances of this. Political elites in different countries often use globalization as an ideological device to make the move towards market reforms appear inevitable and irresistible. States are now more concerned about their role as actors in global markets to protect national economic well-being and are entrepreneurial. They are less concerned with political sovereignty and security than they were earlier. Moreover, as Michael Mann, 1997, argues, we need to make distinctions between states to understand the changing role of the state. Globalization will affect a powerful European state differently from a vulnerable country in South America or Africa. Some states might become stronger and more powerful, while others weaker. Therefore, globalization could have different consequences for different states. As states differ in the degree of international power, they can assume the role of agents of globalization, as well as become its passive victims. Thus, the impact of globalization on state sovereignty is much more complex than what the end of the state thesis allows for. The imported state and its consequences. As discussed earlier in the chapter, the modem state emerged and evolved in Europe. Through colonialism, it was transplanted in Africa, Asia, Australia, and the Americas. The development of the state in these areas has been along a trajectory different from that in Europe. Independent India inherited a state structure that colonialism had introduced. It did not evolve organically from the people. It could be argued that this structure of the state was imposed on the people from the top. When the state tried to penetrate into a pre-modem, traditional world by bringing different spheres of life under its supervision and control, it could be the abolition of child marriages, the registration of births, the abolition of the practice of untouchability, was sometimes met with violence by the state and or by those who tried to resist the growing powers of the state. This has often led to a loss of the meaning of state authority for the people governed by it, thus straining relations between the government and those governed by it. Manoranjan Mohani, 2000, points to the emergence of two streams of critiques of the Indian state in the 1960s and the 1970s. These include, first, the rise of revolutionary politics and the Naxalite movement, and second, mass movements like the Chhatra Yuva Sangharsh in Bihar in 1974-75 to which Jayaprakash Narayan provided inspiration and impetus. The Naxalite movement sought to demonstrate the semi-colonial and semi-feudal nature of the Indian state, which was itself seen as an institution of violence. The Jayaprakash Narayan movement offered a critique of state power from the vantage point of civil society. The monopoly of the state over the legitimate use of violence could be challenged by the establishment of parallel governments, particularly in the context of the emergence of the demand and the struggle for statehood by different groups. For instance, many of these groups might set up what are termed parallel governments, claiming for themselves the power to levy and collect taxes, and create a rival center of coercion and force, challenging the monopoly of the state over the use of legitimate violence. The transplantation of the state and the consequent westernization of the political order are held responsible for this state of affairs. The recent attempts at state building in Iraq and Afghanistan are often considered to be attempts to import the Western model of the state into a terrain socially and politically not suited for this kind of transmigration. It is a matter of great debate how fruitful such exercises at state building would be. Thus, the state represents not merely a set of institutions, but rather a set of ideas and attitudes. What is the meaning of the state representing a set of ideas and attitudes? The state is an abstract entity, as are the other concepts like democracy, liberty, equality, etc. The state is an abstract entity, as are the other concepts like democracy, liberty, equality, etc. The defining feature of the modem state is the standard of abstraction from the regime that it is expected to uphold. Feminists hold that the state is patriarchal in nature, while according to Marxists it upholds the interests of the dominant section. Various critiques of the liberal view of the state point to the inability or the unwillingness of the state to abstract itself from the dominant sections of the society. The modem state might share one or more, but not all of its defining features with other associations and organizations. Does the state exhaust the possibility of our imagining alternative forms of political organization? Given the role of the state, sometimes benevolent, but always coercive, there have been many images of alternative forms. However, a paradox emerges. While the authority of the state is constantly questioned and challenged, there are also several demands made on the state to confer full-fledged rights and entitlements on citizens, to confer ever more recognition to more institutions, and a growing demand from the international community to address development problems effectively. Points for discussion. 1. Sometimes, one could say that the appeal to individual conscience is a valid claim against state authority. This raises the question, when is it imperative to disobey the laws of the state? Mohandas Gandhi, John Rawls, and Ronald Dworkin have addressed the question of civil disobedience. Do you think that we are obliged to obey all laws of the state at all times? 2. Imagine the security checking at the airport, at the metro station, and the powers of the guards posted at these places to examine your baggage. Many of the rules and laws are made in the light of a distrust of human nature. If all human beings were generous, fair, and just, would we need the police or the army? 3. Based on our discussion of liberal equality, we notice that people often find themselves in situations that are not of their own making, and these act as constraints on their choices. Ram wants to study, but his parents cannot afford to send him to school. Should the state aim to rectify this situation by providing him with subsidized schooling, or set up schools that charge no fees from their students? Reading list: Anderson, Perry, Lineages of the Absolute Estate, London, Verso, 1979. Batty, Bertrand, The Imported State. The Westernization of the Political Order, Stanford, G.A. Stanford University Press, 2000. Ball, Terence, Transforming Political Discourse, Political Theory and Critical Conceptual History, Oxford, Basil Blackwell, 1988. Gill, Graham, The Nature and Development of the Modem State, Hampshire, Palgrave Macmillan, 2003. Hansen, Thomas Blom and Finn Steputat, eds. States of Imagination, Ethnographic Explorations of the Post-Colonial State, Durham, Duke University Press, 2001. Held, David, Anthony McGrew, David Goldblatt and Jonathan Peretin, Global Transformations, Politics, Economics and Culture, Cambridge, Polity Press, 1999. King, Roger and Gavin Kindle, The State, Democracy and Globalization, Hampshire, Palgrave Macmillan, 2004. McKinnon, Catherine, Toward a Feminist Theory of the State, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1989. Mann, Michael, Has Globalization Ended the Rise and Rise of the Nation-State? Review of International Political Economy, 4, 3, 1997. Mohanty, Manoranjan, Contemporary Indian Political Theory, New Delhi, Samskriti, 2000. Paggi, Gianfranco, The Nature of the Modern State. In Malcolm Waters, edition, Modernity, Critical Concepts, Volume 3, London, Routledge, 1999. Skinner, Quentin, The State. In Robert E. Gooden and Philip Pettit, eds. Contemporary Political Philosophy. An Anthology, Oxford, Blackwell Publishers Ltd., 1998. Sorensen, George, The Transformation of the State. Beyond the Myth of Retreat, Hampshire, Palgrave Macmillan, 2004. Chapter, Civil Society. Mohinder Singh. Chapter Outline. Introduction 189. Historical Evolution of the Idea of Civil Society. 190. Civil Society in Early Liberal Political Theory. 190. Rise of Political Economy and the Enlightenment Concept of Civil Society. 193. Critiques of the Enlightenment Concept of Civil Society. 196. Contemporary Revival of the Concept of Civil Society. 199. Civil Society in the Post-Colonial Context. 200. Modernity and Civil Society in Post-Colonial States. Critical Issues. 201. Conclusion. 204. Points for discussion. 204. Introduction. These days, we often come across the term civil society in newspapers or in television programs or in a public meeting. For example, we read a newspaper report that a civil society organization submitted a memorandum to the Chief Minister of Delhi highlighting the problem of homeless children in the city, or a newspaper report with information on a conference of civil society organizations that adopted a resolution demanding that a right to shelter be included in the Constitution as a fundamental right. There are other occasions when we confront the term civil society. It has been estimated that Canada has more than 1 million civil society organizations. Similarly, India is said to have around 2 million such organizations, Mitra 2001. So this brings us to the question, what does the term civil society mean? What does it refer to? Why are certain kinds of organizations performing certain functions referred to as civil society organizations? What should an organization do to be called a civil society organization? Which are the organizations and institutions that are not included in civil society? In this chapter, we shall try to find an answer to these and other similar questions. Like many other concepts of political theory, the meaning of the term civil society has undergone several changes in its history, and there is no consensus in the meaning of civil society among its contemporary users and proponents. However, one thing that is common to the various meanings of the term is the idea that social life is differentiated into various spheres and civil society is one among them. Civil society, thus, describes an aspect of social life and not the whole of it. At the very outset, therefore, it must be clarified that the meaning of the term civil society is different from that of society. In its contemporary usage, whatever the specific connotations of that usage might be, civil society is one among many spheres of the larger society, along with family, economy, politics, etc. The concept of society, therefore, is much broader in scope than that of civil society. Society, according to Louis Dumont, can be defined as an organization into which we are born, to which we involuntarily belong, and from where we get all our ideas and education. Society in this way is an all-purpose organization, Dumont 1986. Civil society, on the other hand, can be understood as a collective entity that springs from society and exists for specific and limited purposes. The purposes, limits, and scope of the domain of civil society vary from one conception to another. Yet, there seems to exist, in the contemporary usage of the term civil society, some basic attributes of the latter on which the differing conceptions tend to agree. What are these attributes? First, one of the most important attributes is that the domain of civil society is separate and independent from that of the state. Second, the domain of civil society is made up of voluntary associations, and some involuntary associations and groups in society, such as family and caste, are not part of it. Bhargava 2005:14. But, as stated earlier, the contemporary meaning of the term civil society has a long history to which we now turn. It is held that the first articulations of the concept took place in the 17th and 18th centuries in Europe. At that time, the concept was part of the economic and political liberalism that arose with John Locke and was elaborated in the writings of the thinkers of the Scottish Enlightenment, David Hume, Adam Smith, and Adam Ferguson, albeit with a different meaning. The concept then found a significant place in the writings of George Hegel and Karl Marx in the 19th century. The concept went into disuse for a long time after this, only to appear in theoretical and practical usage towards the end of the Cold War. It then gained immense popularity after the end of the Cold War in both the academic and political worlds. After its newly acquired prominence in East Europe, it gradually acquired popularity in the political discourses of the West and the Third World. The revival of the concept of civil society in East Europe had taken place on the assumption that it was an important part of the heritage of Western democratic theory. However, if we study the history of concept of civil society in Western political theory, we find that it has gone through many changes in meanings. Historical evolution of the idea of civil society. The idea of civil society evolved with the emergence of the modem age in Western Europe. As discussed earlier, the basic idea underlying the concept of civil society is the existence of differentiation in social life. This means that different institutions perform different functions in society according to the principle of functional specialization. Modem societies are more differentiated than the earlier societies, which results in clear separation of different spheres of family, economy, civil society, and state. Pre-modem societies were less differentiated than modem ones in the sense that many functions necessary for social existence were performed by one or a few institutions. For example, in tribal societies, kinship performed many social, cultural, political, and economic functions. In the Middle Ages, feudal bonds performed many of those functions. Similarly, in India, caste performed, and in many areas still performs, multiple social, political, and economic functions. In many other societe IES monarchs performed multiple functions related to the economic, cultural, and political life of the members. At the same time, there were societies the members of which thought themselves to be so fully integrated with the whole that they could not even imagine what it meant to stand in opposition to the patriarch, matriarch, or head of that particular society. The idea of differentiation of various spheres of social life, along with the idea of civil society, is connected to the story of modem Western political theory. Civil society in early liberal political theory. The first articulation of the concept of civil society took place in the liberal political theory of the 17th century. In the ancient European political theories, Greek and Roman, the idea of political life was all-comprehensive. No other sphere of society was expected to play any political role other than the state. In medieval Europe, however, the political sphere was considered as one among many spheres. The realm that provided most competition to the state was the church. There were two sources of authority, the church and political authority. At the same time, the relationship between the two authorities was unstable, prone to quarrel with regard to their respective spheres of competence. Taylor 2003. Ideas of modern state and civil society originated against the background of medieval Christendom with its dual source of authority. The story of their origins can be divided into two stages. During the first phase, there was a long ideological political battle on behalf of the institution of the state and against the claims of the church. In the second phase, we see a struggle against the state's authority and for the rights and liberties of individuals. It is in the second phase that we can locate the historical origin of the modem idea of civil society as a space for the articulation of political interest of individuals against the authority of the state. This component is at the core of the concept of civil society and has remained there from its inception to its latest connotations. The first phase begins with the historical events of Renaissance and the Reformation. These historical movements proved to have far-reaching consequences. Along with the new political theories of the 16th and 17th centuries, these movements led to the strengthening of the claims of the state against the internationalism of the Roman Catholic Church, leading to the emergence of a powerful modern state with a new idea of sovereignty. In the 17th century, the specifically modern order was elaborated in the political theory, particularly in the writings of Thomas Hobbes and Jean Bodin, that elaborated the idea of a strong state with absolute sovereignty as its chief attribute. The political theory of Hobbes imagined public space as divided into two sharply separate domains: a domain of political authority or state, and a subordinate domain of individual subjects. Gradually, during the second stage, in the 18th and 19th centuries, political theory started questioning the state's monopoly of power by articulating the concepts of individual rights and liberties. In the first phase, the Reformation played a very important role in the emergence of the modem state by dividing the European Christendom into Catholic and Protestant churches. The Protestant Church supported the independence of the state from the dominance of the Roman Catholic Church. But more importantly, the Reformation also facilitated the emergence of the doctrine of secularism. This doctrine specified that the spheres of the church and the state ought to be separate with their own well-defined arenas of competence. With this separation, religion and morality were relegated to the sphere of the private concerns of individuals, whereas the state's main obligations became law, order, and security. In other words, by freeing itself from the interference of the religious authorities and placing itself above the quarreling religious denominations, state monopolized political power. Another important source for the modem ideas of state and civil society is the tradition of natural law in political theory. The modem natural law theorists imagine society to be composed of individuals. In their doctrine of natural law, individuals are given priority over society and are seen as self-sufficient, as the repository of reason, and as prior to and independent of society. Natural law theories derive the authority and legitimacy of the state from the qualities of man as an autonomous being independent of any social or political attachment. In a revolutionary transformation, these theories replaced the earlier basis of political authority, based on the thesis of the divine origin of the king's powers, with a new one. The political authority of the sovereign was no longer seen as flowing from God as its divine source. The natural law theorist began to explain it without recourse to any divine source. The starting point of the new theoretical speculation became the individual, and the state was regarded as a union of individuals. This was the beginning of the two poles of liberal political theory: the state and the individual. The revolutionary import of this shift in the argument lay in the fact that the source of political authority now was located within the society itself. It is on this basis that later on, in the second stage, the arbitrary powers of the state would be questioned. Von Gierk, 1987. These theoretical developments taking place in the early modem age proved to be important first steps towards the evolution of the contemporary concept of civil society. One of the most important early articulations of the natural law doctrine is to be found in the 17th century works of John Locke. John Locke's concept of civil society. John Locke contrasts the concept of civil society with the state of nature. Locke, 2002, 1-59. The state of nature, according to Locke, is a hypothetical condition of human beings prior to the foundation of political or civil society. Locke refers to it as the state of nature because in the absence of any positive legal and political authority, the only force that guides human beings is the law of nature. In other words, it is a state all men are naturally in. According to Locke, in this condition there is freedom and equality amongst the members of a species who share the same human nature. This condition is governed by the laws of nature that guide human beings regarding fundamental rules of right and wrong. All human beings have been endowed with the faculty of reason with which they can recognize and follow the law of nature. The state of nature is a condition of perfect freedom where man can live within the limits set by the law of nature. Everybody is independent of the will of the other. It is also a state of equality, where no one has more rights than the other. Each man has the executive power of punishing the transgressor of the law of nature. Locke's state of nature is a peaceful condition of human living where rational and free men respect each other's freedom. Gradually, due to some reasons, men in the state of nature decide to get out of it and establish a civil society to get over the problem of the absence of any common judge to interpret the law of nature in specific situations. As stated earlier, each man in the state of nature has the executive power, as far as the law of nature is concerned. But in the absence of a common judge, their judgments are fairly erratic, and they are far from being impartial in their assessment of the rights and wrongs and conflicts between themselves and others. At some stage in history, according to John Locke, human societies grow to become richer, and there is a division between people with considerable amount of property and those without, mainly because the invention of money makes the amassing of infinite amount of property possible. With the emergence of a property class in society, the chances of potential conflicts among people in the state of nature become very high. And because of this, civil society is established as an alternative to and a remedy for these problems. The important thing for the present purpose is that Locke's conception of civil society is not that of a sphere separate from the political sphere of the state. Civil society provides a stable set of positive standing laws, impartial judges, and a coercive apparatus for enforcing those laws. In Locke's schema, the concept of civil society also works as a standard with which to judge the existing political orders of his time. The main thrust of Locke's political philosophy is against the absolutism of political power. He did not approve of the existing absolutist monarchies prevailing at that time in France and other states of Europe. Locke was also critical of the monarch's monopoly of power in England and was in favor of a constitutional monarchy. The concentration of power in one place, e.g. in the hands of the monarch, placed the subjects in a condition of disadvantage. This arrangement did not provide the subjects with effective means of restraining the political authority and holding it responsible for its actions. Such a state, for Locke, is no better than the state of nature. It does not fulfill the requirements of a civil or political society. What we observe here is the normative charge of Locke's concept of civil society. In other words, Locke uses the concept of civil society to judge actually existing states. Authoritarian or despotic regimes do not qualify to the status of civil. In Locke's conception, subjects have legitimate right to revolt against the despotic and tyrannical rulers. Already in Locke's political theory, one can observe the emergence of the idea of political authority that can be legitimately challenged if it tends to take a turn towards despotism and which fails to uphold the trust of the subjects. With this idea begins the second stage of our story, wherein the main emphasis is on questioning the state's monopoly of power. With Locke, political theory already adopts a critical posture towards the absolutism of the state. Historically, this was also a period when most of the European states were ruled by powerful monarchs. They were known as absolutist states. These states faced a further challenge from the political theories of the 18th century, a period of intellectual growth known as the Enlightenment. Locke, thus, became the spiritual father of the Enlightenment struggle against absolutist states, rise of political economy, and the Enlightenment concept of civil society. The Enlightenment concept of civil society is closely linked to the emergence of the sphere of economy by the end of the 18th century. In the wake of the Industrial Revolution, institutions of capitalist political economy had acquired a very important place in the social life of countries in Western Europe, particularly England and the United States. One of the important features of capitalism was the establishment of an independent sphere of economy with laws of its own. The term economy, derived from the Greek word oikos, household, originally meant household management, but came to acquire a new meaning around this time. In its new meaning, it referred to the intermediate sphere of commercial and production activities spatially situated between the family and the state. Economy, earlier confined to the private domain of the household, came out in the public sphere and sought independence from the domestic sphere as well as from state control. Unlike the earlier agriculture-based feudal society, production in the new capitalist economy was fundamentally geared towards trade, commerce, and exchange of goods in the market. The social functions of production and distribution of things, employment of labor in production became privatized. In other words, these functions came to be performed more and more by non-political means under the legal conditions of free, uncoerced exchange in the market. In contrast to pre-modern practices, the distribution of various resources and labor in society did not take place by direction of political authority, hereditary duty, tradition, or religious obligation, but through the mechanisms of free exchange in the open market. Thinkers of the Scottish Enlightenment, such as David Hume, Adam Ferguson, and Adam Smith, reflected on the significance of these developments and constructed theories about them. Smith developed his influential theory of political economy, in which he argued that the processes of economy are governed by laws of their own and must be kept free from the control of the state. He conceptualized the state as a laissez-faire state, with its functions being restricted to law and order, defense, currency, and communication. The concept of civil society, as distinct from the state, emerged with this new idea of political economy. According to the new concept, commerce is the source for civility and refinement in its civil society, since it links completely anonymous individuals in the marketplace. On the other hand, the state could legitimately monopolize the spheres of law and justice, its tasks reduced narrowly to the maintenance of peace, order, and security. Thus, according to Scottish Enlightenment thought, civil society is a name given to modern commerce-based society, which is a product of capitalist political economy. In this conception, the sphere of civil society is clearly demarcated from that of political society or state. This development marks a concrete step forward from Locke's conception of civil society, in which this separation is not clearly worked out. At the same time, the ethical foundations of civil society were located in the philosophy of individualism, which the thinkers of Enlightenment inherited from 17th century thought, particularly from Locke. Individuals were seen as autonomous social actors pursuing their private interests in the civil society, where they were not driven purely by the motives of selfish interests. They were also seen as sociable in nature with sympathy and affection, dependent on each other for their needs. These attributes provide psychological and moral foundations for the idea of civil society as a space for the social interaction of private individuals. The development of an independent economic sphere played an important role in the gradual emergence in new practices of politics, particularly the institutions of representative democracy. As a result of the gradual dominance of the capitalist economy, a new class of people was created that did not have any significant political role to play but was playing a leading role in the new economy and had acquired social prestige and wealth. A class of merchants, bankers, and businessmen. There were other sections of the middle strata working in the offices of the state bureaucrats and people involved in the legal profession that had gained social influence and prestige, but resented the lack of any political role. These classes, collectively called burgher or bourgeois, played an increasingly important role in the politics of 18th and 19th century Europe. However, they faced a peculiar historical predicament. Although they bore the financial burdens of the state, they were not allowed to participate in political decision-making, which was the monopoly of the monarchs and the feudal classes. With the spread of new ideas of freedom, equality, and the rule of law, the bourgeois opposed the claims of the absolute state and called for limiting their powers. These were expressed in the form of various open and underground movements, created various public spaces, and took various forms such as clubs, coffeehouses, salons, library societies, and literary societies. Kozolek 1988. 66. Initially, all these spaces took the form of social entities without any overt political intention of challenging the established order. This way they could provide the critique of the absolutist order, thereby cutting the sinews of its legitimacy without posing any direct challenge to the existing power arrangement. New means of communication and representation through newspapers, books, reviews, etc. also helped in the formation of public opinion. These were the spaces of early civil society, where political issues were discussed outside that of the state and often in direct opposition to it. In the 19th century, the role of various public associations as a bulwark against the tyranny of the state and for the defense of the freedom of individuals was emphasized by Alexis de Tocqueville in his book Democracy in America. Tocqueville noticed that democratic governments tend to promote equality in society, but more importantly, he also noticed that the democratic advancement of equality might pose a threat to the liberty of the citizens. He argued that in democratic countries, old status-based social hierarchies and old forms of social solidarity tended to gradually disappear, and there is a general passion for equality. Gradually, society gets polarized with a powerful centralized state on the one hand and isolated individuals on the other. According to Tocqueville, social conditions of isolated families would promote the despotic tendencies of the state, if not checked by other social mechanisms. In such a situation, the only institutions that could prevent democracies from becoming despotic were associations freely created by the independent initiative of the individuals. For Tocqueville, political parties, churches, literary and scientific societies, and professional and recreational groups were the examples of such associations. These associations, interposed between individual families and the all-powerful state, could perform significant functions. First, they could perform an educative function by helping citizens cultivate civic virtues and democratic values, which, in turn, could help citizens think beyond their narrow private interests. In this way, they would create bonds of solidarity among citizens. Second, these associations could also provide a guarantee against the abuse of power by the state authorities. Thus, they would tend to make the state authorities accountable to the citizenry. Critiques of the Enlightenment concept of civil society. In the 19th century, two powerful critiques of the Enlightenment concept of civil society appeared in the philosophies of Hegel and Marx. As already discussed, civil society was seen as a self-contained arena with internal laws and a mechanism of its own. Thinkers of the Enlightenment placed their hope in the functioning of morality in the realm of civil society. The task of the state, on the other hand, was to maintain law and order from above. The individuals in the civil society were supposed to perform dual roles. They were individuals of a market economy, trying to maximize their own self-interests. On the other hand, they were also supposed to play the role of citizens, caring for the general interest of the whole society from time to time. Both Hegel and Marx criticized this split between morality and legality and tried to overcome this opposition in their own ways. Hegel's concept of civil society. Like the 18th century Enlightenment thinkers, Hegel also conceptualized civil society as a sphere consisting of people involved in the market, bürgerliche Gesellschaft, the society of city folks. Thus, civil society in Hegel's system comprised an economic system where formally free and equal individuals could engage in work and trade. Apart from that, it also included those civil institutions needed to keep such a system going. Institutions like markets, courts, and an administration of justice and business corporations. Civil society for Hegel was a system of needs where individuals pursued their freely chosen economic goals. It was also a system of mutual interdependence of individuals where exchange was the main medium of need fulfillment. The only thing about civil society that was problematic for Hegel was that each individual was concerned with his own interests and no one cared about the whole. It was a sphere where individuals' particular interests clashed. Critique of civil society and the role of the state. Modern society, according to Hegel, is divided into three separate domains: family, civil society, and state. The three institutions are organized on three different principles. In Hegel's formulation, family is the domain of private life based on love and trust, where there is no space for individual egos. In contrast, both civil society and state are spheres of individuals' public activities. Civil society is the sphere of pursuit of private or sectional interests in an open market. The state, on the other hand, makes its appearance in order to overcome the problems created by modern civil society. Its justification is based on Hegel's critique of civil or bourgeois society. Civil society, according to Hegel, is based on the principle of unrestrained individual egoism. Hence, it leads to hitherto unknown divisions that need to be overcome. The freedom available to individuals here is only partial. Complete freedom, according to Hegel, also demands unity. The institutions of civil society only provide partial space for self-determination of individuals, and the freedom they offer is somehow formal and empty. There are needs and desires, both natural and socially accepted, for which there is space in civil society. Civil society also directs people to choose efficient means to achieve our goals. The only restriction on the freedom of individuals is that they respect the similar freedom of others. But the same separation that had liberated persons from their traditional social roles also creates problems of its own. The form of sociability available in civil society creates divisions. There is division among individuals because of the principle of competitiveness in the economy. There is disunity brought about by the emergence of sectional and partial interests because of social and economic inequalities. In other words, a society organized on the principles of gain and profit left to its own rules would produce grave evils. Hegel finds the thread that could provide unity missing in civil society. Modern society, therefore, needs another form of sociability to overcome the problems arising from civil society. In Hegel's schema, this function is performed by the state. These divisions mentioned above can be overcome by the state as a larger community transcending civil society. However, Hegel is critical of the liberal theory of the state prevalent at that time, according to which the state's functions ought to be minimal and limited to the protection of individual liberty and property. The state, for Hegel, is a non-minimal political sphere, transcending civil society. The basis of the state, according to Hegel, lies in individuals' need to live in solidarity with others in a community. He did not visualize the state as an institution merely for the protection of self-interest. State, according to him, is a sphere where human beings do not enter in their capacity as private individuals with self-interest, but as citizens concerned about the general interests of the whole community. Civil society in the Marxist tradition, Karl Marx and Antonio Gramsci. Agreeing with Hegel, Karl Marx too claimed that the basic political contradiction in modern society is between man as citizen and man as private individual. Femia, 2001. 135. This split between private individual and citizen in modern society was criticized by Jean-Jacques Rousseau in the 18th century, and the idea had had a significant influence on the course of the French Revolution. Rousseau had argued that for the construction of a political community of citizens, the preeminence of private or sectional interests needed to be checked. This idea continued in Marx's writings on civil society and capitalist political economy. But Marx did not understand the state-civil society relation in the same way as Hegel. Contradicting Hegel, Marx argued that state cannot stand above civil society to protect universal interests against the private interests articulated in civil society. The modem state, according to Marx, was neither independent of nor neutral towards the particular interests of civil society. On the contrary, state for Marx was deeply embedded in civil society. Accordingly, to understand the nature of the state, it is necessary to understand the nature of civil society. For Marx, civil society included within its sphere the whole of pre-state economic and social life. The true nature of civil society can be understood by analyzing the nature of political economy. There may be formal equality in civil society, but it in itself is divided into classes. Because of this division, there is inequality among the members of civil society. The state, according to Marx, is an instrument of the domination of capitalist class, the owner of the means of production, over the working classes. The capitalist class subordinates the general interests that the state is supposed to protect to its own class interests. Hence, political life is subordinated to economic life in civil society, which, for Marx, is an obvious fact that even the bourgeois political theorists accept. According to Marx, because of private property and the general prevalence of selfish interests, life in a modem civil society is essentially unsocial, and the modem state has its foundations in this unsocial life. So, instead of the state controlling the civil society, it is, in fact, the civil society that is the determining element. For Hegel, on the other hand, The existence of classes does not prevent the unification of the community at the level of the superior ethical order of the state. Marx argued that it is an illusion to believe that it is possible for individuals to periodically set aside their selfish, egoistic interests and participate in political affairs as public-spirited citizens. The prevalence of such illusions also provides a deceitful cover that hides the real identity between the interests pursued in the economic and the political spheres. According to Marx, without abolishing the capitalist civil society, which meant the abolition of capitalist relations of production, true citizenship and true political life is not possible. As long as capitalist relations of production exist, the political sphere will always be marked by narrow private interests. Only a working-class revolution can establish conditions free from the tyranny of particular interests. In the first half of the 20th century, the Italian Marxist thinker, Antonio Gramsci, enriched the concept of civil society to a great extent. Retaining Marx's idea of class war, he focused as much on the question of war as on class. He understood politics as a kind of war and used metaphors from military warfare to explain its many processes. But unlike in military warfare, in politics, the battles are not limited to the use of sheer force. Although force is used as well, the battle in the field of ideas is more important. Civil society, for Gramsci, is a space where this battle for the control of ideas takes place. According to him, the dominance of the ruling classes is not maintained solely on the basis of their control of the coercive apparatus of the state, namely, the police and the army. They also need to acquire a dominant intellectual and moral leadership in civil society. In Gramsci's view, exploitative class relations of capitalist society have to be made to pair right and proper in order to establish the legitimacy of the ruling exploitative class. In other words, the ruling classes need to create a false perception among the working classes of their own social situation. Since human beings define themselves in terms of ideals and values, the ruling classes need to control those institutions where ideas, ideals, and values are formed. This function, according to Gramsci's conception, is performed by the various institutions of civil society. These civil society institutions are churches, parties, trade unions, universities, the press, publishing houses, and voluntary associations of all kinds. By disseminating the ideology of the dominant class, these institutions ensure its cultural and moral supremacy over the subordinate classes. In this way, the ruling class obtains the consent of the latter for their own subordination. Gramsci used the term hegemony to describe all the processes through which the dominant class attained this intellectual and moral leadership. Through the concept of hegemony, he also emphasized that the ruling classes rely more on the institutions of civil society than those of the state for obtaining the consent of the subordinated. The coercive apparatus of the state is used only where spontaneous consent has failed. The concept of hegemony had a strategic importance in Gramsci's own political practice. He argued that in order to properly fight the revolutionary battle for the working classes and peasantry, communist parties in different countries need to contest the hegemony of the ruling classes in civil society. Contemporary revival of the concept of civil society. As already discussed in the beginning of this chapter, the revival of the concept of civil society took place in East European countries. This revival was related to people's struggle against the authoritarian communist states in some of the East European countries, particularly Poland. Against the dictatorial regime in Poland, people wanted to seek freedom under the state. So they started a movement named Solidarity, which invoked the model of civil society from the Western countries as an independent sphere of freedom against the state. Similar movements started in other countries of Eastern Europe like Czechoslovakia and Hungary. Intellectuals and political activists presented the image of an unrepressed civil society to mobilize citizens against oppressive states and reclaim the sphere of privacy in social life. During these movements, dissident leaders and activists began to assert their rights to free speech and free association to carve out a public space for their political activities. Such movements saw the utility of the concept of civil society in its anti-status charge. Their leaders and supporters used the concept of civil society in opposition to the party state that existed in these countries. The main reason for this kind of reaction against the authority of the state was that communist countries overextended the legal jurisdiction and effective control of state institutions, such as bureaucracy, over nearly all spheres of social life. After the collapse of this kind of state, encouragement to the institutions of civil society, outside the legal jurisdiction of the state, was considered necessary for safeguarding the freedom of citizens. At about the same time, the idea of civil society was also gaining prominence in Western Europe and the United States, though due to entirely different reasons from the ones in Eastern Europe. The former were facing a crisis of political apathy and lack of political participation among citizens after World War II and a decline in the membership of political parties, trade unions, and other voluntary associations. Similarly, the participation of citizens in elections had steadily declined, as was evident from low electoral turnouts in most Western countries. The notion of civil society was sought to be revived in order to resurrect the structures of civic solidarity among citizens. There was a marked emphasis on the role of voluntary associations in the new avatar of civil society, thus underscoring the contemporary relevance of Tocqueville's political thought. One of the important contributions to the contemporary revival of civil society in the West has been made by Robert Putnam. Putnam emphasized the Tocquevillian concern for the role that civil society associations played in the creation of solidarity among citizens. In his research, he showed that the quality of political life and the performance of political institutions are directly affected by the quality of civic engagement in a particular society. He also showed that democracies function better in regions where there are long-standing traditions of civic engagements that are defined by indicators such as voting, political participation, newspaper readership, and participation in various voluntary associations. He further argued that norms and values of civic engagement are found in communities with a substantial stock of social capital. Social capital refers to those features of social life that make coordinated and efficient social action possible. It also refers to social networks and the norms of reciprocity and trustworthiness that arise from interaction among individuals. In that sense, it is closely linked to what we in everyday parlance call civic sense, or civic virtue. The important point to highlight here is that social capital is not a function of individuals taken singularly, but of the connections between them. It includes such values as mutual trust, cooperation, and a shared sense of responsibility. These values make trustworthy dialogue among the members of society possible and help in the creation of social networks that are necessary for a well-coordinated political action. Participation in civic associations aids the development of cooperation, a sense of shared responsibility for collective endeavors, and a means of engaging with the institutions of a political system. Civil society in the post-colonial context. In third world countries, too, the concept of civil society was revived during the 1980s to 1990s. Soon after the concept of civil society acquired popularity in Europe, it was revived in many countries of the third world, particularly in the Latin American countries. Beginning in 1964 until the late 1970s, many Latin American countries including Brazil, Argentina, Peru, Chile, and Uruguay came under authoritarian dictatorships. These regimes established political and economic domination by a tiny elite within the concerned countries. They also effectively excluded large masses of people from the process of decision-making by banning elections and suppressing the rights and liberties of people that are a necessary condition for political participation. A simmering discontent was present in these countries as the military regimes were extremely repressive. They did not pursue policies that could cater to the economic and social demands of the lower and middle classes of the society. By the early 1980s, most of these regimes were faced with economic and political crises because of increasing foreign debt and popular discontent. Soon, various kinds of associations later called civil society associations were formed, particularly in Latin American countries, to press for the extension of civil and political rights. Like in East Europe, here too, the idea of civil society was invoked as a sphere of freedom against the authoritarian state. The popularity of the concept of civil society is related not only to the democratic struggle against authoritarianism, it also shows a decreasing faith in the capacity of the state to cater to people's needs and aspirations. In other words, the resurgence of the concept also indicates the failure of most of the post-colonial states to carry out economic and political development in these societies. Most of the newly independent states in the Asian, African, and Latin American countries failed to meet the expectations and aspirations of the people. These states were neither capable of attaining high economic growth, nor were they able to institutionalize democratic politics. The crisis of state led to a questioning of the very ideas of political and economic development that had dominated political discourse so far. The challenge to the existing models of development appeared in the decades of the 1980s and 1990s in the form of new social movements. They were new in the sense that they carved out an oppositional political space distinct from traditional political parties and pressure groups. They were also new in the more important sense that many of these movements questioned the models of development that had been pursued by the developing countries. In India, we can think of the Narmada Bachao Andolan, NBA, and the Chipko movement as examples of such movements. The NBA, for example, questioned the sustainability of big development projects like the Sardar Sarovar Dam on the Narmada River on ecological grounds, and has also been struggling for the rights of the local people displaced by the dam. It also criticized the project for over-centralization of the decision-making structure in which there was no participation of those directly affected by it. These and many such movements have created awareness about economic development through various traditionally non-political channels and have been successful in changing public opinion to some extent. Recently, we have seen a spate of non-governmental organizations, NGOs, funded by various international agencies, taking up these issues. These organizations work in a wide range of important social areas like education, health, human rights, ecological aspect of development, gender bias in development policies, rights of people affected by development projects, minority rights, and transparency in governance. These organizations seek to stay aloof from party politics and use methods like public interest litigations, PLs, and courts, lobbying with political leaders and legislators, campaign in the mass media, and working directly with people. In the last decade, various NGOs and other independent organizations have got together to form a worldwide organization called the World Social Forum, WSF, to coordinate their agendas and activities. However, there are different ideological positions among different NGOs on important economic and political issues. For example, there is an important debate on the role of the state in economic development and liberalization of the economy. It is an important issue given the fact that one of the important sources of support to the contemporary revival of the idea of civil society is the neoliberal economic doctrine. The neoliberal doctrine is supported by the World Trade Organization, WTO, the World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund, IMF. According to this doctrine, the old welfare functions of the state need to be dismantled and developmental work should be carried out by various civil society organizations. Modernity and civil society in post-colonial states. Critical issues. The application of the contemporary concepts of civil society for understanding and analyzing the politics and society of the post-colonial societies poses unique problems. Such problems arise basically because these societies have their own historical logic, and at the same time they have been irreversibly affected by Western modernity. The connotations of the concept of civil society are different in different countries of the Third World. These depend on the particular cultural contexts in which the concept is invoked. In this context, there is a need to be sensitive to the particular intellectual and cultural traditions of a given society. Kaviraj 2001. 306-07. In the post-colonial setup, the historical context of the emergence of civil society in most third world countries is very different from that of the West. The main reason for this is that most of these societies did not experience the reign of an all-powerful sovereign state of the absolutist kind discussed earlier in this chapter. In most colonized countries, as Sudipta Kaviraj argues in the case of India, society had an organizing principle independent of the state. The state authority did not usually interfere in its functioning and, traditionally, could not be as authoritarian as the historical absolutist state in Europe. The colonial states, on the other hand, were driven by the ideology of sovereign power, and with that they tried to establish control over these societies. The beginning of a civil society-like sphere in the colonial context can be traced historically to nationalist struggles against colonial regimes. A brief discussion of the concept of civil society in Indian history will help us understand better the problems involved with the institution of civil society in the post-colonial context. In India, like in other erstwhile colonized countries, modern political institutions did not originate solely out of civil society's own historical dynamics. They were also a result of the colonial encounter. The colonial state introduced modern institutions necessary for its own functioning, like a centralized legal system, unified administration, census for counting population groups, elected legislative assemblies, initially with restricted franchise, and modern English education. Modern education gradually produced a section of people in the society that came in contact with European political ideas and concepts. Through Bentham, Rousseau, and Mill, the ideas of liberty, democracy, and equality became known. Under the influence of the new ideas, the English-educated classes became critical of some of the liberty and equality-hindering practices of their own culture. Gradually, they became critical of the colonial state. By the beginning of the 20th century, leaders of the nationalist movement had already begun to think in terms of the right to self-governance. Gradually, this political demand took the shape of a movement for complete independence from colonial rule. A great part of nationalist politics was conducted in the vocabulary of Western political theory, but not all of it. The main problem was that the majority of the people of India, largely untouched by modern education, were not conversant with this vocabulary. If we compare this situation with the situation in European history, we can say that modern ideas like democracy, rights, freedom, and civil society needed to be translated in the local idioms of people's languages. In other words, political concepts grown in the soil of individualism did not match the social situation of this society. A modern civil society based on the ideals of freedom, equality, and citizenship instead became a hope and a goal of the dominant section of the nationalist leadership favoring modernization. Soon after independence, a leading group of political leaders, particularly those who shared Jawaharlal Nehru's modernist vision, believed that with the spread of modern education and scientific ideas, with the new industrialized economy and secular political institutions, Indian society would be able to break away from its traditional practices and modern civil society would emerge. Modernization theories and social sciences, too, had placed hope in the modernizing capacities of the newly independent state. At the same time, modernization theories had also presented the political culture of Western European countries and North America as a model and goal for the societies of the developing countries. Gradually, there was a realization in the social sciences as well as in political theory that the political cultures of Third World societies had presented them with unfamiliar and unexpected elements. Kaviraj 2001. As already discussed, the idea of civil society was closely linked to liberal individualist thought in the early modern age. To recapitulate, civil society in Western political theory is understood as a space for associations, membership to which is based on the criteria of rational interests of the individual citizens. Associations with membership based on traditional criteria do not have any place in this neat model of civil society. As some observers have noted, beginning in the late 19th century, there have been both kinds of associations in India, associations based on modem individualism as well as those based on purely traditional identities like caste and religion. The spread of modem ideas through English education was slow. Initially, politics in this sense was basically an elite affair. Gradually, the modern forms of politics reached the masses in urban and rural areas. The very idea of association-based politics of interest articulation and bargaining was definitely a modem form of politics. So, the interaction of modern political institutions and traditional elements of Indian society produced new kinds of political organizations and activities. Some scholars term such phenomena as the modernity of tradition, as it contained politics of associations based on traditional identities such as caste, Rudolph 1967. From the above discussion, it is clear that the concept of civil society has a normative charge when it is presented by liberal and modernization theories as an essential condition for the modernization of society and polity. For a post-colonial country like India, civil society is presented as an ideal to be achieved. Such a predicament poses a problem for the application of the concept. The problem is as follows. If we take too broad a view and include all kinds of associations based on caste, religion, and other traditional identities, the concept tends to lose its normative appeal. Such a civil society will be far from the normative ideal that refers to a sphere of political activities, situated between the institutions of state and family, carried out by the rational and modernized citizenry. If, on the other hand, we take a narrow view of civil society which restricts its scope only to modem associations, there is a risk of limiting civil society to the urban and the elite. Therefore, it seems that the idea of civil society based on associations form of politics is gaining popularity in contemporary times, primarily in urban areas. The fact that regional translations of the term civil society have still not become prevalent in regional political discourses also indicates the inherent limitations on the use of this concept. Presently, it seems, the usage is restricted to English-speaking sections of the population. In addition, some important critics of the concept have also found it difficult to fix the ideological content of civil society. If civil society consists of associations life per se, then nothing can prevent us from including the associations of all ideological hues, patriarchal forces alongside feminist groups, religious fundamentalists alongside reformists, social groups supporting liberalization of economy alongside those opposing it. Chan-Hoek 2003. Seligman 1992. Conclusion. We have seen that the concept of civil society has undergone many changes in its meaning. The concept of civil society made its historical journey beginning with Locke's political theory in the early modern age, went through various mutations in meaning via Enlightenment thinkers, Hegel, Marx, Tocqueville, and Gramsci until it was rediscovered as a useful category of social theory in the decades of the 1980s and 1990s. We have also observed that the current meaning attributed to civil society is a recent historical phenomenon. In this conception, civil society is considered as one sphere among many in social life. In its current usage, the domain of civil society is clearly demarcated from the domain of state, and it consists of a network of voluntary associations. So far, there seems to be an agreement among the contemporary users of the concept, but there are considerable differences when we raise the question regarding the type of groups and associations that should be included within the scope of the concept. According to one view, civil society is to be located basically in the sphere of the economy. This view seeks to defend the freedoms available in the market economy against the encroachments by the state. An alternative view, on the other hand, finds the location of civil society in the space that is independent of both the state and the economy. According to this view, civil society is constituted by voluntary associations, groups, and movements that are products of the free exchange of ideas in a democratic framework, and that also seek to keep a permanent check on the powers of the state in the interest of citizens' freedom. Cohen and Arado 1994. Kilnani 2001:13-14. In the latter version, civil society also acquires normative dimensions as it becomes a state of affairs that is desirable for the sake of democracy and freedom. Points for discussion. 1. As we have seen in this chapter, The term civil society has had many different meanings from its use in the 17th century to the present times. How has the meaning changed from its definitions in John Locke's political theory and the theory of the 18th century political economists to its usage in the last 2 decades? 2. When an activist of the People's Union for Civil Liberties, PUCL, was arrested by the Chhattisgarh government, Tehelka News reporter Shivam Vij wrote in its October 21, 2007 edition. The war on Maoists in Chhattisgarh is beginning to turn on civil society, emphasis added. Try to think about the connection between the two. 3. In the same paper, a columnist had written, for too long, the idea of civil society in India had been abdicated to the NGO sector, deemed a professional activity meant for others. What do you think are the dangers of abdicating the idea of civil society to the NGO sector? Reading list: Bhargava, Rajiv and Helmut Rehfeld, eds. Civil Society, Public Sphere, and Citizenship. Dialogues and Perceptions, New Delhi. Sage Publications, 2005. Chandhok, Neera, State and Civil Society. Explorations in Political Theory, New Delhi. Sage Publications, 1995. The Civil and the Political in Civil Society, in Carolyn M. Elliott, edition. Civil Society and Democracy. A Reader, New Delhi. Oxford University Press, 2003. Cohen, Jean and Andrew Arado. Civil Society and Political Theory, Cambridge. MIT Press, 1994. Dumont, Lewis. Essays on Individualism, Modem Ideology in Anthropological Perspective, Chicago and London. The University of Chicago Press, 1986. Elliott, Carolyn M. Edition. Civil Society and Democracy. A Reader, New Delhi. Oxford University Press, 2003. Femia, Joseph. Civil Society and the Marxist Tradition. In Sudipta Kaviraj and Sunil Khilnani, eds. Civil Society, History and Possibilities, Cambridge University Press, 2001. Von Gierk, Otto. Political Theories of the Middle Age, Cambridge and New York. Cambridge University Press, 1987. Kaviraj, Sudipta. In Search of Civil Society. In Sudipta Kaviraj and Sunil Khilnani, eds. Civil Society, History and Possibilities, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2001. Kaviraj, Sudipta and Sunil Khilnani, eds. Civil Society, History and Possibilities, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2001. Keane, John. Edition. Democracy and Civil Society, London. Verso, 1988. Khilnani, Sunil. The Development of Civil Society. In Sudipta Kaviraj and Sunil Khilnani, eds. Civil Society, History and Possibilities, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 2001. Kozelek, Reinhardt, Critique and Crisis. Enlightenment and the Pathogenesis of Modern Society, Oxford and New York. Berg, 1988. Kumar, Krishan, Civil Society. An Inquiry into the Usefulness of an Historical Term, British Journal of Sociology, 44, 3, 1993. Locke, John. The Second Treatise of Government, New York. Dover Publications, 2002. Mitra, Amit. Civil Society, Globalization and Sustainable Development. com/2001/507, November 27, 2001. Rudolph and Rudolph. Modernity of Tradition. Political Development in India, Chicago. The University of Chicago Press, 1967. Seligman, Adam B. The Idea of Civil Society, Princeton. Princeton University Press, 1992. Taylor, Charles. Modes of Civil Society. In Carolyn M. Elliott, edition. Civil Society and Democracy. A Reader, New Delhi. Oxford University Press, 2003. De Tocqueville, Alexis. Democracy in America. Both Volume 1 and 2 edition by Richard D. Hefner, New York. Minter Books, New American Library, 1956. Property. Mohinder Singh. Chapter Outline. Introduction 207. The Extent and Limits of Property Rights 207. The Concept of Property in Political Theory 208. Property in Ancient and Medieval Political Thought 208. Modernity and the Concept of Property 210. Developments in the 20th Century. Socialism, Welfarism, Libertarianism 218. Gender and Property Rights. Feminist Perspectives on the Concept of Property 220. Points for Discussion 222. Introduction. Like with most concepts in political theory, the meaning of the concept of property is not constant. It has changed over time according to the evolution of the institution of property in history and according to the way different societies have evaluated the uses of this institution. In its broadest sense, the concept of property refers to exclusive ownership of a thing or objects of value. But the practices of property differ from one society to another. In common parlance, we sometimes identify things themselves as property. These things may be concrete material things like a piece of land, a house, a car, etc. We sometimes see advertisements for sale of things like a house, a plot of land, a shop as property for sale. What constitutes property here is the enforceable legal claim of persons or groups to things, not the things themselves. Property, thus, refers to a legal relation between persons with respect to specific things, material or abstract things such as copyright. Therefore, for the institution of property to exist, there has to be some legal authority to enforce property as a legitimate claim. For example, I own a bag which I somehow lost at a railway station. The bag is now lying at the lost property counter. The bag is not with me, but it is still my property insofar as I can rightfully claim it as mine, and insofar as this claim is legally recognized. Property, therefore, is not merely something I am able to take, occupy, or possess. I must be entitled to possess it legitimately. Hence, property is necessarily relational and is possible only in a legally organized community of people. Property does not only refer to private property. Private property is only one of the various forms of property. Other forms of property are common property and public or state property. Private property is a right with a private individual, a family, a corporation, or a group, which excludes others from the use, consumption, or enjoyment of things owned privately. In this sense, property rights grant the owner an exclusive power to decide what will happen to a particular thing or resource. In the case of common property, on the other hand, access and utility are not limited to an individual and his or her family, but are shared commonly by many people, a community, or a village. Public or state property refers to those things controlled by the state for public purposes: transport, railways, historical monuments, public parks, etc. The extent and limits of property rights. As we mentioned above, legal recognition is necessary for the institution of property. Legally, property is recognized as property right. Legally, property is recognized as property right or the right of ownership. Property rights, however, are never absolute. There are always some restrictions placed on the use of our property. For example, you may not be allowed to blow the horn of your car near a hospital, although the car is your property. These rights are restricted by legal systems in order to protect the rights and freedoms of other persons. The American philosopher Robert Nozick, 1974:171, gives an example of one such restriction. My property rights in my knife allow me to leave it where I will, but not in your chest. These are obvious restrictions on people's right to the use of their property. The precise extent of ownership rights, however, depend on their definition by a given legal system. The commonly recognized elements of ownership are right to possess, right to use, right to transfer, right to bequeath, right to exclude others, right to manage, and right to income and capital from one's property. The concept of property in political theory. The concept of property can be approached from a legal, sociological, economic, or philosophical perspective. In this chapter, our focus is on the concept of property in the history of political theory, and we shall briefly discuss some of the most influential arguments regarding property. Traditionally, political theories have investigated the idea of property as part of their integrated vision of an ideal human life. Instead of providing a focused investigation of a particular idea or institution, they have dealt with it in terms of its place in their overall vision of the ideal organization of political life. In their approaches, traditional political theories have contained empirical as well as normative statements. In other words, they have not only described the existing institutions and practices related to property, but also prescribed the best and the ideal possibilities. At the same time, the bulk of the debate in the history of political theory has been around the problems of private property. With respect to private property, two kinds of arguments have been given: arguments for the moral justification of private property and political arguments as to how property ownership affects public spirit, virtue, citizens' behavior, political ethics, etc. In a particular theory, we can find a version of either of the two arguments, or a combination of both. We shall now discuss the notion of property as represented in some of the most important political theories. Property in ancient and medieval political thought. The political thought of Plato and Aristotle in ancient Greece was developed in close connection with their ethics. The central question they were concerned with was, what are the conditions for a good life for man? Greek life was communally lived and was organized around the city-state, polis. A life lived in isolation from the city-state was not considered a properly human life. It was through the city-state that a good life for man could be possible. Man, for Plato and Aristotle, was essentially a political animal, since they were concerned with the truly good and happy life for man, and because properly designed political arrangements could enable the pursuit of that good life. It was imperative for them to determine the true nature and functions of the state. Citizens would be unable to lead the good life if the state they lived in were a bad state. With respect to property, their main concern was the ideal property arrangements necessary for the good ethical life of the citizens. In his Republic, Plato argued that private possessions tend to make human beings selfish. Therefore, in the ideal state described in the Republic, private property is prohibited for the rulers. Plato argued that if the rulers were allowed private ownership of property, they would start amassing property and would primarily be interested in pursuing their self-interest instead of taking care of all the citizens of the state. On the other hand, If whatever belonged to the guardians belonged to them in common, it would encourage a feeling of public spiritedness among the rulers, and that would be an ideal condition of harmonious living together. To summarize, Plato criticized private ownership of property for the rulers because it induces selfishness and destroys public spiritedness among citizens. In other words, private ownership is a hindrance to the unity and harmony of the state, whereas ownership in common enhances them. So, to avoid social divisiveness and to ensure harmony, Plato advocated collective ownership as the ideal. Aristotle criticized Plato's argument for the abolition of private property on many grounds. First, disputes and quarrels would not necessarily end because those who hold property in common tend to have more disputes than those who own privately. Therefore, Plato's scheme is not a guarantee of harmony in the state. Second, Aristotle takes Plato to task for this argument that all men saying mine and not mine at the same instant of time is a sign of perfect unity of a state. Aristotle 2001, 1262a. Aristotle argues that least care is bestowed on things belonging to many in common. In such situations, everybody is more inclined to neglect the duty which they expect others to perform. In this way, things owned in common will be neglected by everybody. By saying that all persons caring for common things does not necessarily translate into each person caring for them, Aristotle has produced an argument which is used very frequently by the opponents of common ownership. Third, Aristotle says that there are both good and bad effects of private property. While the bad effects of private property can be removed without abolishing it, mainly through education, the good effects cannot be rescued without it. According to Aristotle, private ownership can promote virtues like prudence and responsibility. Everyone has a distinct interest. Men will not complain of one another, and they will make more progress, because everyone will be attending to his own business. Aristotle 2001. Interestingly, Aristotle also says that without private property, some virtues like friendship and generosity cannot be developed. So, property owned individually provides us with the opportunity to be helpful and generous towards others' activities that give great satisfaction and joy to us. The Platonic abolition of private property would, according to Aristotle, produce morally worse results than its existence. Aristotle considers ownership of property to be a source of pleasure and happiness, and a state where the rulers are deprived of this happiness cannot be a happy state. Although Aristotle defends private property, he is not in favor of endless accumulation of property. In fact, he does not approve of one-sided attention given to the accumulation of wealth. In other words, property for Aristotle is not an end, rather a means to an end. The desirable end for Aristotle is a virtuous and good political life spent in the company of fellow citizens. In itself, property has no great value. Moreover, caring for property is a private matter to be handled by the master of the household. For an ideal political organization, he recognized a need to provide the citizens training through education, not to desire excessive wealth. The political thought of the Middle Ages shared with Aristotle the idea that property cannot be an end of human life, but only a means. The political thought of the Middle Ages was dominated by the Christian worldview. The Christian idea of the end or purpose of human life was very different from that of Aristotle's. Unlike the Greeks, the Christian worldview did not value active political life very highly. True happiness, according to this worldview, is possible only in the everlasting life of the other world. In this world, only imperfect happiness can be achieved. St. Thomas Aquinas, the most influential Christian thinker of the Middle Ages, rejected seeking earthly glory, honor, wealth, power, sensory pleasure, etc. as desirable goals of human life. The best life for human beings, he felt, is a life devoted to spiritual activities. For leading this kind of life, human beings need property as a necessary means to such a life. The most important ethical consideration for Aquinas is that the use of property should be made subservient to the higher goal of life. Like Aristotle, Aquinas too justified private possessions only to the extent that things are used as a means for leading a virtuous life. Modernity and the concept of property. Before the rise of the modern age, the main form of property was land, and commerce was not a very highly valued activity. As we have seen in the section on Aristotle and Aquinas, there were significant moral constraints on the accumulation of property. Medieval ethical and political theories and the medieval church had put enormous ethical constraints on the activity of money earning. Practices like usury, so essential for commercial activity, were considered sinful and banned. With the emergence of the modern age, commercial activity gained a prominent place in society. The modern era is usually identified with the rise of capitalism, a system of production where production of things takes place largely for commerce, and money plays a very crucial role in commercial exchange. The preeminence of business and commerce in the modern age would not have been possible without a struggle against the prevalent medieval moral and religious values. In the struggle at the level of ideas, modern political theories played a very important role. They attempt to overcome traditional moral constraints. Modern political theory played a big role in undermining the ancient and medieval doctrines of society and politics. First of all, political theory itself underwent significant transformations. The most important change that took place in political theory was the separation of ethics and politics. In the 16th and 17th centuries, the writings of thinkers such as Niccolò Machiavelli, Thomas More, Jean Bodin, Thomas Hobbes, and John Locke attempted to shake off the ethical baggage inherited from classical and medieval doctrines of politics. For the new thinkers, the most important task of political authority was not that of caring about the good and virtuous life of the citizens. It was to provide conditions of security under which citizens could live a peaceful and economically secure life. The emphasis of the new political theory was on security, particularly economic security gradu ally. Economic concerns started to acquire the center stage in political thinking in place of the ethical. Along with these changes, another important aspect of the new political thought was that it provided justification for a commercial, capitalist form of property as against the feudal form of property. In the following section, we shall study one of the most influential doctrines of property in the early modern political theory developed by John Locke in the 17th century. John Locke on property. John Locke provided a very strong moral justification of private property in two treatises of government, 1967. The core idea of Locke's theory of property is that people are entitled to own as property whatever they produce by their own labor and initiative. Locke argues that in the state of nature, nature and its resources have been given by God to mankind in common. Thus, originally, no one has any private property. At the same time, human beings have a natural right to self-preservation and consequently to things necessary for self-preservation. After describing these conditions, Locke gives a peculiar argument that the fruits of nature, though given in common, must be appropriated before being of any use to any particular man. For example, in the case of literally a fruit, Locke is very clear as to when the fruit begins to be a person's: when he digested, or when he ate, or when he boiled, or when brought them home, or when he picked them up. And 'tis plain, if the first gathering made them not his, nothing else would. Locke 1967, 288. For something to become someone's private property, therefore, it is necessary that he removes it from the common and makes it his own. Such an appropriation by removal from the common can create an exclusive right to property if such a removal, according to Locke, can satisfy three conditions. These are moral conditions that limit the right to property in the state of nature. For Locke's concept of natural rights, see Chapter 6 of this volume. First, one can make something their property by removing it out of the common only if they have mixed their labor with it and joined to it something that is their own. Locke argued that in applying labor to something, some part of what that person owns gets mixed with the object in such a way as to exclude the common right of other people to own it, and to make that thing his her own property. Locke's example's pitcher of water taken from the flowing river can turn some quantity of the flowing unowned water into someone's exclusive property. The second condition Locke puts on the right to appropriate is that enough and as good must be left in common for others to appropriate. No one has the right to appropriate in such a way that the situation of others is worsened by the act of appropriation. This proviso was given in order to make sure that others' situation is not worsened by someone's appropriation of some portion of the wealth given to all in common. The third condition is that one can legitimately appropriate only as much as one can use and consume before it spoils or decays. Soon afterwards, in the same section of the book, Locke overcomes all the conditions he sets for the appropriation of the resources of nature as private property. The condition that one's own labor has to be expended in order to acquire something as private property is overcome if it is possible to buy and sell labor legitimately. The meaning of this provision in Locke's political theory is that if I buy someone's labor, I am also entitled to the product of that labor. For example, if I own some amount of cotton and the machinery to manufacture textile from it, but I employ another person or persons to work on the machines to produce textile, I am entitled to the manufactured textile. The assumption here is that transfer of labor also implies transfer of the laborer's entitlement to the things produced by him. Similarly, Locke argues that the other two limitations are no more valid once money as a medium of exchange has been invented. Since natural things of human use such as grains, meat or clothes, etc., are likely to rot or decay after some time, it is foolish as well as dishonest to hoard up more than one can use before they decay. But with money, either in the form of metal coins or paper notes, there is no such risk. Therefore, one can legitimately accumulate as much money as one can. But how is the stipulation that enough and as good must be left for others for their own use overcome with the use of money? It is here that Locke underscores the importance of land as property. Land as property can become significantly superior to other natural resources only if it is privately owned. As we saw for the argument relating to labor getting mixed up with objects, you can be a legitimate owner of land if you cultivate it with your own labor. By tilling and cultivating the own land, You can get much more produce from it than would be available if the land remained in an abandoned state. Therefore, Locke says, by appropriating the land, far from reducing the total share of human beings, a rational and industrious appropriate actually adds to it by generating new resources and opportunities for work. The produce from the land owes its existence to human labor. The introduction of money, on the other hand, facilitates trade and commerce among individuals and communities. The private appropriate of land can, in the modem era, produce not merely for consumption but for trade. Therefore, even if some people appropriate as much land as not to leave enough for others, the greater productivity of the appropriated land compensates for the lack of land available to others. A strong assumption behind this argument is that the increase in the whole product will be distributed to the benefit of those left without any or enough land. Private accumulation in a society where trade and commerce flourish actually increases the amount left for others by increasing the general level of prosperity. The conclusion of this crucial argument of Locke's is that even bare subsistence, at the standard prevailing in a society where all land is appropriated, is better than the standard of. The conclusion of this crucial argument of Locke's is that even bare subsistence, at the standard prevailing in a society where all land is appropriated, is better than the standard of any member of society where land is not appropriated and fully utilized. In Locke's theory, the contribution of human labor is evaluated very highly, whereas natural resources are considered almost worthless. Thus, Locke's justification of private appropriation rests on two basic arguments. First is that one's labor is one's own property, and second is that before being privately and exclusively appropriated, resources of nature are valueless. At the same time, Locke's justification of private property is a justification of the capitalist form of property because it is under capitalism that production basically takes place for the purpose of exchange, the exchange of commodities. McPherson, 1967. It is on the basis of the assumed superiority of the capitalist farming and production for trade that Locke justified the British colonists' occupation of lands belonging to the American Indians. Locke argued that the American Indians did not know how to fully utilize the land. Hence, the land was justly available for appropriation. The utilitarian justification of private property. According to Locke, the chief function of the government is to guarantee the protection of individuals' natural rights and to secure conditions under which they can peacefully enjoy their properties. However, Locke's concept of natural rights entails that the institution of property existed prior to and without the government. The institutions of civil society and government originated in order to make property secure. Locke's natural rights theory of property was severely criticized by the utilitarian thinkers. The utilitarians have two main arguments regarding property. First, in contrast to the natural rights doctrine, utilitarians defend private ownership on the ground of its enormous utility. And second, they argue that the institution of property cannot exist without the prior existence of legal and political authority of the government. Let us elaborate the utilitarian arguments in more detail. Modern utilitarianism has its origins in the ideas of the 18th and 19th century British thinkers, such as David Hume, Jeremy Bentham, James Mill, and John Stuart Mill. The tradition continued in the ideas of important thinkers like Henry Sidgwick, R.M. Hare, and J.J.C. Smart. Utilitarianism is the name given to that branch of ethical and political theory which judges the rightness of acts and decisions of individuals and institutions by their capacity to promote the happiness of those affected by them. According to Bentham, human beings naturally tend to seek pleasure and avoid pain. The happiness of an individual can be defined by a calculation of these two basic elements, and it is calculable. Happiness, according to Bentham, is to be understood as presence of pleasure and absence of pain, and unhappiness as absence of pleasure and presence of pain. According to utilitarian ethical theory, the acts which promote happiness are right and those which produce the opposite are wrong. Bentham also believed that it was possible to assess, indeed calculate pleasures and pains of an individual according to the duration, intensity, and propinquity of the sensations of pleasure or pain. It is, therefore, possible to make a judgment on the acts and policies of institutions according to such a calculation. So, an act is right if it produces a situation in which the happiness of a maximum number of people is ensured. In other words, an act is right if the net balance of pleasure over pain of those affected is greater. The government's and the limit to the government's sphere of activity have to be justified by reference to the principle of utility, i.e. by reference to the greatest happiness of the greatest number. This is the earliest and a crude form of modem utilitarianism, rejected by almost all the later utilitarians and replaced by more sophisticated versions. Bentham's views on what constituted the individual's pleasure were criticized by his successor John Stuart Mill, who introduced the distinction between higher-order pleasure and lower-order pleasure. In the 20th century, the utilitarians have replaced pleasure with individuals' rational preferences. However, despite disputes within utilitarianism on what is to be counted as legitimate preference of individuals, the basic idea has remained the same. The basic idea of the utilitarian political theory is that it is possible to gather information regarding the sum total of all the utilities in a society. The goodness of institutions can be judged by looking at what they do with respect to this sum total of utilities. The utilitarians reject the Lockean view that there could be any pre-legal and pre-political natural rights, including the right to property. They place great value on legal political institutions and reject rights in the imaginary pre-political state of nature as nonsense. On the question of property, the utilitarians maintain that the right to property is meaningless in the absence of positive legal institutions to enforce the right. Property is a creation of law and is impossible without the coercive institutional apparatus of the government. Even in the presence of institutions, the important questions are: what kind of right to property do utilitarians defend, and on what grounds? The utilitarians maintain that individuals should have a right to exclusive private property. Existence of this right is obviously defended on the ground that it is compatible with the principle of utility. Human beings do not live from moment to moment. Rather, they plan their lives with future material security in mind. Expectations from the future are an important part of their happiness and a sense of well-being. Security in expectations leads to peace of mind and promotion of happiness. Frustrated expectations, on the other hand, are a major source of hindrance to happiness or a source of unhappiness. If I sow today, I expect to reap tomorrow. If someone else reaps what I have sown, it leads to frustration, insecurity, and ultimately to unhappiness. On the other hand, insecurity in possession, use, and control over goods makes an individual's achievement of happiness impossible. From the above assumptions, the utilitarians conclude that a system of property rights is necessary if individuals are to achieve some degree of happiness. Another important utilitarian argument in favor of the right to property is the incentive argument. Utilitarians argue that labor is a painful activity and human beings would not happily like to engage in it. Therefore, an individual reward is necessary to overcome the natural disinclination towards labor. By guaranteeing the security of rewards through a system of rightful ownership, human beings will have the incentive to work. But also, and more importantly, it is a system of private property that creates incentives for individuals to work harder. Imagine a situation where you are working collectively with some people and the rewards of the work are to be shared equally. You will not get any extra benefit even if you were to work harder than everybody else. In other words, you do not have the incentive and consequently no motivation for working more. But if there is individual entitlement to the rewards of labor, you have the necessary motivation to work more. Since the increased wealth due to extra individual effort adds to the total wealth of the society, the utilitarian argues that private property rights are not only beneficial for the concerned individual, they also increase the social utility. Therefore, if governments want to promote the overall happiness of people, they should encourage productivity by protecting individuals' property rights. Similarly, no government should take away property some people are expected to possess and enjoy. Taking both the security argument and the incentive argument together, utilitarianism justifies private property because such an arrangement not only contributes to our happiness, but also improves our ability to make use of the things of the world and of our own abilities. Utilitarians argue further that legal institutions are necessary for enforcing property rights. They assume that there is a scarcity of goods in the world, and that human beings have innumerable wants. Given the way human nature is, utilitarians have a bleak view of human nature. There are high chances of conflict and violence. The need for institutions arises from the need to control potentially violent situations. It is the task of institutions to create conditions in which individuals can peacefully enjoy the fruits of their labor and can predict others' conduct in order to plan their own activities. In other words, institutions are necessary for creating the stable conditions necessary for the security of individuals' expectations. The opposite conditions, the insecurity of possession and use, make happiness impossible. Karl Marx's critique of private property. The historical context of the natural rights and the utilitarian doctrines of property was that of the emergence and expansion of capitalism in Europe. The basic feature of the capitalist mode of production is that production in society takes place for the market. In the market, one commodity is exchanged for another through the medium of money. With the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century, the capitalists started to invest more and more capital in large-scale production in modem factories. The growth of industrial capitalism engendered, on the one hand, large-scale accumulation of wealth in the hands of the capitalist class, and on the other, an impoverished working class. The condition of industrial laborers in Europe in the 19th century was very poor. The working conditions in the early capitalist factory were very harsh. The working hours were long and the wages were at the subsistence level. As a result, the 19th century capitalism was ridden with extreme social and economic inequalities. Karl Marx's critique of private property needs to be understood against this historical background. Karl Marx advocated the abolition of private property. By private property, Marx refers to the private ownership of the means of production. His analysis is historical. He focuses on the specific historical capitalist form of private property arrangements and methods of production. Marx specifies abolition of private property as an essential condition for the establishment of communism, an ideal society imagined by him. However, he does not advocate abolition of all kinds of property rights, but only capitalist private property, or in other words, private property is capital. Marx, in other words, is not hostile to the idea of individuals owning some amount of property necessary for their basic needs. Marx's first arguments against private property appear as a critique of Hegel's defense of private property. Hegel believed that possession of property is essential for the realization of man's personality. Against Hegel, Marx argues that private property in the capitalist form is not a realization but a negation of personality. Marx believed that human beings, under the conditions of the capitalist mode of production, were not able to master the world through their ownership of property. On the contrary, the forces of market decide what happens to human beings in the world. They are not the true owners of their own selves, nor can they fully realize their own will under such conditions. Marx argued that only after the abolition of the capitalist mode of production can human beings truly master the world. This argument of Marx against private property can also be understood in comparison with Locke's. The main point of Locke's justification of property is that private property is something that is produced by the application of someone's labor. Locke was able to overcome this limitation with the provision that labor could be bought and sold legitimately, and the product of labor belonged to someone who had bought the labor. So, where there is a labor market, the producer of a product may not have control over the product of his labor. This lack of control is one of the points in Marx's critique of private property and wage labor arrangement in a market economy. Marx's analysis tried to show that there is no real freedom or choice for those who labor and who own no property. They must either work by selling their labor or starve. Marx also showed that capitalism had historically eliminated those systems of production where individual producers could own the means of their production. The elimination of such systems of production was a historical precondition for the emergence of the capitalist mode of production. According to Marx, the capitalist mode of production is based on the monopolization of the means of production by a small class of people, the capitalist class. The majority of the laborers are those who own no means of production. This happened through a two-fold process in the European history during the transition from the feudal to the capitalist mode of production. On the one hand, large number of peasants and small-scale producers are deprived of their means of production, leading to the emergence of a class of laborers who have nothing but their labor power to sell in order to survive. On the other hand, all means of production get concentrated in the hands of a class of capitalists with the help of the legal mechanism of private property rights. Marx names this process primitive accumulation. The capitalists' ownership of the means of production makes sure that laborers sell their labor to the capitalists since they themselves have nothing to work with or work upon, i.e. instruments of production, raw material, etc. Thus, the main method of acquiring property under capitalism is through the appropriation of the products of labor. How, according to Marx, does this appropriation take place? Marx argued that labor was the creator of value of things. The worker, who produces, therefore, should be entitled to the whole product of his labor. In reality, and because the worker does not own the means of production, he only gets a portion of the labor expended for the production of a specific thing in the form of wage. The wages that are given to the workers are sufficient only to fulfill the subsistence needs of the worker and his family. Marx attempts to show through his analysis of the dynamics of capitalist production that the source of profit in capitalist production is the unpaid labor of the worker. According to him, what the worker gets in the form of wages is only a fraction of the value he produces in a particular period of time. The remaining value created by the labor of the worker is appropriated by the capitalist. Marx refers to the latter as surplus value, which is shown to be the source of profit for the capitalist. But for Marx, the appropriation of surplus value, since its source is unpaid labor, amounts to exploitation of the workers. In this way, he argues that capitalist private property is founded upon exploitation. Another ground of Marx's critique of capitalist private property is his theory of alienation worked out in his early work, Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts, 1844. Marx argues that in the capitalist mode of production and under the regime of private property, various kinds of alienation or estrangement take place. This means a process of becoming strange or foreign to oneself. Alienation is the effect of property relations under capitalism. Marx's starting point is what he considers as the actual economic fact. This, according to Marx, is that the more the laborer produces, the poorer he becomes. This is because under capitalism, wage labor does not create property for the laborer. It creates capital. Marx describes three kinds of alienation or estrangement that workers go through under capitalism. According to Marx, production in human societies always involves an interaction between human labor and nature. In all productive activities, Be it agriculture or craftsmanship or industrial production, human beings work upon nature with the help of certain tools, implements, or machines. While working on nature, their labor gets embodied in the objects they produce or create. Through such productive and creative activities, man's labor gets realized. The producers, therefore, have a special relationship with the products of their labor. They find something of their own, their labor, in such things. But under capitalist relations of production, i.e., under the conditions of wage labor, where workers, by agreeing to sell their labor, produce for others, and where the products of their labor are under the conditions of wage labor, where workers, by agreeing to sell their labor, produce for others, and where the products of their labor are taken away from them, the relationship between worker and the product of his/her labor changes completely. But the second kind of alienation results because the capitalist production is organized in such a way that workers conceive their work as nothing but sheer drudgery. In the assembly line factory production, work is repetitive, monotonous, and stressful. It does not involve the creativity of the workers because work is extremely Fragmentation means that laborers do not get to produce a complete product the way artisans used to in pre-modern artisan production. Working under such conditions, i.e. in big modem industries, does not lead to the free development of the worker's personality, but mortifies his body and mints his mind. The worker does not enjoy the activity of working and feels happy when he/she is not working. The worker, therefore, feels alienated from the activity of working. Very closely related to the second kind of alienation is the alienation from the species being. According to Marx, every animal species has a specific species character. Man has a specific species character that distinguishes him from other animals. Free, conscious activity. What does free, conscious activity mean, and how does it distinguish human beings from other animals? According to Marx, Milton produced Paradise Lost for the same reason that a silkworm produces silk. It was an activity of his nature. The reason may be the same, and it may lie in the essential nature of each species, but the activities themselves are very different. An animal's life activities are at one with itself. It does not distinguish the animal from itself. Human beings, on the other hand, direct and control their activity consciously and with freedom. Under the condition of capitalist production, where workers find their work repulsive, they relate to it in a non-human way. In other words, human life under capitalism is reduced to the level of animals, separating human beings from their very human essence. As a result of all these alienations, human beings get alienated from each other. Marx, therefore, argues that only after the abolition of private ownership will human beings achieve full humanity and true freedom. This, Marx believed, could be achieved with the social control of production. Developments in the 20th century: socialism, welfarism, libertarianism. The socialist idea indirectly affected the 20th century politics in many ways. Within the capitalist economies, strongly organized trade unions fought for the rights of the workers under the banner of socialism and gained important victories. In these countries, important welfare schemes were implemented to mitigate the bad effects of capitalism on the workers. Most of the developed capitalist countries and many developing countries implemented social welfare policies, particularly after the World War II. The main components of these policies were taxation on property and transfer of basic industries, and basic public amenities like health and education to state control. These schemes led to the substantial improvement of the condition of the working class, particularly in the developed countries of Europe and North America. State welfare schemes also found strong theoretical support from the 20th century developments in utilitarianism, as well as from the influential John Rawls' theory of justice. Rawls argued that the policies of redistribution of resources should be judged on the basis of their impact on the least advantaged sections of society. The utilitarians, on the other hand, advocated those policies of redistribution which enhanced the overall utility of the maximum number of people in a society. These theories face strong criticisms from the libertarian thinkers like Friedrich von Hayek, Milton Friedman, Ayn Rand, and Robert Nozick. The libertarians argued that justice does not demand any particular distribution pattern. They believed that any outcome arrived at by separate just actions of individuals could be called just. Robert Nozick advanced this version of libertarianism in his book Anarchy, State, and Utopia, 1974. Robert Nozick's entitlement defense of private property. Robert Nozick revived the Lockean idea that individuals are absolute owners of their talents and capacities. He used this argument to justify private ownership. Nozick's theory of property is known as the theory of historical entitlement. Like Locke, Nozick also favors individual property rights and starts from the position that individuals are the owners of their own selves and have certain basic rights and duties, in particular, rights not to be harmed in life and liberty. Each human being is the morally rightful owner of his own person and powers. Consequently, he is free to use those powers as he wishes, provided that he does not employ them aggressively against others. He may not harm others. He may not be forced to harm others. He should also not be forced to help them, as is done in case of the redistribution system of the welfare state. According to Nozick's theory, individuals obtain absolute control over objects through historical processes. This means that they may retain or transfer the ownership of these objects only at their own discretion. All compulsory transferences, therefore, constitute an infringement of rights. Similarly, any coercive regulation of owned objects infringes on the right of the owner. Further, Nozick's theory elaborates on procedures by which individuals may justly acquire titles to particular resources. It is a historical principle of justice in that it too holds that past circumstances or actions or people can create differential entitlements. This principle requires not that the size of shares be proportioned to past action, but that particular items are acquired by particular procedures. Nozick 1974:155. The entitlement theory connects individuals with particular holdings acquired by particular procedures. Nozick's entitlement theory has the following components. 1. The theory of just acquisition of holdings. This component tells us under what condition a person is entitled to something taken from the state of nature. According to Nozick, if a person has acquired a holding according to the principle of just acquisition of holdings, then this person is legitimately entitled to it. 2. The theory of just transfer of holdings. This component specifies the ways in which persons can justly transfer their holdings. According to Nozick, market transactions, charity, and barter are examples of legitimate means of transfer. Theft, extortions, and taxation are examples of unjust means of taking of someone's property. This component of Nozick's entitlement theory states that if a person acquires a holding in accordance with the principle of justice and transfer from someone else who is justly entitled to that holding, can legitimately become the owner of that holding. 3. The theory of rectification. This component describes a procedure through which the effects of past injustices may be rectified or corrected. According to this component, if a person owns some holding according to the principle of rectification, he is justly entitled to that holding. 4. No one is legitimately entitled to a holding except by following the above-mentioned procedures. Nozick 1974:150-53. Distribution of property is to be defended or criticized, according to Nozick, not in the light of consideration of needs or rewards for effort or the like, but by reference to information about the whole past history of the objects in the distribution. With respect to a given item of property, we have to obtain the required historical information regarding the origins of that item. In other words, we have to know whether its owner acquired it justly in the first place according to Principle 1, original appropriation of a previously unowned object, Principle 2, just transfer of a previously justly owned object, or Principle 3, property AC accruing to someone as a result of rectification of unjust ownership. The legitimacy of an entitlement, thus, depends on originally just appropriation and subsequently just. The legitimacy of an entitlement, thus, depends on originally just appropriation and subsequently just transfer, except where the holding is a result of rectification of some past unjust appropriation or transfer. Now, the most important point is to specify how a person can legitimately acquire property. Originally, Nozick begins by considering the procedures specified in Locke's theory of property. Locke's procedures, as discussed above, say that a title is acquired by mixing labor with unowned objects, provided that enough and as good is left for others. Nozick does not assign much importance to the means of acquiring property. As a matter of fact, he provides a critique of Locke's labor-mixing argument. Nozick takes Locke's enough and as good proviso more seriously and uses it as an important qualifying condition for a legitimate appropriation of property. Nozick argues that others' liberty is not violated as long as enough and as good is left in common for others. If A appropriates some natural object but there remains enough unappropriated for others to do anything they might have done before an appropriation, then the appropriation has not violated any rights. Each person has as much a liberty as before. The crucial point for Nozick is whether an appropriation of an unowned object worsens the situation of others. Nozick 1974:175. If the position of others no longer at liberty to use the thing is worsened by a certain act of appropriation, that act is not justified. One has to be sure that enough and as good is left for others. Locke and Nozick differ on the interpretation of this condition. Nozick thinks that in certain circumstances loss of liberty by others due to appropriation of some hitherto unowned object can be legitimately compensated. If appropriation and enclosure leave no further land or resources to appropriate and the propertyless have lost the right to use the resources appropriated, it will be justified if their overall position is not worsened, if the opportunities gained through others' appropriations at least compensate for the liberties lost. Nozick thinks it is enough and is good to compensate others with equivalent opportunities and resources, and not necessary for either exactly the same or nearly similar sort of items to be there as existed before appropriation. Nozick's argument has been criticized on the ground that it allows the comparison of only two situations, those of no ownership and those with private ownership. G.A. Cohen argues that he does not take into account other alternatives like joint ownership of resources. This alternative, however, does not go against Nozick's ideal of self-ownership of individuals. Cohen 1985, 95. Gender and property rights. Feminist perspectives on the concept of property. In the 20th century, the feminist movement highlighted the inequality between men and women and provided a powerful critique of it. Feminist thought developed a very important perspective on social reality by focusing on the experiences of women in society, as well as on the impact of different theories and practices on women's lives. One of the most important feminist arguments is that the distribution of resources in a particular society is strongly affected by the prevailing gender relations in that particular society. The resulting iniquitous distribution, in turn, consolidates and perpetuates the gender bias against women. Feminist scholars have argued that an important condition of the subjugation of women throughout history has been the denial of access to resources of income, such as land. Because of the prevailing patterns of male ownership and control of such resources, the status of women has been one of dependence on men. This dependent status is then legitimized by means of ideologies which claim that the subordinate status of women has a grounding in the order of nature. Political theory, both modem and pre-modem, has played an important role in the production of such ideologies. Contemporary feminist thought has critically analyzed many important texts of political theory, those of Aristotle, Rousseau, Locke, and others from this standpoint. Friedman 2002:26-30. As an example of this mode of feminist criticism, we shall briefly discuss Carol Pateman's critique of early modem social contract theory. According to Carol Pateman, modem political theory, beginning with the works of Hobbes and Locke, seeks to define the spheres of society and politics in a special way. Social and the political spheres gain their meaning from what they exclude as much as from what they include. One of the exclusions that takes place in this strategy is that of familial and kinship relation. Society, or the space for social activities, has no space for particularistic or ascriptive ties. It is a space where free and equal individuals interact and transact their businesses. This understanding of the social sphere, Pateman claims, leads to the exclusion of women from it. Pateman, 1987. How does this exclusion happen? Pateman questions the belief that the individual in modern political theory includes both men and women, and hence is gender neutral. She, in fact, shows that the individual in modern political theory is masculine. According to her, Locke's concept of individual in two treatises of government excludes women because he does not allow equality between men and women. Locke argues that women are naturally subject to men because the subjection of wife to husband has a foundation in nature. Therefore, this being a given, women can be neither free nor equal to men in such a conception of society. Although, historically, Locke's political theory challenged various feudal inequalities of hierarchies and status, it fails to challenge inequality present in the family, as the family is excluded from the social space. Pateman argues that although Locke's political theory was presented ostensibly as an argument against Robert Filmer's defense of patriarchal power, it ended up justifying a new, modem form of patriarchy. The individuals in Locke's political theory, who go out in the society and are the owners of private property and bearers of rights, the citizens, according to Pateman, are the men who are heads of households. They represent women and children in the public social sphere. Women, on the contrary, remained confined to the private, non-political sphere without property and rights. The division between public and private, maintained by this theory, is based on patriarchal assumptions. It is men, as heads of households, who enter into the original social contract that created the political state. As a result, while men acquired full citizenship of the body politic, women were reduced to a subordinate position in it. For a long time, later modem democracies denied women many civil rights, most importantly, the right to vote, on the grounds that they were represented in the political realm by their husbands. Friedman 2002. 26-30. The subordinate position of women in the public sphere, however, is a function of their position of dependence in the private sphere of family because of the lack of independent source of income or independent access to property. Thus, the institution of family comes under the critical scrutiny of feminist thought. From this standpoint, the question of distribution of property within the family is a crucial question, because it is on this distribution that the status of women as social beings and as citizens depends. As Pateman's critique showed, political theory has traditionally been reluctant to consider the sphere of the family from the point of view of equality and justice. In the context of South Asia, Beena Agarwal's work has criticized such attitudes in the formulation and implementation of government policies. Agarwal's article, Gender and Command Over Property, 1994, is a critical investigation of the development policies of many South Asian countries in the second half of the 20th century and questions their underlying assumptions from a feminist perspective. She also raises the much-ignored question of inequality between man and woman within the household. Agarwal argues that when such policies undertake the distribution or redistribution of various resources, particularly land, they give ownership title to the heads of the families, who are usually men. Agarwal criticizes the basic assumption of such distributive policies that the sphere of the household is equitable and a just distribution of resources takes place therein irrespective of gender. Since family is not a sphere of equality and justice, such development policies cannot be gender neutral. They ignore the intra-household gender relations. In her investigation, Agarwal shows that in the land redistribution policies followed in India, Sri Lanka, and Pakistan in the decades of the 1950s and 1960s, titles were granted only to men and not to women independently. Another important issue raised by Agarwal is the distinction between ownership and control. She argues that even if gender equality is guaranteed in legal ownership of property, it does not lead to de facto control over it. There is a big gap between legal and practical situations. Because of traditional prejudices and actually existing power relationships, most of the South Asian women face difficulties in exercising their legal right in landed property. Therefore, hurdles against women gaining control over resources occur not only at the legal level but at the social and cultural levels as well. Agarwal, 1994. 159-61. As already discussed, the underlying assumptions of political theory and of the development practices of the welfare state are deeply problematic from the point of view of gender relationship. Contemporary feminist scholarship has criticized this gender order based on the idea of male as the family head with a single source of family income as patriarchal and anachronistic. Points for discussion. 1. What are the basic differences in Locke's justification of private property and that of the utilitarian justification? 2. In your opinion, how will it affect the structure of family if individuals are considered units of society for land distribution rather than family? 3. In Locke's argument regarding private property, what difference does the introduction of money make? 4. According to Marx, how does private ownership of means of production in capitalist society produce alienation? 5. Try to find out the recent changes related to inheritance of family property made through a parliamentary legislation in India. Try to relate them to the feminist critique of gender inequality. Reading list. Agarwal, Beena. Gender and Command Over Property. A Critical Gap in Economic Analysis and Policy in South Asia. World Development, 22, 10, 1994, 1455-78. Aristotle, Politics, in Richard McKeon, edition. The Basic Works of Aristotle, New York. The Modem Library, 2001. Becker, Lawrence C. Property Rights, Philosophical Foundations, London. Routledge and Keegan Paul, 1977. Cohen, G.A. Nozick on Appropriation, New Left Review, 150, 1985. Friedman, Jane, Feminism, New Delhi. Viva Books, 2002. Locke, John, Two Treatises of Government, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1967. McPherson, C.B. Political Theory of Property, in C.B. McPherson, edition. Democratic Theory, Oxford. Clarendon Press, 1973. Political Theory of Possessive Individualism, Oxford. Clarendon Press, 1967. Marx, Karl. Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts, 1844. Entire text available online at http://www. Robert, Anarchy, State, and Utopia, New York. Basic Books, 1974. Perel, Anthony and Thomas Flanagan, eds. Theories of Property. Aristotle to the Present, Ontario. Wilfrid Laurier University Press, 1979. Pateman, Carol, Feminist Critiques of Public/Private Dichotomy, in A. Phillips, edition. Feminism and Equality, Oxford. Blackwell, 1987. The Sexual Contract, Cambridge. Polity Press, 1988. Reeve, Andrew. Property, London. Macmillan, 1986. Ryan, Alan. Property and Political Theory, Oxford. Blackwell, 1984. Property, Milton Keynes. The Open University Press, 1987. Gender, Nivedita Menon. Chapter Outline. Introduction. 225. Sex is to nature as gender is to culture. 225. Male/female in the non-West. 227. Developments in the sex/gender distinction in feminist theory. 228. Masculinity. 32 points for discussion. 233. Introduction. One of the key contributions of feminist theory is the creation of a distinction between sex and gender, a distinction that has subsequently been developed differently by various strands of feminist thought. This chapter begins with this basic distinction that is made, and its significance. This is followed by a brief discussion on how the rigid male/female opposition is specific to modernity and to Western cultures. Thereby, the four different ways in which the sex/gender distinction has been complicated by different kinds of feminist theory is looked at. The chapter concludes with a brief look at an emerging field in feminist theory, the study of masculinity, how it is constructed, and its implications for men in patriarchal society. Sex is to nature as gender is to culture. The initial move was to use the term sex to refer to the biological differences between men and women, while gender indicated the vast range of cultural meanings attached to that basic difference. This distinction is important for feminism to make because the subordination of women has been fundamentally justified on the grounds of the biological differences between men and women. The philosophical reasoning which legitimizes various forms of oppression as natural and inescapable, because the oppression that arises supposedly from natural and therefore unchangeable factors is called biological determinism. Racism is a good example of this, as is the caste system, because both ideologies are based on the assumption that certain groups of people are superior by birth, and that they are BOM with characteristics such as greater intelligence and special skills that justify their power in society. Biological determinism has also been one of the most important legitimizing mechanisms of women's oppression over the centuries. The challenge to biological determinism is, therefore, crucial for feminist politics. Feminist anthropologists, particularly Margaret Mead, have demonstrated that the understanding of masculinity and femininity varies across cultures. In other words, not only do different societies identify a certain set of characteristics as feminine and another set as masculine, but also, these characteristics are not the same across different cultures. Thus, feminists have argued that there is no necessary correlation between the biology of men and women and the qualities that are thought to be masculine and feminine. Rather, it is child-rearing practices that try to establish and perpetuate certain differences between the sexes. That is, from childhood, boys and girls are trained in appropriate, gender-specific forms of behavior, play, dress, and so on. This training is continuous and most of the time subtle, but when necessary, can involve punishments to bring about conformity. So, feminists argue that sex-specific qualities, for example, bravery and confidence as masculine and sensitivity and shyness as feminine, and the value that society attributes to them, are produced by a range of institutions and beliefs that socialize boys and girls differently. As Simone de Beauvoir argue that sex-specific qualities, for example, bravery and confidence as masculine and sensitivity and shyness as feminine, and the value that society attributes to them, are produced by a range of institutions and beliefs that socialize boys and girls differently. As Simone de Beauvoir puts it, one is not BOM, but is made a woman. In addition, societies generally value masculine characteristics more highly than feminine, while at the same time ensuring that men and women who do not conform to these characteristics are continuously disciplined into appropriate behavior. For instance, a man who expresses sorrow publicly by crying would be humiliated by the taunt, or at unjays aro rahiho, why are you crying like a woman? And who does not remember that stirring line of Subhadra Kumari Chauhan Kub Lady Mardani, woe to Jhansi Wal Rani T, bravely she fought. The Rani of Jhansi / she fought like a man. What does this line mean? Even when it is a woman who has shown bravery, it still cannot be understood as a feminine quality. Bravery is still seen as a masculine virtue, no matter how many women or how few men display it. There is nothing natural about the sexual division of labor. The fact that men and women perform different kinds of work, both within the family and outside, has little to do with biology and more to do with ideological assumptions. Only the actual process of pregnancy is biological. All the other work within the home that women must do, cooking, cleaning, looking after children, and so on, in other words, the whole range of work we may call domestic labor, can equally be done by men. But this work is considered to be women's work. This sexual division of labor extends even to the public arena of paid work. And again, this has nothing to do with sex, biology, and everything to do with gender, culture. Certain kinds of work are considered to be women's work, and other kinds, men's. But more important is the fact that whatever work women do gets lower wages and is less valued. For example, nursing and teaching, particularly at lower levels, are predominantly female professions and are also comparatively ill-paid in relation to other white-collar jobs which the middle classes take up. Feminists point out that this feminization of teaching and nursing is because such work is seen as an extension of the nurturing work that women do within the home. So, while on the one hand women are supposed to be physically weak and unfit for heavy manual labor, that is precisely what they are made to do both in the home and outside: carry heavy loads of water and firewood, grind calm, transplant paddy, and carry headloads in mining and construction work. But when the manual work that women do is mechanized, making it both lighter and better paid, then it is men who receive training to use the new machinery and women are edged out. This happens not only in factories, but even with work that was traditionally done by women within the community. For example, when electrically operated flour mills replace hand pounding of grain, or machine-made nylon fishing nets replace the nets traditionally handmade by women, it is men who are trained to take over these jobs, and women are forced to move into even lower paid and more arduous manual work. It is, thus, clear that the present subordination of women arises not from the unchangeable biological differences, sex, but from social and cultural values, ideologies, and institutions that ensure the material and ideological subordination of women, gender. Thus, Feminists question sex-differentiated work, the sexual division of labor, and more. Fundamentally, questions of sexuality and reproduction as issues to be extricated from the realm of biology, which is understood to be natural and unchangeable. The feminist agenda is to relocate these issues in the realm of the political, which suggests that they can and must be transformed, male/female in the non-West. In this context, it is interesting to note that some scholars are of the opinion that the strictly bipolar model of masculinity/femininity and the devaluing of the feminine are characteristic only of modern Western civilization. Even in Western culture, the two-sex model was entrenched by law and the state only with the advent of modernity. And Fausto Sterling, 2002, 469, points out that in Europe it was only by the end of the Middle Ages that biological hermaphrodites, people born with one testis and one ovary, were compelled to choose an established gender role and stay with it. The penalty for transgression, she says, was often death. Until this period, people's sex was not necessarily fixed strictly into a two-sex model. Fausto Sterling, therefore, argues that sex is a vast, infinitely malleable continuum that defies the constraints of all fixed categories. Pre-modern Indian cultures, too, had greater space for a variety of sexual identities. Eunuchs, for example, had a socially acknowledged status in Indian society that they have lost in contemporary times. Again, the Sufi and Bhakti traditions drew upon notions of androgyny and often rejected the two-sex model. Take, for instance, this poem by a 12th century Shaivite poet, Basavana, who wrote in Kannada, Ramanujan 1973, 29. Look here, dear fellow, I wear these men's clothes only for you. Sometimes I am man, sometimes I am woman. Another Shiva Bhakta, Devara Dasamaya, writing 2 centuries earlier, wrote, Ibid, 110. If they see breasts and long hair coming, they call it woman. If beard and whiskers, they call it man. But look, the self that hovers in between is neither man nor woman. Such examples would be found in all Indian languages. In this context, a thought-provoking argument is made by Ashish Nandi, 1983. He notes that pre-colonial Indian cultures accorded greater value to femininity. It was with the coming of colonialism that the Western valorization of masculinity became the norm. Nationalists, too, then played into this understanding and tried to resist the deriding of Indian culture as effeminate by claiming to be as masculine as the colonial masters. The ideology of revolutionaries, for example, was very masculinist. According to Nandi, Gandhi was unique in attempting to focus on feminine rather than masculine qualities as having the power to resist colonialism. That is, he emphasized spiritual and moral courage over aggression and violence. Nandi 1983. Developments in the sex/gender distinction in feminist theory. The distinction between sex and gender has been made more complex by feminist scholars over the years. Although the distinction continues to be broadly accepted by all feminists, the initial understanding that sex is related to nature while gender is related to culture has been reworked considerably. Broadly, we can discern 4 main ways in which the sex/gender distinction has been further developed in feminist theory. First, scholars like Alison Jagger, 1983, argue that sex and gender are dialectically and inseparably related, and that the conceptual distinction that earlier feminists established between the two is not sustainable beyond a point. In this understanding, human biology is constituted by a complex interaction between the human body, the physical environment, and the state of development of technology and society. Thus, as Jaggar puts it, the hand is as much the product of labor as the tool of labor, Jaggar 1983. 109-10. What is meant here is that 2 processes are involved. Human intervention changes the external environment and simultaneously, changes in the external environment shape and change the human body. This is true in 2 senses. 1. In a long-term evolutionary sense, over the millennia. That is, human bodies have evolved differently in different parts of the globe due to differences in diet, climate, and nature of work performed. Again, in a more short-term sense, it is now recognized that neurophysiology and hormonal balances are affected by social factors like anxiety, physical labor, level, and kind of social interaction, just as much as social interaction is affected by people's neurophysiology and hormonal balances. For instance, certain chemical changes in the body may produce certain symptoms of stress that can be treated by drugs. But equally, high stress levels can, in fact, be the reason for higher chemical imbalances, and it may be possible to restore the body's balance only by changing the conditions in which it lives. Consider this passage from Dorothy Dinnerstein, 1976. 22. Humans are by nature unnatural. We do not yet walk naturally on our hind legs, for example. Such ills as fallen arches, lower back pain, and hernias testify that the body has not adapted itself completely to the upright posture. Yet this unnatural posture, forced on the unwilling body by the project of tool using, is precisely what has made possible the development of important aspects of our nature, the hand and the brain, and the complex system of skills, language, and social arrangements which were both effects and causes of hand and brain. Man-made and physiological structures have thus come to interpenetrate so thoroughly that we are what we have made ourselves, and we must continue to make ourselves as long as we exist at all. When we apply the understanding that biology and culture are interrelated to the sex/gender distinction, the relevant implication is that women's bodies have been shaped by social restrictions and by norms of beauty. That is, the body has been formed as much by culture as by nature. For instance, the rapid improvements in women's athletic records over the past 2 decades is an indication that social norms had shaped biology and restricted women's physical development. Feminist anthropologists have also pointed out that in some ethnic groups, there is little physical differentiation between men and women. In short, we must consider that there are two equally powerful factors at work. 1. There is a range of interrelated ways in which society produces sex differences, and 2. Sex differences structure society in particular ways. Sex, in this view, is not an unchanging base upon which society constructs gender meanings, but rather, sex itself has been affected by various factors external to it. There is no clear and unchanging line between nature and culture. A second kind of rethinking of sex/gender has come from radical feminism, which argues that feminists must not underplay the biological difference between the sexes and attribute all difference to culture alone. To do so is to accept male civilization's devaluing of the female reproductive role. This is a criticism of the liberal feminist understanding that in an ideal world, men and women would be more or less alike. They claim that on the contrary, patriarchal social values have denigrated feminine qualities, and that it is the task of feminism to recover these qualities, and this difference between men and women, as valuable. Their position on the sex/gender distinction is that there are certain differences between men and women that arise from their different biological reproductive roles, and therefore, women are more sensitive, instinctive, and closer to nature. Radical feminists such as Susan Griffin and Andrea Dworkin, for example, believe that women's reproductive biology, the process of gestation, and the experience of mothering fundamentally affects their relationship to the external world. Women are, according to this understanding, closer to nature and share in nature's qualities of fecundity, nurturing, and instinct. These qualities have been rejected by patriarchal society, but feminists should accept and revalue these qualities. Carol Gilligan's book, In a Different Voice, 1993, is a significant example of this viewpoint. Using a psychoanalytical point of view, she argues that because the primary caregiver in childhood is invariably a woman, the mother, given the sexual division of labor, the process by which men and women come to adulthood is different. Boys move into adulthood learning to differentiate from the mother, while girls do so by identifying with her. That is, in a sex-differentiated society, while all infants identify with the mother, gradually boys learn that they are different, while girls learn that they are the same as their mother. This results, Gilligan argues, in women having a more subjective, relational way of engaging with the world, while men have a more objective mode. Women relate to others, while men learn to separate themselves. This explains, for example, the difference in the nature of male and female friendships. Gilligan's focus in this work is the difference in the ways men and women take moral decisions, and she comes to the conclusion that women are less influenced by normative notions of what is right and wrong, and more by other factors like empathy, concern, and sensitivity to another's predicament. Men, on the other hand, tend to take moral decisions based on well-accepted notions of what society thinks is right and wrong. Thus, Gilligan concludes that the basic categories of Western moral philosophy, rationality, autonomy, and justice are drawn from and reflect the male experience of the world. The female experience is invisible here. To deny difference is, therefore, to agree with the patriarchal negation of femininity as worthless. Third, a more recent feminist position takes the opposite view from that of radical feminists. While radical feminists argue that the sex/gender distinction underplays sex differences, the school of postmodern feminist thought holds that it overemphasizes the biological body. Judith Butler, 1996, for instance, argues that if gender is symbolic of the cultural meanings that the sexed body takes on, then gender cannot be said to follow from sex in any one way. According to her, gender is not the cultural inscription of mean ing on a pre-given sex. Rather, gender as a way of thinking and as a concept produces the category of biological sex. Butler, thus, suggests a radical discontinuity between sexed bodies and culturally constructed genders. Butler further uses the term heterosexual matrix to designate the grid produced by institutions, practices, and discourses, looking through which it appears to be a fact of nature that all human bodies possess one of the two fixed sexual identities, with each experiencing sexual desire only for the opposite sex. From this viewpoint, The removal of this grid or heterosexual matrix will reveal that sexuality and human bodies are fluid and have no necessary fixed sexual identity or orientation. The characteristic feature of this position is that it holds that the category of woman does not exist prior to the thinking about it. Gender is something that is constructed through relations of power and through a series of norms and constraints that regulate what will be recognized as a male body and a female body. Through such norms, a wide range of bodies are rendered invisible and/or illegitimate. For instance, infants BOM with no clear determining sexual characteristics, or eunuchs, or men and women who choose not to follow the dress norms prescribed for their gender. All these are either marginalized, criminalized, or forced to fit into the existing two-sex model in some way or the other. Most modem languages have no way of speaking of a human who does not fit into either sex. What this means is that language forces reality into certain pre-given patterns and prevents certain possibilities from being realized. One of the most powerful languages determining sex is that of the biomedical sciences, and feminist scientists have thoroughly criticized it. Feminist scientists such as Ruth Bleier and Evelyn Fox-Keller have argued that a rigid sex/gender distinction restricts biological sex, that is, sex defined as anatomical, hormonal, or chromosomal, is something to be studied by the biomedical sciences, while gender is to be studied by the social sciences. Such an understanding takes for granted that while cultural notions of gender may change, the body remains as an unchanging biological reality that needs no further explanation. These scientists argue that, on the contrary, our perceptions and interpretations of the body are mediated through language, and biomedical sciences function as a major provider of this language. A startling study in the United States of intersexed infants, babies born with both ovarian and testicular tissue, or in whom the sex organs are ambiguous, showed that medical decisions to assign one sex or the other were made on cultural assumptions rather than on any existing biological features. Thus, a baby might be made into a female but then still require hormonal therapy all her life to make her stay female. In other words, male and female are not only culturally different, they are not even biologically stable features at all times. Kessler, 1994. Alison Jagar discusses a similar study of children whose sex had been incorrectly assigned at birth due to such ambiguity. When the real sex of the child emerged at a later stage, both the parents and medical practitioners decided on surgery to confirm the sex attributed at birth. This was invariably preferred to simply accepting that the child's sex was different from that attributed at birth. In other words, surgical intervention to change sex was thought to be easier than eradicating years of cultural gender conditioning. Nellie Oucham's, 1994, work shows that scientists have understood sex in different ways over centuries. From the ancient Greeks until the late 18th century, male and female bodies were understood by medical texts to be fundamentally similar. This one-sex model of humanity, with the woman as a lesser version of the male body, dominated biomedical discourse for thousands of years. In the 18th century, biomedical discourse began to emphasize differences between the sexes rather than similarities. Every part of the human body was sexualized, and physiological facts, for example, smaller brain size, were used to prove the lesser intelligence of women, their passive nature, and so on. The feminine essence that supposedly differentiated women from men was sought to be located in different parts of the body. In the 18th century, the uterus was thought to be the seat of femaleness. In the 19th century, it was the ovaries. By the 20th century, the essence of femininity was understood to be located in chemical substances called hormones. The hormonal conception of the body is now one of the dominant modes of thinking about the root of sexual differences. What Oucham points out is that the hormonal conception of the body, in fact, allows for the possibility of breaking out of the tyranny of the binary sex difference model. If bodies can have both female and male hormones, then maleness and femaleness are not restricted to one kind of body alone. However, the biomedical sciences have preferred increasingly to portray the female, but not the male, as a body completely controlled by hormones. In this process, a clear nexus has emerged between the medical profession and a huge, multi-billion-dollar pharmaceutical industry. Disorders in women such as the aging of the skin, depression, menstrual irregularities are prescribed hormonal therapy. Such drugs are expensive, but even more disturbing is the fact that it is in the interest of the pharmaceutical industry that natural processes such as aging are treated as diseases. Moreover, depression, which has social causes, is treated with drugs as if it were a purely physiological problem. If women can be made to feel that looking old is unfeminine, or that their depression arises not from their being undervalued and overworked, but from something inside themselves, then the profits of multinational drug companies are assured. Therefore, the postmodern feminist position rejects the idea that scientific facts about the body simply exist to be discovered. Rather, scientific facts are deeply embedded in society and culture. Sex itself is constructed by human practices. A fourth kind of rethinking of the sex/gender distinction comes from locating gender in a grid of identities: caste, class, race, and religion. This would mean that the biological category of woman does not necessarily have shared interests, life situations, or goals. This kind of understanding has arisen from the political practice of women's movements all over the world, which has increasingly revealed that women do not exist as a pre-existing subject which can simply be mobilized by the women's movement. That is, women identify themselves not only and not even primarily in terms of their gender, but as Black, or Muslim, or Dalit, or peasant. So in many cases, women may be easily mobilized in terms of their religion, for example, than by the women's movement. In the case of India, a good example of this is the debate over the Uniform Civil Code. All religious communities have their own personal laws which discriminate against women on matters of marriage, divorce, inheritance, and guardianship of children. A demand for a uniform civil code that would give all women equal rights as citizens has, therefore, been made by the women's movement since 1937. However, in the growing atmosphere of communalism since the 1980s, and the insecurity felt by religious minorities, most SEC tie-ins of the women's movement have gradually shifted to the opinion that the position of women should be improved by reforms within personal laws, rather than by forcing communities to obey to the legislation passed by the state. The state no longer has the legitimacy it had in the immediate post-independence years. Its role in communal violence is increasingly suspect, and it cannot be seen simply as an agent of progressive social change. Thus, what was a simple feminist demand that all women should have equal rights has been considerably transformed by the politics of religious identity. Further, all politically active women do not necessarily act as feminists. They may well be representing interests and structures of power which feminist politics in India has sought to struggle against. Thus, we find women active in Hindu right-wing politics and in anti-lower caste movements like the agitation against the Mundal Commission report. In other words, in this understanding, the feminist sex/gender distinction must take into account other modes of constituting identity. Depending on the context, even as feminists, we may have to privilege caste or class identity over gender in some cases, just as we expect Marxists or Dalit activists to privilege gender over class and caste in some contexts. Masculinity. A significant body of scholarship that has emerged in recent years is around the construction of masculinity. While feminist scholarship on gender has focused on the construction of femininity and the female body, it has increasingly begun to be felt that it is equally crucial to expose the mechanisms by which the parallel construct of masculinity is sustained under patriarchy. It is, therefore, necessary to understand how this construct empowers men, how it restricts and disempowers those men who cannot or do not obey the rules, or meet the expectations of masculine behavior, for example, old men or homosexuals. The operation of masculine norms and the discourse of masculinity also feminizes powerless men as a way of rendering them inferior working class or poor men, Dalit men, and so on. Thus, the original sex/gender distinction made by feminists has been made considerably more complex by the theory and practice of feminist politics. This distinction, thus, continues to be crucial for any feminist understanding of the subordination of women. Points for discussion. 1. What do you understand by sexual division of labor? Do you think it has any implications for citizenship rights of women? 2. Do you think it is liberating or constraining to believe that gender, both masculinity and femininity, is the product of particular social, cultural, and economic formations? Explain why. 3. Use the internet and interviews with appropriate people to explore the ways in which non-Western and pre-modern cultures have blurred the sharp distinction between male and female. Can you think of contemporary practices that are still prevalent that do this? You must use your imagination to think of what kind of people around you could have this kind of information. 4. Imagine you had a 3-year-old son whom you took to the doctor for some reason and discovered that the child was more female than male. Would you prefer to now come to terms with the fact that you have a daughter, inform everybody, change the way you dress and think of your child? Or would you prefer surgical intervention to retain your son as a son? Does the latter option seem easier, and why? What does this tell us about the supposedly unchangeable, natural category of biology and, conversely, about the supposedly changeable category of culture? Reading list. Barrett, Michelle, Women's Oppression Today, London, Verso, 1988. Butler, Judith, Gender Trouble, New York and London, Routledge, 1990. De Beauvoir, Simone, The Second Sex, London, Picador, 1988. Dinnerstein, Dorothy, The Mermaid and the Minotaur, Sexual Arrangements in Human Malaise, New York, Harper and Row, 1976. Fausto Sterling and The Five Sexes, Why Male and Female Are Not Enough, in Christine L. Williams and Arlene Stein, eds. Sexuality and Gender, Oxford, Blackwell, 2002. Gilligan, Carol, In a Different Voice, Psychology and Women's Development, Harvard, Harvard University Press, 1993. Jagar, Allison, Feminist Politics and Human Nature, Brighton, Harvester Press, 1983. Kessler, Suzanne J. The medical construction of gender, case management of intersexed infants, N and C. Herman and Abigail Stewart, eds. Theorizing Feminism, Basil Blackwell, 1994. Aud Shorn, Nellie, Beyond the Natural Body. An Archaeology of Sex Hormones, London, Routledge, 1994. Ramanujan, A.K. Speaking of Shiva, English trans. Harmonsworth, Penguin, 1973. Theru, Susie and Tejaswini Niranjana, Problems for a Contemporary Theory of Gender. In Nivedita Menon, edition, Gender and Politics, Delhi. Oxford University Press, 1999. Whitehead, Stephen M. Men and Masculinities, Cambridge. Polity Press, 2002. This page is intentionally left blank. Ideologies. E.R. Liberalism. Ashokacharya. Chapter Outline. Introduction 237a. Brief History 237. Classical Liberalism 238. Contemporary Liberalism 240. The Foundations of Liberalism 241. Conclusion 242. Points for discussion 242. Introduction. Liberalism, like socialism, fascism, or nationalism, is a political ideology. A political ideology explains our social reality, interprets it in a certain way, evolves a set of interrelated principles, contests the nature of the political, and prescribes appropriate action. There is, however, a closed and rigid structure to ideology that does not leave much room for flexibility of interpretations or contestations of received ideas. Both in prescribing a set of beliefs and in setting an agenda for action, an ideology may not provide much space for creative interpretation that one may find, for instance, in various ethical debates carried out in contemporary political theory. Some variants of liberalism display this, but in a minimal way, since liberalism also attests to, in a loose sense, a set of dispositions and a way of life sustained by reason and human values. It is in many ways more flexible than an ideology. Indeed, liberalism itself offers an intellectual climate and platform made possible by its commitments to freedom and toleration for other ideologies to exist and function. As Alan Ryan makes it clear, whatever liberalism involves, it certainly includes toleration and an antipathy to closing ranks around any system of beliefs. Ryan, 1993, 292. A brief history. Liberalism has a longer history than most political ideologies. It has primarily evolved out of sustained struggles against hierarchically organized social and political relations. In many ways, liberalism captures the ideological map of various political struggles that human beings have witnessed roughly in the last 300 years. However, some claim that its roots go back further in history. Ancient Greece, we are told, kindled the first spark of self-rule and has inspired generations of liberals. However, liberty for the ancients was different from liberty for the moderns. Benjamin Constant, a forerunner of liberalism, held that liberty for the ancients consisted in an active and constant participation in collective power, whereas for the moderns it consisted in peaceful enjoyment and private independence. Whereas the ancients drew their happiness from an active engagement in collective life within the political community for which they were prepared to make sacrifices, individuals in the modern world are lost in the multitude and unsure of their influence in collective decision-making. The happiness of the modern individual derives more from the comforts gained through civilizational progress, commerce, and communication than finding fulfillment in collective projects. Constant, 1988. 316. Constant offers us a powerful diagnosis of modernity, but the contrast the draws between ancient and modern liberty pleads the impossibility of resurrecting the liberal project from ancient roots. In some ways, the earliest liberals were the Protestant reformers who challenged religious hierarchy and orthodoxy in the Church during the 16th century. The Protestant reformers repudiated the authority of the clergy in interpreting a true religion that sought to establish a direct communion between human beings and God. In creatively interpreting this true religion, freed from the grip of the priests and resting instead on the volition of the believers, the Reformation produced grounds for discovering the autonomy of the individual, a fundamental moral resource for later developments in liberal theory. If the authority of the priests could be questioned, how could the king's power be spared? The competence of ordinary people to choose their own path to salvation soon transformed into the ability to judge temporal or secular matters. This coincided with calling into question the divine right of monarchs and aristocratic privileges of feudal lords in the early modern period. Much later, the spirit of liberalism expressed political struggles against all forms of absolute authority, including regimes of oppression as varied as fascist, communist, and autocratic. Liberalism is usually divided into two phases: the classical and the modern. How do we distinguish between the two? Who were the representative voices of each? And what are their distinctive features? Let us examine them individually. Classical liberalism. Classical liberalism is usually associated with the work of John Locke, besides Adam Smith and Thomas Paine, and other 20th century thinkers such as Friedrich von Hayek, Robert Nozick, and Milton F. Friedman. Its chief distinguishing ideas are those of limited government, the rule of law, the inviolability of private property, the freedom to enter into and maintain contracts, and finally, the acceptance by individuals of their own fates. In its 20th century variant, classical liberalism as defended by Hayek, Nozick, and Friedman is distrustful of progressive doctrines, including those inspired by democratic means, values such as distributive justice and all political arrangements, including the welfare state, where the government acquires more power than required. It is to the credit of John Locke, however, that liberalism holds out one of its most influential ideas, that the aim and justification of government is to protect the life, liberty, and property of its citizens. These are natural rights constituted in and protected by natural law, which are antecedent to political society. Locke believed that the appropriate means by which the government can provide this protection is a system of justice defined and made possible by law. All citizens are equally subject to the authority of the government, and citizens find it reasonable to accept the authority because each is guaranteed the rights of life, liberty, and property. Legitimate authority safeguards these rights, and in the Lockean scheme, it is perfectly justifiable to oppose political authority if it transgresses these inviolable rights. What is particularly appealing in Locke's thinking is the idea that a government must be able to justify its authority to its citizens. This justification rests on the protection of the rights of the citizens that the system of justice upholds, more than what could be hoped for under a different arrangement. Modern liberalism. Modern liberalism is best illustrated in the views of John Stuart Mill, besides those of Kant, Green, and Hobhouse. In very distinct ways, modern liberalism establishes an affirmative relationship between liberty, especially the positive variant, and human progress. The modern liberal believes man to be a progressive being with an unlimited potential for self-development, one which does not jeopardize a similar potential in others. It seeks to qualify the sanctity of private property by admitting the necessity of addressing certain social and economic ills that can be remedied by the state. In attempting to do so, it does concede more functions to the state than allowed for by the classical alternative. This approach lays down and justifies the value of distributive justice and experiments such as the welfare state. It hopes for more from the perfectibility of human beings and the liberal state, sustained by reason and conviction and progress. The idea that both human beings and society can be perfected by the use of reason was brought home most forcefully by the Enlightenment. Jeremy Waldron, 1993-43, makes this point most poignantly. The Enlightenment was characterized by a burgeoning confidence in the human ability to make sense of the world, to grasp its regularities and fundamental principles, to predict its future, and to manipulate its powers for the benefit of mankind. After millennia of ignorance, terror, and superstition, cowering before forces it could neither understand nor control, mankind faced the prospect of being able to at last build a human world, a world in which it might feel safely and securely at home. Liberalism generally believes in the ability of individuals to make meaningful choices and to be responsible for them. The importance that liberalism attributes to individuals received the most robust intellectual defense from Immanuel Kant, who, influenced by Rousseau, formulated the clearest case for individual autonomy. Kantian autonomy may be understood as the condition in which individuals are free from external determination, such as coercion, threat, or manipulation in taking actions to implement one's choices. In making such choices, an individual is also to be free from internal influences such as passions or prejudices and, instead, be guided by reason, understood in the final analysis as conformity to universalizable principles. Kant held that all human beings are equal in their capacity for autonomy, that this capacity explains an individual's moral responsibility and human dignity, and that morality requires that we respect everyone capable of autonomy. He thus expressed the idea that individuals are entitled to equal respect, hindrance to which is the denial of universal morality. John Stuart Mill further reinforced liberalism by arguing that it is morally impermissible to interfere with the actions of individuals even if they are motivated by irrational or emotive considerations, provided the actions in question do not harm others. As Mill argues, liberalism is opposed to the coercion of even non-autonomous actions, so long as such actions are compatible with the autonomous existence of others. Disagreeing with Bentham's utilitarianism, Mill opposed paternalistic interference intended to benefit individuals. This opposition is based on the liberal belief that individuals know best what is good for them, and even if they are mistaken about this, it is better to allow them to make such mistakes than impose an alien view about what is in their best interests. Governments must adhere to the requirement of not imposing what they think is best for their citizens. This would promote, as Mill hoped and justified, a diversity of ways of life. What links both traditions, classical and modern, is an opposition to absolute power, a distrust of political authority, and a wholehearted affirmation of the values of freedom and autonomy of individuals. Contemporary liberalism. Locke, Kant, and Mill have been the three most important thinkers who shaped the modern liberal tradition. Contemporary liberalism owes much to them. However, if one has to single out one important political philosopher of the 20th century whose influence has been the most profound in liberal thinking, It is John Rawls. Two monumental treatises written by Rawls, A Theory of Justice, 1971, and Political Liberalism, 1993, have set the contemporary terms of debate and discussion on liberalism and its values. Rawls revived the social contract tradition of Locke, Rousseau, and Kant, both redeployed and deepened Mill's vindication of liberty in a free society, and argued against conventional judgments, especially those of utilitarianism, that treated individuals as means towards attaining the collective good. A liberal state, according to Rawls, must not only guarantee that all its citizens have an equality of fundamental liberty rights, such as voting and freedom of speech, religion, and association. It must also ensure that those who are least well off are assured as good a life as possible. Rawls asserts that freedom should never be sacrificed on the grounds of an increase in material well-being. This is why he gives priority to the equal enjoyment of liberty, the liberty principle, over the principle that requires the welfare of the least well-off to be taken care of, the difference principle. Overall, Rawls holds out an account of egalitarian liberalism that is hospitable to redistributive experiments of the liberal state. A central trait of Rawls' liberalism is its political view that citizens are entitled to live in accordance with their own freely chosen values or ends. Individuals are entitled to their own conceptions of what constitutes a good life. A conception of the good is supposed to be internally determined by the individual and not imposed from the outside by the larger society or the state. The state is required to be neutral among the many conceptions of good that individuals choose. Neither can the state nor the larger society pass judgments on how to lead a good life, which religion one must adopt, or the values one must live by. A primary ambition of Rawls' work is to free the idea of what is right and just from the idea of what is good or advantageous for an individual, and in giving primacy to the former over the latter, the priority of the right over the good. This allows Rawls to depart from the utilitarian tradition by insisting, as he rightly does, that the utilitarian conception of good, say the greatest good of the greatest number, overrides both the moral separateness of persons and their self-determining capacities. Instead, he offers an account of rights that people have, defined by the principles of justice, that is substantially independent of particular notions of good, which are bound to be disputable. A paradigm case where notions of good may prove contentious is religious controversy. No two persons belonging to two different religions will ever agree on fundamental issues of faith. Moral disagreements on what gives value to life will persist in a free society, and reasonable people will set these aside to evolve rules of social cooperation. But the requirement to evolve rules of social cooperation on the basis of a shared agreement flies in the face of deep and persistent moral disagreements that divide a society on the basis of caste, community, religion, ethnicity, language, and other markers of identity. How can we expect them to bury their differences? This is a central problem in Rawlsian liberalism, and in spite of his best efforts in later works, Rawls has not been successfully able to defend his version of liberalism from the attack of communitarians such as Alastair MacIntyre, Charles Taylor, Michael Sandel, and Michael Walzer. The communitarians would criticize Rawls, and the tradition of liberalism associated with him, for overlooking the fact that people's identities are constituted in large part by their membership in different communities, for underestimating the significance of shared values, and for wrongfully asserting the virtues of individualism and universalism that are either hollow or impossible to achieve. The communitarians would criticize Rawls, and the tradition of liberalism associated with him, for overlooking the fact that people's identities are constituted in large part by their membership in different communities, for underestimating the significance of shared values, and for wrongfully asserting the virtues of individualism and universalism that are either hollow or impossible to achieve. Defenders of the Rawlsian version of liberalism have usually responded by upholding the worth of individual autonomy that allows individuals the freedom to change and shape their lives, the unattractiveness of the idea that a state must use coercion to keep the community united, and a political morality that rises above the bias of particular contexts. The liberal communitarian debate has evoked a rich body of scholarly literature in recent times. The debate in its various forms has enriched liberalism in a number of ways. Contemporary liberals are now less averse to address questions of identity and cultural pluralism, whereas in the past it was commonplace for liberal theory and practice to neglect or override claims of cultural difference made by identity groups in a plural society. Most versions of liberalism now exhibit moral sensitivity to issues of diversity. Debating the principles of liberalism in diverse societies has now come to mean endorsing multicultural values that have implications for citizenship, the rights of groups, majority-minority relations, moral obligations to protect and preserve cultures, and so on. Responding to these challenges has meant undertaking the task of broadening and enriching the conceptual repertoire of liberalism. If liberalism in its earlier phase crystallized around the values of freedom and a minimal state, the constellation of liberal values would now include a range of diverse but interconnected concepts: freedom, rights, equality, distributive justice, and pluralism. This raises the question of what constitutes the theoretical foundations of liberalism. The foundations of liberalism. Liberalism does not have a monolithic tradition. Some claim that there are not one, but several liberalisms. An effort to discover a common core of liberalism is hence likely to be futile and counterproductive. The richness of liberalism lies in being able to draw upon multiple sources, including those from rival ways of thinking. This being a given, it may be difficult to agree on a set of values that lie at the core of liberalism. Yet, liberals try delineating a common set of values and consider this enterprise well worth their effort. John Gray, 1998, for instance, suggests that what is common to all variants of the liberal tradition is a distinctive modem conception of man and society, which has several elements to it. In asserting the moral primacy of the person against the claims of any social collectivity, liberalism is individualist. It purports to be egalitarian by conferring on all individuals the same moral status. In affirming the moral unity of the human species, liberalism is universalist. Finally, it is meliorist in pronouncing that social institutions and political arrangements are improvable. Gray, 1998. 12. Is Gray's analysis persuasive? Gray's interpretation, it might be said, blots out some significant transformations that liberalism has undergone in the recent past. For instance, an insistence on viewing liberalism as essentially individualist fails to notice and take stock of the various ways in which liberal values have come to roost in and negotiate with dissimilar values in different contexts. The argument here is that there is no one way of claiming what a distinctive liberal way of life is. Moreover, this argument cuts into liberal claims of universalism that has already been discussed above, in the context of the communitarian critique of Rawlsian liberalism. Instead of harping on the common features of different strands of liberalism that have existed or continue to exist across time and space, a better mode to discover the foundational core of liberalism would be to ask what a liberal society would look like. At least, a liberal society is an open society where freedom for individuals and groups alike allows each opportunity to flourish without fear of persecution. Since an open society would promote the value of diversity or the different ways of life, or conceptions of good, and because such diversity is best promoted by not ordering diverse ways of life hierarchically, liberalism ought to place a premium on the value of non-hierarchical pluralism that encapsulates a political message against different forms of discrimination, oppression, or domination. Conclusion. Although liberalism has been on the ascendant since the end of the Cold War and the demise of communism in Soviet Russia, prompting some to even make the foolhardy claim of an end to ideology, the future of liberal theory and practice will depend largely on how precisely it meets its criticisms and shortcomings. However, as Alan Ryan, 1993, 309, notes, the way in which liberalism institutionalizes self-criticism will itself be a guarantee of its progress. Points for discussion. 1. Liberalism has evolved out of struggles to limit the arbitrary uses of political authority. Discuss with examples. 2. How has the social contract tradition shaped the liberal spirit? 3. Do you agree that liberalism is an ideology of the West, ill-suited for non-Western contexts? Discuss with cases from India and the West. 4. Why do most liberals now dispute the claim that faith in individualism lies at the core of liberalism? 5. Would you say that a liberal society affirms moral and cultural diversity but desires shared political values? Elaborate with examples in support of your argument. Reading list. Constant, Benjamin, Political Writings, Cambridge, UK. Cambridge University Press, 1988. Dworkin, Ronald, A Matter of Principle, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Harvard University Press, 1985. Gray, John, Liberalisms. Essays in Political Philosophy, London and New York. Routledge, 1989. Liberalism, Delhi. Worldview Publications, 1998. Kymlicka, Will, Liberalism, Community, and Culture. Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1989. Mill, John Stewart, On Liberty and Other Essays, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 1991. Parekh, Bhikkhu, Decolonizing Liberalism. In Alexandra Stroma's edition, The Endivisms? Reflections on the Fate of Ideological Politics After Communism's Collapse. Oxford, Blackwell, 1994. Rawls, John, A Theory of Justice. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Belknap Press, 1971. Political Liberalism. The John Dewey Essays in Philosophy. 4, New York. Columbia University Press, 1993. Ryan, Alan, Liberalism. In Robert E. Gooden and Philip Petit, eds. A Companion to Contemporary Political Philosophy. Oxford, Blackwell, 1993. Waldron, Jeremy, Liberal Rights. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1993. Chapter, Socialism. Sunlini Kumar. Chapter Outline. Introduction 245 Responses to Inequality 245 The Problem. Capitalism 246 The Socialist Alternative 248 Socialist Schemes. Old and New 251 Conclusion 255 Points for Discussion 256 Introduction. Socialism is a social order in which there is the maximum feasible equality of access for all human beings to economic resources, to knowledge, and to political power, and the minimum possible domination exercised by any individual or social group over any others. Tom Bottomore. The world has always been an unequal place, characterized by divisions based on class, religion, race, gender, and ethnic origin. To mention a few in particular, the wide divide between the rich and the poor has been a feature of every single era in recorded history. From the time humans moved out of caves and established settled, the world has always been an unequal place, characterized by divisions based on class, religion, race, gender, and ethnic origin. To mention a few in particular, the wide divide between the rich and the poor has been a feature of every single era in recorded history, from the time humans moved out of caves and established settled agricultural societies to the present. For thousands of years, individuals or groups who controlled the prized resources of society, whether land, gold, slaves, or ammunition, have dictated to the poor the conditions of their life, and especially the conditions under which they earned their living. Occasionally, religious prophets and mass leaders have given voice to the misery of the people. Indeed, Christianity first arose as a powerful social movement due to the terrible living conditions of the poor under the Roman Empire. Ironically, however, religion itself can perpetuate unjust and unequal social practices. By the Middle Ages, in Europe, the Catholic Church became one of the wealthiest institutions in history, extending its control over society through elaborate hierarchical networks, making inequality appear divinely sanctioned. In many parts of the world, too, religious, economic, and political power have historically joined hands to justify and sanction social systems that make the dream of equality impossible. Responses to inequality. From the Greek thinker Plato onwards, sophisticated theoretical defenses of inequality have been a part of the tradition of political thought. Rulers and political philosophers alike have traditionally been in favor of some form of inequality, citing reasons from the natural right of certain individuals to rule over others, the theory of divine right of kings, to the argument that economic inequality is essential to maintain law and order in the society. It is only in modern times that equality as a principle and as an ideal has become widely desired. A combination of historical events has contributed to this development. In Europe, the waning of the power of the Church after the Reformation in the 15th century, the gradual decline of the hierarchical feudal system, and the rise of a new class of merchant capitalists who saw profit in a more egalitarian society were prime factors. The Enlightenment of the 18th century, the growing power and changing composition of parliaments in England and other places, and the rise of liberal political thought were important steps in the same direction. The French and American revolutions of the late 18th century were indeed milestones. They made the fundamental equality of all human beings not simply a cherished ideal but a principle that was eventually enshrined in the constitutions of many nation-states. In the non-European world, the decline of local empires and traditional forms of authority due to trade and colonialism, and the systematic impoverishment of the local population due to colonial extraction of wealth were the key reasons. A variety of radical movements and anti-colonial liberation struggles arose in these areas to speak in favor of economic and political freedom and equality. Interestingly, while some anti-colonial movements borrowed their political terminology from the nationalism and liberalism of the West, others drew upon traditional, indigenous moral and ethical concepts in order to argue for greater freedom and equality. In the United States, the appalling existence of slavery and racial discrimination against African Americans in the southern states, even after the adoption of the liberal American Constitution, fueled the abolitionist movement of the 19th century. The abolitionists were committed to the abolition of slavery and to the promotion of equality between the races, especially in the field of civil and political rights. Interestingly, the abolitionists allied with another group demanding equality in 19th century America, the suffragists, who argued for equal voting and political rights for men and women. Perhaps most important both as a cause and as a symptom of the modern concern with equality is the fact that democracy, which is a principle of political rule fundamentally based on the ideal of equality, has become the preferred form of government in the modern age. In principle, democracy confers equal political power to all through universal adult franchise, and throws open the arena of politics to all regardless of the privileges of birth or wealth. Today, with the overwhelming popularity and legitimacy of this form of rule, even some of the most autocratic dictators are keen to convey an impression of democracy to the world at large. Democracy, however, addresses only one form of inequality: political inequality. The question of other forms of equality, particularly economic equality, then remains unanswered. Many thinkers recognize and bemoan the fact that democracy can and does exist quite comfortably with extreme social and economic inequality. What are the consequences of this for equality? While it can be argued that political rights are sacred and necessary in themselves regardless of other conditions of life, It is equally true that without a degree of economic and social equality, the political equality afforded by democracy can become at best limited and at worst meaningless. As R. H. Tawney, 1931, wrote in his critique of the religion of inequality that permeates contemporary capitalist societies, giving rights to a desperately poor man is like extending a dinner invitation to somebody who is in no position to accept it. In our own country, despite the existence of a fully functioning democracy since independence, we have numerous cases of socially and economically disadvantaged people being regularly denied basic rights and a fair treatment in society. The problem: capitalism. With the advent of the modern age in Europe, there was hope that over a period of time, the rigid feudal hierarchies characteristic of the medieval age would be flattened out. The emerging economic system capitalism, with its emphasis on free market and free enterprise, was in principle accessible to every individual, regardless of whether the person possessed any rank or status in society. In addition, capitalism seemed capable of harnessing the natural resources of the world in order to end the scarcity of resources and the continuous threat of famine and mass disease characteristic of the pre-modern world. An early theoretical defense of capitalism was provided by Adam Smith, who argued famously that there existed within capitalism an invisible hand capable of regulating demand and supply at the micro level and of allocating scarce resources at the macro level. Thus, capitalism was a self-regulating economic system capable of thriving without interference from above, the state. It performed the age-old economic tasks of managing demands, determining supplies, and avoiding waste and losses with optimal efficiency. The principle of laissez-faire, or separation of state and market, advocated by liberal and neoliberal economists and political scientists, was based on this assumption of efficiency within capitalism, and provided the basis for government economic policy in the developed capitalist countries until the end of the 19th century. The claims made in favor of capitalism by its advocates were not without basis. The standard of living of millions of people in the modern world has vastly improved compared to the subsistence societies of the medieval age. Income and wealth generation are at levels that were unimaginable in the pre-modern era. Modern societies, especially in the developed world, are societies of mass consumption. Food production is higher than in any previously recorded time in history, and amenities that seemed like remote luxuries until recently are accessible to a majority of the working population. Scientific and technological research encouraged by capitalism has transformed the face of the earth and fueled hopes of inventions that could permanently end scarcity in the near future. However, capitalism has created entrenched inequalities of its own. While it may have generated enviable working conditions and leisure opportunities for white-collar workers, the managerial and corporate elite, the majority of the proletariat, the blue-collar work heirs, have found themselves crammed into factories and workshops for long hours, performing repetitive and uncreative tasks required for mass production. The difference in wage levels between the white-collar and blue-collar worker is vast in most capitalist economies. Contrary to the dream of free access to all, capitalism seems to have perpetuated historical and hereditary hierarchies through the institution of private property, and those individuals who have been historically disadvantaged have to a large extent remained disadvantaged within the system. Also, throughout the history of capitalism, a significant proportion of the adult working population has remained unemployed even in successful capitalist economies. Such a high rate of unemployment seems to be a structural tendency and not merely accidental to capitalism, resulting in the creation of a permanent class of unemployed individuals who are excluded from the fruits of the economic system. The challenge of ordering resources efficiently to end scarcity has also remained a pressing one in capitalism. In the past 2 centuries, when capitalism has been dominant, the world has witnessed unprecedented economic crises. An explosive growth of world population, repeated man-made famine and drought, wars and conflagrations over depleting natural resources, especially over fossil fuels like oil. New diseases and epidemics have arisen to replace the ones conquered by modern medicine, and new patterns of scarcity have emerged. Most distressingly, the world economy has been beset by the cyclical crises, booms, and busts that seem endemic to capitalism. Periods of economic growth, rising incomes, and increased spending power among the population have been followed by spiraling inflation, poverty, and economic slowdown. These cycles of inflation and recession have wreaked havoc on economically vulnerable sections of the population, a fact that had become painfully clear to all by the start of the 20th century. During the Great Depression of 1929, for example, the American government was forced to resort to large-scale destruction of goods, especially agricultural produce, in order to arrest plummeting prices and looming recession. That this burning of food stocks took place at a time when millions were starving was not simply tragic, but a direct refutation of capitalism's claim of efficient allocation of resources and satisfaction of demands. In the present world of advanced or late capitalism, concentration of wealth in the hands of a few at the cost of a decent life for the vast mass of people has continued. Some argue that the world today is even more unequal a place than ever before in the United States. For example, the foremost economic power of our times, by 1935, 1/10 of 1% of all the corporations in the United States owned 52% of all corporate assets, a pattern that has not significantly changed until today, and one that is representative of capitalist economies everywhere. Over the past century, as capitalism has expanded and become dominant in underdeveloped economies, too, the consequences there have been severe. Because of the impoverished condition of these countries due to the lasting effects of colonialism, their governments are usually unwilling to spend scarce resources on social security. Such social security measures, employment generation, and agricultural subsidies, for example, are crucial to sustain vulnerable sections of the population during the difficult transition to capitalism and during the structural crises endemic to capitalism. In the past few decades, under pressure from advanced capitalist countries and from international banks and lending agencies like the World Bank and the IMF, third world countries have undertaken pro-privatization and globalization programs that involve even lower levels of social security. This has rendered the poor more vulnerable to cycles of inflation and unemployment, and has created new patterns of inequality in underdeveloped countries. Capitalist production has also led to the destruction of traditional livelihoods and traditional sources of food, like subsistence farming, in the third world, forcibly pulling people into the market and making them dependent on expensive market-produced goods. Therefore, contrary to many of its claims, capitalism does not seem to have provided an efficient, rational solution to the management of natural and human resources. More importantly, it has been unsuccessful in bringing about equality and freedom for all in society. Thus, the challenge before us as we analyze the contemporary capitalist world is both economic and ethical: how to order the resources of society according to rational and efficient lines, and how to build a more humane and fair society where freedom is not stymied by the lack of equality for all. The socialist alternative. By the 18th century, as the Industrial Revolution dramatically transformed the economies of Western Europe, making factory production dominant and turning England into the workshop of the world, there began a mass migration of laborers to towns to look for work in the mills. These workers found themselves without the safety net afforded by the lord-serf relationship of feudalism, or a new one provided by laissez-faire governments. They were forced to sell their labor power whenever there was demand, working for long, unregulated hours in crowded factories, living in disease-ridden slums that were springing up everywhere, and demonized as a scourge in popular opinion. It became apparent to all sympathetic observers that capitalism was creating a new underclass of impoverished workers, the urban proletariat. One of the earliest thinkers to give detailed attention to the problem of inequality in modern civilization was Jean-Jacques Rousseau in his work, Discourses on the Origin of Inequality, 1754. Rousseau was not interested in capitalism specifically, but in tracing the origin of what he termed moral or political inequality between men through the ages. His ideas became one of the influences of the French Revolution of 1789, which resulted in the formation of a French republic composed of politically equal citizens. His ideas became one of the influences of the French Revolution of 1789, which resulted in the formation of a French republic composed of politically equal citizens, or citoyens. The French Revolution, however, did not undertake any thoroughgoing economic transformation, accepting by and large capitalist methods of production that were taking root in France. By the end of the 1700s, several thinkers and reformers in France, England, and elsewhere in Europe began to specifically address to the conditions of modern industrial capitalist society. This led to the recognition of the structural inequality within modern capitalism and to the limitations of laissez-faire liberal states in providing a solution. The search for alternatives to capitalism as an economic system and of classical liberalism as its political counterpart gave rise to a distinct theoretical approach. This theory was socialism, and may be identified by certain central tenets. In particular, socialism involves an analysis of capitalism as a system with an inbuilt tendency towards producing and deepening inequality. Socialists seek radical equality, often devising comprehensive programs that reduce or completely remove economic inequalities among human beings through collective, concert action. Socialism is against the concentration of wealth in the hands of a few and, in particular, it is against the institution of private property, summed up in the phrase popularized by the socialist Pierre-Joseph Proudhon: what is property? It is theft. The aim of socialism is human emancipation through the enlightened management of society's resources. Socialists argue that the profit motive within capitalism makes owners of capital willing to sacrifice all to the principle of efficiency. It also reduces workers to a collective force called labor, robbed of their humanity and degraded into brute instruments of production. In order to mitigate the continual chaos, instability, and selfish individualism produced by capitalism, socialism proposes a peaceful, planned system of economic production and distribution that is perhaps best described by Marx and Engels, 1968, famous formulation, from each according to his ability to each according to his needs. It is important to remember that socialism is not simply a critique of capitalism, but also of mainstream liberal notions, especially the central liberal tenet of liberty and of the meaning and status of equality. Let us examine this critique. The liberal ideal of liberty describes freedom in purely negative terms as an inviolable sphere around the bourgeois individual, protecting him from both society and the state. Liberal writers claim that since individual liberty is the source of all progress, its enhancement must be the paramount aim of society. To interfere with the freedom of the individual, bourgeois, man is to infringe upon the rights of the individual and to place dangerous obstacles in the way of social progress and prosperity. Against this belief, the socialists argue that the legal protection of unlimited acquisition of property by individuals amounts to the exploitation of wage laborers by the owners of capital. According to the socialist view of freedom, man is a social animal, finding fulfillment in collective living. Thus, instead of emphasizing the liberty of the abstract individual that is the central category of liberal thought, socialists emphasize human emancipation that is premised on the manner in which all human beings participate in social and economic life. In this context, Karl Marx argues that a majority of individuals perform alienated labor under capitalist production. Consequently, human freedom is possible only in the absence of alienation. As David McClellan, 1970, explains, Marx's conception of freedom involves replacement of the worker of today, crippled by the lifelong repetition of one and the same trivial operation, and thus reduced to the mere fragment of a man, by the fully developed individual, fit for a variety of labors, ready to face any change of production, and to whom the different social functions he performs are but so many modes of giving free scope to his own natural and acquired powers. Genuine freedom, as Marx described it, would become possible only when life activity was no longer constrained by the requirements of production or by the limitations of material scarcity. According to Marx, the external world is part of man's nature. Hence, it is crucial to establish the right relationship between man and his environment. Thus, in the socialist view, freedom is not an abstract ideal but a concrete situation that ensues only when certain conditions of interaction between man and nature and man and other men are fulfilled. There has also been a long-standing battle between socialists and liberals over the meaning of the term equality. Some liberals believe that radically egalitarian measures would result in oppressive uniformity of ideas and behavior among the population. The 19th century writer Alexis de Tocqueville expressed this fear in his classic text Democracy in America, original French, 1835. When he warned against a society where similarity of ideas and achievement are so highly prized that all forms of excellence or freedom of opinion disappear under a shroud of mediocrity. Tocqueville believed that extreme democratic tendencies could result in a tyranny of the homogeneous majority, or in a society of small, helpless, and unorganized individuals over whom despotism could be easily exercised. The 19th century liberal, John Stuart Mill, felt much the same apprehensions. Mill laid elaborate emphasis on the value of a good liberal education in order to avoid what he believed were the less desirable consequences of movements towards equality. Liberalism now contains at least two well-established positions on equality. See Chapter 4 on equality in this volume for more details. The first position seeks to ensure maximum fulfillment of the capacity of each individual. This is seen to be necessary either in the interest of justice, to prevent social disaffection, or to make maximum use of human talents for society as a whole. Notions of fair competition, equality of opportunity, merit, and desert dominate this discourse on equality. The purpose is to encourage the able and provide upward mobility for the able few through a vast apparatus of testing, examination, and other merit-based barriers in the fields of education and employment. The other view is best illustrated in the movement for racial equality in America and in similar movements around the world seeking to reverse historic injustices. In this view, people must be trained and prepared for opportunities, and the pool of capacities of the entire population must be enlarged. This enhancement of opportunities may take place at any point in the individual's life, in education or employment, in recruitment or in training and skill development. This view on equality is more expansive than the previous one, and has resulted in policies of reverse discrimination, preferential treatment, affirmative action, and reservations. With the rise of the welfare state in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and the threat of socialist revolution, especially after the Russian Revolution of 1917, measures towards greater equality have been incorporated into government policies in liberal and social democratic states. Notwithstanding these developments, however, unease about complete equality remains at the core of liberal thought and practice. In liberalism, privilege and success are explained as a result of individual rather than social factors. This success is defended through the notion of negative liberty. Consequently, lack of privilege and success are also explained as a result of individual, rather than social factors, thus relieving the state or society in general of any responsibility to promote greater equality. By contrast, Equality is not a secondary value but the central organizing principle of all socialist thought and practice. Socialists argue that the adoption of the above egalitarian measures by liberal states have resulted in no major changes in patterns of inequality. Therefore, the point is to establish social and economic institutions that fundamentally promote and preserve equality. Apart from disagreements over individual concepts of liberty and equality, liberals and socialists have also disagreed on the relationship between the two. Liberalism is suspicious of too much equality, fearing that equality beyond a certain point becomes a menace to liberty, not only in the realm of economic enterprise but also in other spheres. Unlike the liberals who would defend the right to liberty even at the cost of equality, and the Democrats who would focus on political equality alone, socialists seek to make the value of liberty conditional on the attainment of equality for all. In a sense, socialism defends the equal right to liberty of all by maintaining that without equality, the liberty of some will be premised upon the lack of liberty for others. Further, socialists argue that since there is no inbuilt mechanism within capitalist economies and laissez-faire governments towards egalitarian measures, the solution is to plan an egalitarian society in advance and put it into practice. Socialist schemes, old and new. Although Rousseau addressed the problem of inequality as described above, his thought cannot be labeled socialist. François-Noël Babeuf, a philosopher active at the time of the French Revolution, is perhaps the first socialist thinker of modern times. Babeuf established a conspiracy of the socialists and called himself the tribune of the people during the Revolution. He was fiercely critical of the defense of the right to private property in the Constitution of the French Republic drafted after the Revolution in 1793. In the absence of any thorough program to address economic and social inequality, the slogan of the Revolution, liberty, equality, fraternity, was meaningless for Babeuf. Thus, he opposed the manner in which the Revolution and liberal slogans about human emancipation remained empty slogans without removing the primary source of inequality in society, that is, the institution of private property. Although Babeuf's conspiracy was finally crushed, Babouvism, the French term for Babeufism, with its emphasis on the revolutionary role of the working class, had a lingering influence on the socialist theory. Henri de Saint-Simon, who wrote at the start of the 19th century, was preoccupied with the challenges that the new century represented to him. According to him, with the collapse of the hierarchical feudal order of the previous era, there was a need to tackle the problem of inequality in industrial capitalism. He hoped that Christianity could be reinterpreted according to its original egalitarian principles for the modern age, and he attempted this in his best-known work, The New Christianity, 1825. Saint Simon's followers, the Saint-Simonians, systematized his ideas and identified the central elements of his socialism. These included the abolition of all privileges at birth, the determining of rewards according to the actual amount of work put in by the individual, and the common ownership of land, capital, and all instruments of labor. Tom Bottomore, a leading commentator on Karl Marx, argues that Saint Simon exercised a significant influence on Marx's thought, a fact that is not generally acknowledged. Charles Fourier, a French socialist of the 19th century, shared with his compatriot Rousseau the belief that modern civilization was rotten at the core and consisted of deceit, hypocrisy, and parasitism. According to Fourier, these were the products of the modern individualistic and competitive system of production and could be remedied by an elaborate plan for the reorganization of society according to rational principles of production and distribution. This plan included the establishing of self-contained units of cooperative workers called phalanxes composed of between 400 and 2,000 men and women each. Members should unite in groups according to their tastes, which in turn, according to Fourier, would be determined by the character of their passions, their deeply held beliefs. By this arrangement, Fourier hoped that productivity would increase, enough for people to be active producers from the age of 18 to 25, and would enable them to live in leisure for the rest of their lives. Fourier's thought is an example of the elaborate and detailed schemes for radical economic and social reconstruction imagined by socialist thinkers of his day. The Welsh socialist Robert Owen, who lived and wrote in the late 18th and early 19th century, is credited with not simply devising collectivistic schemes but also with managing to actually implement them in his lifetime. As mentioned above, the breakdown of old feudal relations in 18th century Europe and the rise of industrial capitalism created precarious conditions for workers. Robert Owen was, in fact, a factory owner himself. He decided to commit himself to lifelong work among factory workers of the small manufacturing town of New Lanark in Scotland. He instituted a series of measures that were designed to transform workers into a self-supporting, self-educating, and self-governing community. He initiated many practices that were later fought for and won by trade unions in the 19th and 20th centuries. In fact, most of the measures that seemed so radical in Owen's time are now a central part of all capitalist welfare states. However, Owen was not simply a reformer of capitalism. he roundly denounced private property. He proposed a blueprint for socialist communes with communal living and working arrangements and their supervision by qualified technicians. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels are credited with creating the most prolific and influential theory of socialism yet. They made a self-conscious effort to distinguish themselves from other socialists. To this end, they started referring to their work as communist rather than merely socialist, which they dismissed as a vague and dilute body of thought, full of pious outrage against capitalism and dimly conceived utopian schemes for the future. Rather than framing socialism in primarily ethical terms, Marx set out to devise a systematic, scientific theory of socialism that would stand the test of actual practice. He believed that the premises from which he attempted to develop a truly scientific socialism were, in his words, not arbitrary ones, not dogmas, but real premises from which abstraction can be made only in the imagination. Further, instead of speaking of the need for building a socialist society as a conscious moral choice, Marx claimed that the advent of socialism was inevitable. He made this claim on the basis of his discovery of what he believed were the objective laws of human society. According to scientific socialism, the ideal community cannot be planned by thinkers or well-meaning reformers and put into operation regardless of historical conditions. It must arise out of revolutionary activity and will be successful only when historically appropriate. In more specific terms, Marx and Engels argued that socialism was a stage of historical development, destined to be achieved after a worldwide revolution by the working class against the private property-owning bourgeoisie, the chief beneficiaries of the contemporary capitalist economy. The modern industrial proletariat, according to Marx, was effectively excluded from the benefits of the capitalist society. Hence, it was the class with the most compelling interest in the overthrow of that society. He sought to create a rigorous practical doctrine that would help the proletariat to develop confidence in the success of revolution as a historical inevitability, and thus resist engaging in premature revolts. Marx characterizes man as homopher, or the working species. This, according to him, meant that the material realm, the realm of production and labor, is the most distinctive feature of human life. This was a theme found in earlier socialists like Fourier and Saint-Simon, too, and is termed materialism, since in such a theory the most important phenomena in human society are explained through an examination of the manner in which human beings satisfy their material needs. According to Marx, the specific manner in which the means of production, land, labor, capital, enterprise, are organized in a society gives rise to a particular mode of production. Further, society can be viewed in terms of a distinction between the base and the superstructure. The base consists of the economic conditions of life, including the means of production and the relations of production. The superstructure consisted of the legal, political, religious, aesthetic, or philosophical aspects of life. While in some of his writings Marx explores the influence of the superstructure upon the base, his belief in materialism leads him to stress the determining nature of the base within which the superstructure must always operate. In simple terms, the political formation of the state and the entire edifice of legal, cultural, social, and ethical systems in society are built upon the foundation of the mode of production, or the economic base. So, for example, the institution of kingship or the medieval state was the superstructure, mode of political organization suitable to the feudal mode of production. The laissez-faire state is the organization relevant to early capitalism. The welfare state is the political form necessary for advanced capitalism, etc. In Marx and Engels' famous words, the mode of production of material life determines the general character of the social, political, and spiritual processes of life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. Marx's belief in materialism led him to formulate a unique theory of historical change, which he termed historical materialism, and may be defined thus. Historical change takes place with changes in the base, which are accompanied by changes in the superstructure. Thus, it was material forces, the mode/means of economic production, rather than ideas that were the real motors of history. According to Marx, every stage in human history contains within itself the seeds of its own destruction. The continual destruction of one stage and the rise of another occur due to the fact that except the final stage of communism, every other stage in history contains inherent contradictions. These contradictions deepen and express themselves in many forms, primarily in the form of class struggle, until the system itself collapses to be replaced by a new system. Marx's analysis of capitalism followed from the above theses. Under capitalism, he argued, owners are forced into ceaseless competition with each other and weaker capitalists are pushed out of the market. Bankrupt owners join the ranks of the workers as their circumstances get more and more impossible, and small-scale enterprises yield to large monopolies. Society eventually comes to be divided into only two classes: the bourgeoisie, in whose hands all capital comes to be concentrated, and the proletariat, the wage earners who have no capital, no private property, but only their labor power to sell. This divide between two classes is the overt manifestation of the contradictions unique to capitalism. The class consciousness of the proletariat is strengthened as workers are concentrated in large efficitories, and as their conditions of life grow worse with every advance of capitalist production. Eventually, the capitalist system is overthrown through a workers' revolution, and a dictatorship of the proletariat established to replace it. The dictatorship, according to Marx and Engels, would itself be eventually replaced by a truly classless communist society, since classes are a manifestation of the contradictions characteristic of pre-communist forms of economic production. Under socialism, marginal differences of function and of income may remain, but they would not be the permanent differences of class. Further, there would be no private property, and the state, which was viewed by Marx as an instrument in the hands of the ruling class, would wither away. Only in the final stage of human history would the individual be truly free, since the principle of true equality would ensure that the freedom of some is not premised on the unfreedom of others. Conclusion. As must be clear from the discussion above, there is immense diversity within socialist thought regarding the precise problem with capitalism and the exact solution offered. Apart from the thinkers mentioned above, other influential socialists include the Bolsheviks Vladimir Lenin, Rosa Luxemburg, and Leon Trotsky, the anarchist socialists Peter Kropotkin and William Godwin, the possibilists, including, especially, Paul Bruce, Marx's interlocutors Ferdinand Lassalle and Mikhail Bakunin, the revisionist socialist Eduard Bernstein, the Russian feminist socialist Alexandra Kollontai, the Zionist socialist Moses Hess, the syndicalists, the Austro-Marxists, including Otto Bauer, and the Fabian socialists Sidney and Beatrice Webb in England. Socialism and communism also found a dedicated set of adherents in the non-Western part of the world, including the powerful legacy of Mao Zedong in China, Fidel Castro in Cuba, M.N. Roy, and, more recently, communist leaders like Jyoti Basu and E.M.S. Namboodiripad in India. To achieve their aims, some socialists have placed their faith in a reformed state. Others wish to abolish the state altogether and establish self-governing communes. Yet others speak of a historical revolution. Writers have sought to make sense of this huge variety of socialist theories by distinguishing between various schools of socialism, including utopian socialism, scientific socialism, democratic socialism, anarchist socialism, organizational socialism, reformist socialism, etc. We must emphasize here that the above categories of socialism, while useful for understanding the differences between various types of socialist thought, are not absolute. Owen, for instance, is classified by some, including Marx himself, as mentioned above, as a utopian socialist. However, he also expressed great hope in scientific principles, in particular, as mentioned above, the supervision of communes by technicians. On the other hand, Marxism sought to be scientific but in fact depended on certain concepts that were undeniably moral or ethical in their origin. Marx stated that he wished to write not about abstract individuals, but real individuals, their activity, and their material conditions of life. This is a deeply ethical humanist mission. As already discussed, Marx and Engels sought to prove that the socialist society is not a distant dream but a fact of the near future promised by the scientific laws of historical development. This fact never appeared in its entirety anywhere in the world. However, the 20th century is marked by attempts to establish socialism in substantial parts of the world. It was such a socialist state, the USSR, that was officially established in 1917 in Russia, an example of what has been termed actually existing socialism. It was one socialist state that came closest to achieving success in the face of huge odds in a predominantly liberal, capitalist world. However, this socialist experiment ended dramatically in 1991 with the collapse of the USSR, while North Korea and Cuba remain communist to the present day. The rest of the so-called Eastern Bloc, a Cold War term for the communist part of the world, has been absorbed into the global capitalist system over the past few decades. Also, it was the widespread influence of socialism among the intelligentsia and the masses alike that to a large extent forced liberal capitalist states in the 19th and 20th centuries to reform themselves. Arguably, the welfare state that was established in England in the 19th century and spread to most of the world by the 20th century was a response within liberalism to the popularity of socialist ideas and to the threat of socialist revolution. Policies influenced by the socialist principle of substantive equality have improved the conditions of life for millions of human beings in the contemporary world, whether they live in formally liberal or socialist states. Socialism, both as thought and practice, remains an important critique of the mainstream form of economic production in the modern world, and a powerful reminder of the fact that the central liberal values of freedom and equality can be rendered meaningless in the face of the structural inequalities produced by capitalism. Socialism, as Bernard Crick reminds us, is both an empirical theory and a moral doctrine. It is not an ahistorical and abstract philosophical theory of equality, but a specific response to the economic and moral contradictions inherent in modernity. The existence of severe economic inequality since the Industrial Revolution, along with liberal moral values. If one is truly committed to the ideal of human emancipation, one cannot ignore the stinging critique of contemporary society and the eloquent. If one is truly committed to the ideal of human emancipation, one cannot ignore the stinging critique of contemporary society and the eloquent vision of a new society given by socialism. Points for discussion. 1. Compare the standard of living of the average CEO and the average factory worker in terms of satisfaction of basic human needs, including food, clothing, shelter, and means of transportation and entertainment. Do you believe the vast differences in basic conditions of life between various sections of Indian society are justified? If not, what do you believe are the reasons for these differences? If yes, how would you justify them? 2. Make a list of the major droughts/famines/economic crises that have taken place in the 20th century, e.g., the Great Bengal Famine, the Great Depression. Do you believe these were caused entirely by natural factors? Or could they have been prevented by better economic management of resources? 3. In the Indian Constitution, there exists a tension between the right to property and the aim of the Indian state to redistribute wealth towards greater equality for all, for example, through land reform. If you were to choose between guaranteed liberty for a minority, including, especially, an unlimited liberty to own property, and possible equality for the masses, what would you choose? 4. Which socialist states still exist after the collapse of the USSR? What is your opinion on the actually existing socialist states in the contemporary world? 5. In the career of your choice, do you believe you will have the opportunity to work in an organization that will provide creatively satisfying work for a majority of its employees, along with an avoidance of extreme income inequalities within the organization? Reading list. Baltimore, T. Edition. Karl Marx. Selected Writings in Sociology and Social Philosophy. Harmonsworth. Penguin, 1956. Cole, G. D.H. Socialist Thought. The Forerunners 1789 to 1850, London. Macmillan, 1953. Huberman, L. and E. Sweezy. Introduction to Socialism, New Delhi. Monthly Review Press, 1968. Marx, K. and E. Engels. Selected Works, Moscow. Progress Publishers, 1968. McClellan, D. Marx Before Marxism, New York. Harper and Row, 1970. Miliband, R. Socialism for a Skeptical Age, Cambridge. Polity, 1994. Nanda, B.R. Socialism in India, Delhi. Vicus Publications, 1972. St. Simon, Henri de. The New Christianity, 1825. Tawney, R. H. Equality, London. Unwin Books, 1931. Wright, A. Socialisms, Theories and Practices, Oxford and New York. Oxford University Press, 1986. Chapter, Nationalism, Sunlini Kumar. Chapter Outline. Introduction 259 The History of an Idea 260 Non-European Nationalism 264 Theoretical Questions 265 Analysis and Critique 268 Conclusion. The Future of an Idea 269 Points for Discussion 271. Introduction. When you pick up the World Atlas, you will see that every single inch of land in this world has been divided according to the principle of nationalism. This fact may not strike you as particularly profound unless you dwell on the fact that this was not always so. When we think of the nation that we live in today, it seems to be a natural, ancient, and stable political formation. However, the nation-state was not always the manner in which a political community was organized. Ancient Greece was composed of city-states, ancient India was composed of republics and kingdoms, and since the Roman Empire, Europe has been ruled by successive monarchs or dynasties in decentralized feudal kingdoms and empires. In fact, nationalism is no more than 200 years old. If nationalism is historically such a recent phenomenon, how did it become such a powerful and universally accepted doctrine? How and where did it arise, and how did it spread around the world? What is the connection between nationalism and the modem state? The first section of this chapter answers these questions by outlining the major events and factors in the historical journey of nationalism, especially its connection with the modem state. There are several theoretical questions about nationalism that arise, too. These include: what is the relationship of nationalism with modem culture and capitalism? Is there a difference between Eastern and Western nationalism? Is nationalism an inherently progressive or regressive political phenomenon? The second half of the chapter seeks answers to these questions by examining the major theoretical debates in this field. Unlike several concepts in liberal and Marxist political theory, an in-depth theoretical study of nationalism has been remarkably absent within mainstream political science. In fact, the subject of nationalism has not existed as a distinct field of study but has been written about in diverse ways by thinkers within the social sciences in general. There is also little agreement among writers on what exactly one means by the term nationalism. The manner in which one answers the questions we have raised above depends to a large extent on the definition one adopts, the field of social science one is working within, and one's larger normative and philosophical orientation. We hope that through a close study of the historical and theoretical aspects of nationalism, you will get a clearer understanding of these questions and arrive at possible answers to them. It will be useful to begin by defining nationalism as the belief that a group of people are united by a common history, tradition, language, and culture, and hence that they should establish a sovereign political community of their own, the nation. The word nation, thus, refers to a close-knit political community with a culturally, linguistically, ethnically, or even racially homogeneous population and a shared history. Although no country in the world today satisfies these criteria strictly, the idea of a nation has been a powerful force in the history of most countries. The terms nation and state are sometimes used synonymously. However, they are two separate entities, as will become clear from the discussion that follows. The confusion arises from one of the most fundamental beliefs of nationalism, that every community of people that think of themselves as a nation should also have a state of their own. Thus, the hyphenated term nation-state. According to Hans Kohn, nationalism demands the nation-state. The creation of the nation-state strengthens nationalism. Max Weber argues, one might as well define the concept of nation in the following way. A Nation is a community of sentiment which would adequately manifest itself in a state of its own. Nationalism is any ideology or movement that seeks to establish a particular nation-state, or to consolidate its power. It is the belief that the nation must be the primary focus of loyalty for individuals and groups within a state, that it should be the sole object of people's allegiance. It is also the sense of loyalty required for people to live and work within the modem state, and to even die for the state in wars and in internal law enforcement. The historical study of nationalism clarifies in particular its relationship to the modem state. Let us examine this history in detail. The history of an idea. Nationalism is commonly regarded by historians as having originated in Europe, and more specifically in Western Europe, from where it spread to other parts of the world. While nationalism, as mentioned above, arose in the late 18th and 19th centuries, certain political and military events in Europe began to create the conditions for the rise of nations as early as 14th century. These include the decline of the Holy Roman Empire and the Hundred Years' War between the English and French kingdoms. The most important factor for the rise of nationalism, however, was the rise of the centralized modem state in Europe around the 16th and 17th centuries. See Chapter 11 on the state. Nationalism has a structural connection with the state, and could not have emerged prior to its existence. Thus, it is important to first understand the rise of the state. The modem state differs from pre-modem political formations because it embodies centralized, sovereign, undivided political power. In contrast, in medieval Europe, political power was divided instead of being consolidated in the hands of a single sovereign ruler or government. Although monarchs and ruling dynasties existed, they shared power both horizontally, with the church, and vertically, with feudal governors or vassals. The horizontal division of power at the apex of the political system existed because of the church being as powerful as individual rulers, and often even more powerful than them. The power of the church had steadily grown ever since the adoption of Christianity by the Roman Emperor Constantine in the 4th century. The adoption of Christianity as the official religion of the Roman Empire meant the dissemination of church authority to the farthest comers of the Roman Empire, i.e. most of the continent of Europe, and as far east as Turkey and Russia. By the 6th century, there existed overlapping zones of authority between the Catholic Church and individual rulers of kingdoms all across Europe. While on the one hand, kings justified their rule over subjects by claiming that they possessed divine sanction, the Church exercised political control in the non-religious, secular sense. For instance, in the power to tax subjects. The presence of this uneasy alliance between religious and political authority in medieval Europe meant that neither could emerge as omnipotent or all-powerful. The vertical check on the ruler's power in medieval Europe was provided by the feudal structure. Feudalism was a system of social stratification which existed throughout medieval Europe. It consisted of ties of obligation between superiors and subordinates which emphasized the performance of one's given duty or one's station in accordance with one's place in the hierarchy. It is important to remember that the feudal system functioned at both economic and political levels. In the largely agrarian economies of medieval European kingdoms, an individual's status was primarily determined by his or her relationship to the main economic asset, land. As a result, there were vast inequalities in status between landowners and landless tillers. These status inequalities were concretized in feudalism through the economic hierarchy between lords and serfs. Similarly, at the political level, The feudal structure implied a complex sharing of power vertically downwards from the monarch or emperor. The political hierarchy was expressed in distinctions between lords and vassals. Each lord enjoyed jurisdiction over his vassal, who in turn enjoyed jurisdiction over his vassal, and so on. In pre-modem Europe, therefore, there were several factors that prevented the formation of a centralized political community with a fixed territory and population. Most importantly, as already discussed, the power of the kings and monarchs was limited and was often only primus inter pares, first among equals, when considered in relation to the church and feudal governors. The church commanded people's loyalty and obedience, encouraging the development of an overarching Christian identity across Europe that often overrode loyalty to individual rulers or kingdoms. Rulers were forced to depend on their vassals to execute the basic tasks of government, especially taxation and administrative control. Technological impediments like lack of advanced transport and communication networks made the sharing of political power not simply a convention but a necessity for individual monarchs. Rebellion by vassals remained an ever-present threat for individual rulers due to the latter's dependence on the former. The changing political equations between various kings, lords, and vassals due to war, conquest, or secession meant that the borders of medieval political communities could not be absolute. Further, marriage alliances between royal families from different kingdoms were often accompanied by large dowries and gifts of land and territory, with the consequence that subjects of one king could suddenly find themselves subjects of another king following a royal marriage. In the absence of modem rules of residence and citizenship, subjects were also free to move across kingdoms to live, work, or marry. As a consequence of all these patterns of decentralization of politics, administration, law, and culture, the daily life of populations within feudal kingdoms continued in all its local diversity and peculiarity, largely unaffected by changing political scenarios. The speech, behavior, and social practices of populations across Europe were incredibly diverse, deriving more from local customs and conventions rather than from a centralized authority. This prevented the formation of any larger homogenized cultural identity among populations across diverse territories, and such an identity is crucial to modem nationalism. Gradually, political conditions changed and led to the weakening and collapse of the feudal and religious forces in European society. One of the most important factors in this change was the rise of absolutist monarchs, like the Tudor dynasty in England and the Bourbon dynasty in France. They consolidated their political power with the help of the newly emerging trading and merchant classes, the merchant capitalists, or the mercantile bourgeoisie. Merchant capitalism and trade became rich sources of wealth in early modem Europe, allowing monarchs to considerably reduce their dependence on taxation from feudal agrarian production, and thus reduce their dependence on vassals. Eventually, capitalism came to replace feudalism almost entirely, resulting in the loss of political power of feudal governors and allowing kings to exercise absolute power over their kingdoms, hence the term absolutist. At the same time, the religious reformation of the 15th century dealt a heavy blow to the power of the Catholic Church. With the waning of both vertical and horizontal challenges to their authority by the 16th century, monarchs were able to establish direct, effective, and comprehensive rule over the entire population within their kingdoms. They strictly enforced territorial boundaries, standardized population in the realms of religion, education, and language, maintained standing armies, and introduced stricter rules of residence and mobility for citizens, in order that they may develop a sense of loyalty towards their respective rulers. Advancements in transport, communication, and technologies of governance meant that monarchs could achieve these political aims more effectively. These developments had far-reaching consequences. Indeed, absolutism led to the formation of the earliest form of the modem state, the absolutist state. It is important to remember that absolutist states resembled contemporary states in many ways. They possessed sovereignty, centralized government, and fixed territorial boundaries. However, they were ruled by what we consider a pre-modem institution, the monarchy. The idea of absolutism is best captured in the famous, or notorious, statement by the absolutist king, Louis XIV of France, "I am the state." The doctrine of nationalism may be understood in the context of these large-scale historical events. The standardization and fixing of territorial boundaries and populations by absolutist kings had laid the objective foundation of nations, nations being defined as a culturally, linguistically, and ethnically homogeneous population united within a state. As a subjective feeling, nationalism became the philosophy of the emerging elites of Western Europe, the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie, initially mercantile and later industrial capitalists, were important political allies of the absolutist kings in their rise to power. Ironically, they soon became restless for greater political rights and representation, dominating newly established representative assemblies and parliaments across Western Europe. This led to the famous tussle between king and parliament in early modem Europe. The Glorious Revolution of 1688 in England is a prime example. During this tussle, the idea of the nation, derived from the Latin root natio, which pertains to birth or origin, became very significant as a sense of identity for the bourgeoisie. At a time when familiar feudal social and political institutions were decaying all across Western Europe, especially after the Industrial Revolution of the 18th century, nationalism united diverse sections of the bourgeoisie through these historic upheavals. The nation was used to refer to a homogeneous, ancient, close-knit political community that had miraculously survived intact in the modern age, and that had to be revived. This myth of ancientness was a powerful one, expressed especially forcefully in Romantic nationalism that arose later in Germany. Nationalism, thus, arose as a powerful unifying force in the modern era, allowing the bourgeoisie to speak in the name of a seemingly primordial community called the nation while bargaining for greater political power within their respective modern states. So, how did nationalism become a popular or mass phenomenon? For the masses, nationalism served a similar purpose, as discussed above in the context of the elites. Opposition to political power. To simplify a complex picture, as absolutist monarchs struggled to hold on to their power in the face of decreasing support from the bourgeoisie, they resorted to increasingly desperate and despotic forms of rule. As a response to this, the masses took to the streets in protest, and there were successive waves of popular pressure on absolutist states, for example, the French Revolution of 1789. We may clarify here that while revolts, mutinies, and uprisings against political power have existed from time immemorial, by the 18th and 19th centuries in Europe, these popular revolts were increasingly expressed in nationalist terms. Often, the leadership of the national movement would remain in the hands of the elites, and the popular element would ebb and flow. Occasionally, a local rebellion against a ruler or provincial governor would be strategically utilized by the bourgeoisie in order to launch a full-scale nationalist agitation against the monarch. To summarize and conclude this section, as absolutist states transformed into limited or constitutional states, and finally to democratic states towards the end of the 19th century, nationalism became a rallying call for greater political power or rights for both the bourgeoisie and the masses in the modern age. It is important to remember that the above is only a simplified sketch. Nationalism has differed vastly according to specific historical, cultural, and geographical conditions in various parts of Europe and elsewhere. For example, in France, the violent mass element was stronger than it was in England. Hence, it was the mass political groups that participated in the French Revolution rather than a parliament that created and popularized the idea of the French nation as an embodiment of liberty in opposition to the excesses of absolutism. In many parts of Europe, nationalism, even among the elites, arose as late as the 19th century. The reasons for this phenomenon may be found in the different geographical and cultural conditions and divergent processes of state formation in these areas. In England, state formation had taken place under relatively peaceful conditions due partly to its geographical and cultural isolation from the rest of Europe. Hence, a distinctive English nation could be shaped within the boundaries of the existing English state. However, where large multi-ethnic, multilinguistic empires had transformed into states, the boundaries of nations and states did not always neatly coincide. These empires entirely became multinational states, which gradually broke up into individual nation-states. The phenomenon of nationalism was more conflict-ridden and often violent in these areas. One clear example of this could be seen in the history of nations like Bosnia and Herzegovina that were born from the debris of the old Austro-Hungarian Empire. In these areas, nationalism arose to demand the creation of the nation-state, rather than merely for the establishment of a subjective sense of loyalty among the population of existing states. In the case of Germany, too, the nation-state of Germany was created in the 19th century out of the princely republics that comprised the crumbling Holy Roman Empire. Non-European nationalism. Within Europe, nationalism had spread from the elites to the masses by the end of the 19th century. At this time, nationalism also began to spread from Europe to other parts of the world. The salient factors in this regard were trade and colonialism. As early as the 18th century, European powers were engaged in securing lucrative trading outposts around the globe. By the end of the 19th century, this search became a mad scramble for colonies. As European powers opened up inner territories of Asia, Africa, and Latin America for their own profit and exposed the native populations to the outside world, they ironically dug their own graves by fueling national liberation struggles in their colonies. As the historian Benedict Anderson points out, the doctrine of nationalism was inadvertently exported to Latin America, Asia, and Africa by European colonial powers. Just as popular revolts had opposed despotic rulers within Europe, national liberation struggles in the colonies expressed popular frustration at arbitrary and unjust colonial policies. Interestingly, the leadership of national liberation movements was initially in the hands of the bourgeoisie in the colonies, too, often foreign-educated, professional middle classes who saw themselves as leaders of an indigenous nation opposing the imperialist European nations. Gradually, the mass element began to enter anti-colonial nationalism. In the Indian case, for example, Historians have argued that the importance of Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi was precisely in effecting a transformation of Indian nationalism from the limited, middle-class nationalism of the Indian National Congress in the 1890s and 1900s to a radical mass movement from the 1920s onwards. The solidarity between various liberation struggles may have been an additional factor in the demise of colonialism and the rise of non-European nationalism. Anti-colonial nationalist movements benefited from communication between colonized areas, which was ironically made possible by colonialism itself. For instance, the defeat of an imperialist power like Russia by a tiny Asian nation, Japan in 1904 to 1905, created a tremendous sense of confidence all over the colonized, non-European world. Similarly, the non-cooperation movement launched by Gandhi in India expressed solidarity with the anti-colonial Khilafat movement in Turkey. Further, after World War, the legitimacy of imperialism as a principle of political rule had decreased considerably at an international level. The growing success of Asian and African anti-colonial struggles made imperialism an increasingly expensive enterprise both materially and morally. Materially, colonies became not simply ungovernable, but also unprofitable for many reasons. Morally, imperialism was opposed not simply by nationalist leaders and masses in the colonies, but also by liberal democratic governments that had been elected to power in Europe. Due to a combination of the above factors, there was a wave of decolonization in the colonized world after World War II, and by the third quarter of the 20th century, modem nation-states had been established in most of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Theoretical questions: nationalism and modern culture. Many writers have attempted to examine the precise connection between nationalism and modem culture. These include Carl Wolfgang Deutsch, who argues in his work, Nationalism and Social Communication, 1962, that nationalism is an expression of cultural and social mechanisms peculiar to modernity, such as modem communications. Ernest Gellner's Nations and Nationalism, 1983, is an important attempt to understand the role of cultural factors in nationalism and vice versa. In his now famous words, nations as a natural, God-given way of classifying men, nations as a natural, God-given way of classifying men, as an inherent though long-delayed political destiny, are a myth. Nationalism, which sometimes takes pre-existing cultures and turns them into nations, sometimes invents them, and often obliterates pre-existing cultures. That is a reality, for better or worse. Thus, Gellner argues that it is not nations that create nationalism, but rather, that nationalism creates nations, a fact that certainly seems to be true for the history of most recent nation-states. In this process, according to Gellner, the principle of nationalism exerts a homogenizing pressure on pre-modem cultures, exploiting them and transforming them to fulfill its project of creating a homogeneous, national culture. Nationalism also obliterates obscure, little traditions and reinvents and homogenizes great traditions in order to create a basis for the modern nation. Gellner's analysis can be used by us to understand the rise of Hindu nationalism, or Hindutva in India. Hindutva seeks to promote the development of a Hindu Indian nation by the propagation of a homogenized Hindu high culture that ignores diverse local, folkloric traditions in favor of a limited set of upper caste, Sanskritic traditions. This project of Hindutva is expressed in the demand for a common national language, Sanskritized Hindi, a common deity, Lord Ram, and a common place of worship for all Hindus, the site of Lord Ram's birth in the North Indian city of Ayodhya. This last demand was expressed as the Ram Janmabhoomi movement and culminated in the destruction of a mosque, the Babri Masjid, that allegedly stood at the site of Ram's birthplace. Interestingly, there is also a continuous reference in the Hindutva discourse to a glorious ancient past, the Vedic age, as the origin/root of the Hindu nation. As mentioned above, the idea of common origin or birth is a part of the history of nationalism in Western Europe, too. In this aspect, Hindu nationalism is strikingly similar to German, Romantic nationalism mentioned above. Gellner also seeks to demonstrate that nationalism has a structural connection with the needs of modem industrial society. He argues that the social organization of agrarian society is not at all favorable to the nationalist principle. According to him, the need of modem industrial economies for a mobile and interchangeable workforce requires complex, new skills and social formations beyond the resources of family and kinship ties. Such skills, according to Gellner, can only be provided by a public education system and integrated by, preferably, a single language and within a centralized political, economic, and educational system. In other words, within the modem nation-state. The universality of nationalism in the contemporary world stems from the fact that it is the only form of political organization that is appropriate to the social and material conditions of modem society. Further, nationalism can unite sections of the population that would compete fiercely otherwise for valued modem occupations, jobs, and political careers. Thus, seen through Gellner's eyes, nationalism is a sine qua non of industrialization, because it provides people with a powerful motivation for making painful changes necessary for creating modem industrial societies. The cultural homogeneity required by nationalism is also useful for industrial society in many ways. Thus, to simplify Gellner's thesis, nationalism is intrinsic to both modernity and industrialization. Nationalism and capitalism. The relationship between nationalism and capitalism has been analyzed by the Marxists and non-Marxists alike. Marxists argue that during the 4 centuries-old development of capitalism, nationalism has to a great extent arisen as an ally of capitalism, as a bourgeois ideology. For example, Hobsbawm believes that nationalism is a symptom of capitalism at a particular stage of its development. Nationalism unites the dominant classes, the bourgeoisie, and creates a false sense of community between them and the mass in the face of the latter's impoverishment and exploitation by capitalism. For more details, see Chapter 16 on socialism. Marxism believes that nationalism offers individuals an identity and a means to belong to a community that seems egalitarian and unified, but actually is not so. This is because all nations are characterized by deep economic and social inequalities even today. Thus, Marxists would argue that the unity in nationalist thought can be a mythical one and does not reflect the real conditions of human beings in the modern, predominantly capitalist world. Benedict Anderson, an influential writer on nationalism, expresses this Marxist insight when he calls nations imagined communities, 1983. According to Anderson, 1983, 7. Nations are imagined because the members of even the smallest nation will never know most of their fellow members, meet them, or even hear of them. Yet in the minds of each lives the image of their communion. Regardless of the actual inequality and exploitation that may prevail in each, the nation is always conceived of as a deep, horizontal comradeship. Ultimately, it is this fraternity that makes it possible, over the past 2 centuries, for so many millions of people, not so much to kill, as willingly to die. Nationalism, Western or Eastern. The question of whether there is a difference between Eastern and Western nationalism is a thorny one, since Western thinkers on nationalism have often used positive terminology to describe Western nationalism and negative terminology for Eastern nationalism. For instance, according to Hans Kohn, 1945, 36, Western nationalism was connected with the concepts of individual liberty. The later nationalism in Central and Eastern Europe and in Asia easily tended towards a contrary development. Edward Shills similarly believes that one can draw a clear demarcation between the West and the East on the question of nationalism. Shills argues that rather than the secular, rational reasons that draw people into politics in the Western nations, the people of the East are drawn into politics because of what he calls their deep preoccupation with authority. With the collapse of traditional sources of political authority due to colonialism in the East, the Eastern individual longs for incorporation into a new, alternative collectivity. According to Shills, nationalism in the Eastern states can be understood as an expression of this overwhelming, irrational need. Theorists also argue that since nationalism is imported into non-Western states by colonialism, it tends to be a more artificial and unstable phenomenon here, spawning dangerous tendencies towards violence and extremism. Nationalism, progressive or regressive. There has always existed a debate between those theorists who view nationalism as a conservative, retrograde phenomenon and those who view it as progressive and desirable. The dismissal of nationalism as a regressive or even reactionary force has come from a diverse set of political and ideological positions. Marxism, as mentioned above, has traditionally been hostile to nationalism. For example, Rosa Luxemburg, 1971, believed that nationalism instills a sense of loyalty in the minds of the working class towards the existing state and towards the ruling classes that are allied with the state. Luxemburg argued that even if the idea of the right of nations to self-determination was relevant or meaningful to the mass of the world's population at some point, it had become meaningless or impossible under modern capitalist conditions. Many writers have opposed nationalism for its narrow particularism and its capacity to construct the myth of homogeneous identity. The great Indian poet and writer Rabindranath Tagore remained deeply suspicious of nationalism throughout his life for these reasons. Paul Gilroy, in his book The Black Atlantic, 1993, reminds us that marginalization of diverse traditions and experiences seems inbuilt into nationalism anywhere in the world. Gilroy's thesis is that racial immigration through slavery has been central to the history of modern Western nation-states, but this is a truth that has been obliterated in the commonly held idea that all English people are white, and that the English nation has survived intact from antiquity. England is one of the most multiracial, multilinguistic, multi-ethnic, and even multinational countries in the world today. Yet some varieties of English nationalism continue to draw on a small, homogeneous set of medieval, white upper-class traditions as the foundation of the English nation. Gellner's analysis on nationalism and culture may be recalled here. Support for nationalism has also come from diverse and sometimes surprising quarters. The influential Marxist scholar Ijaz Ahmad understands nationalism in a manner similar to Ernest Gellner when he argues that nationalism may be a stage in the often painful transition of traditional societies to modernity. As discussed above, Marxism views nationalism as a bourgeois ideology that accompanies the rise of the modem state. Marxists like Ahmad believe that the modem nation-state is a necessary historical stage in the ultimate establishment of a stateless, classless society. For more details, see Chapter 16 on socialism. Therefore, Ahmad does not share the suspicion of nationalism that some other Marxist thinkers display. Rather, he argues that nationalism may be seen as a cementing force in the transition of societies to modernity and ultimately to socialism. Especially for third world states, nationalism is viewed by many contemporary Marxist writers and activists as a powerful and useful tool to resist the forces of global capitalism. Ahmad, for instance, argues for the actuality, even the necessity of progressive and revolutionary kinds of nationalism in order to defend the interests of weaker states in the international hierarchy of states. Most third world nationalism has its roots in anti-colonial struggle. Marxists who characterize the contemporary global economic system as neo-colonial would argue thus that just as nationalism can be used to oppose colonialism, it can be employed to oppose neo-colonialism and multinational corporations, MNCs. In India, for example, sections of communist political parties have often supported even non-communist national governments in their stand against MNCs. This nationalist position, which stands directly opposed to the traditional pro-working class, internationalist stance of Marxism, is justified on the basis of the defense of weaker states against the moves of powerful Western multinationals. Analysis and critique. As regards the connection between nationalism and modern culture, the idea common to the theories discussed above is that nationalism is the religion of modernization, or the ideological corollary to the material fact of modernization. There is no doubt that nationalism has a structural connection with modernization as is evinced by its rise 2 centuries ago. Nationalism may have provided individuals from different classes with a sense of identity and connection in the face of the massive economic and political upheavals that accompanied modernity. However, it must be emphasized that neither modernization per se, nor its connection with nationalism is a straightforward phenomenon. First, nationalism often works against modernization, as is the case with nationalist economic opposition to international trade agreements, even where it can be demonstrated that the new rules would foster industrial modernization in the country. Gellner's analysis also becomes somewhat untenable when we consider nationalism in the developing world. Most third world countries today are composed of combinations of agrarian and industrial forms of production. In other words, instead of having witnessed a neat transition from agrarian to industrial society, third world societies seem to simultaneously contain all the stages of historical development that Gellner speaks of. Thus, the notion of a development from traditional to agrarian society and of nationalism as facilitating this process is unsustainable given the contemporary nationalism of the third world. Second, the distinction between Eastern and Western nationalism must be questioned. The tendency to view all Eastern nationalisms as somehow lacking in the healthy values associated with Western nationalism is very common in conventional literature. For instance, Schills in the context of Eastern nationalism argues that it contains a deficient trend of civility. The distinction between cultural and political nationalisms may be more useful. However, most scholars see Western nationalisms as political and Eastern ones as cultural. This distinction remains controversial, since some writers have argued the exact opposite. Whereas most European nations emerged organically from indigenous historical processes, colonized nations are highly artificial creations since their boundaries have been constructed by the imperial powers. So, they would argue that Western nations are cultural whereas Eastern nations are political. For instance, the continuing ethnic conflict in many African states may point to the fact that colonial rulers arbitrarily created their boundaries with scant respect for local ethnic loyalties. As a result, many ethnic and tribal communities were split between two nations. Conversely, a huge diversity of ethnic groups were randomly bound together in the confines of a modem nation-state, as a result of which there was a fierce and often bloody conflict between groups for political power. This random binding together of groups with little cultural or ethnic similarity could be seen as the result of a conscious political action, which in turn may arise from a political form of nationalism, writers have argued. There is undoubtedly a contrast that can be drawn between traditional political membership and modern citizenship. However, it is also true that all nationalisms share some basic features, allowing, of course, for historical and geographical differences. Therefore, to classify Eastern nationalism as non-liberal, dangerous, and impassioned and Western nationalism as reasonable and cosmopolitan is inaccurate and misleading. The irrational element is a characteristic of Western nationalism as much as of Eastern nationalism, as argued convincingly by theorists like Elie Kaduri, Tom Naim, and Isaiah Berlin, among others. For instance, Kaduri points to the revolutionary element in Indian nationalism, with its worship of the goddess Kali as having the same roots as the irrational, violent, spiritual, and collective elements in the romantic nationalism of Europe. Also, the idea of a liberal, reasonable, Cosmopolitan Western nationalism that is devoid of any unhealthy values, including resentment and xenophobia, may be a normative ideal rather than reality in Western states. Paul Gilroy's analysis of nationalism in Western states, discussed above, may be useful to remember in this regard. In fact, the historian John Brewley believes that the welding of universalistic political discourse with a particularistic ethnic one constitutes the fundamental principle of all nationalisms. John Hutchinson provides a well-argued corrective to such a simplistic distinction when he maintains that cultural and political nationalism represent two competing conceptions of the nation, each of which feed off each other. Conclusion: the future of an idea. At the start of the 21st century, increasing economic globalization, mass migration, and technological advancements like the internet and mobile phones seem to have dramatically shrunk the planet. The lifestyles of the elites all over the globe are now strikingly similar. For many classes of people, national identity has become irrelevant at the everyday level. They use the same slang, travel in the same manner, and even eat the same food. Migration of human beings has increased manifold, with a huge number of individuals seeking to live and work in countries far away from their own. Writers argue that in the face of an increasingly globalized world, old political formations like the nation will lose their earlier role and relevance. David Beetham, for instance, argues that the very forces that strengthened nationalism in the previous era will cause its downfall in the coming one. Some writers believe that rather than national formations, it is transnational economic and political alliances that will set the agenda for the world's people in this and in the coming centuries. In this context, writers point to the example of the EU as proof of the decline of the nation. Nation-state. Europe being widely regarded as the birthplace of nationalism, the formation of the EU on this very continent has led some writers to believe that nationalism and other such primitive ideologies will be overcome in this new epoch. Many writers and political commentators believe that the coming centuries will move in the direction of cosmopolitan, universal, global values, and the nationalist bloodbaths of the previous century will be distant memories. However, well into the 21st century, a decline of nationalism seems nowhere in evidence. Nationalism as a political force seems alive and well, expressed in myriad forms like cultural revivalist movements in the East, debates on race and immigration all over the world, and most recently, in the controversy over business process outsourcing, BPO, in Western states. You may recall that opposition to outsourcing in Western countries was conducted in nationalist language, with implicit elements of xenophobia and racism against workers in third world states. Further, national self-determination movements are active, whether in Kashmir, in Palestine, or as witnessed in the recent liberation of East Timor from Indonesia. Nationalism has been, and will in all likelihood continue to be, at the core of many of the most bitter and important struggles well into the 21st century. The theorist Michael Billig, for example, argues that nationalism as a phenomenon is too deeply and thoroughly ingrained in modern life to study it narrowly in terms of particular social movements and make sharp and sweeping distinctions between nationalisms. Billig's central claim is that if all states today are nation-states, then nationalism is simply the ideology that maintains all nation-states as nation-states. In this context, Billig, 1997, refers to the idea of banal nationalism, the everyday, routine forms of nationalism practiced by first world states, from the restrictions on immigration to the widespread use of national symbols such as flags and songs. To conclude, it may be useful to understand nationalism as a universal contemporary political phenomenon, not simply an occasional, spectacular outpouring of patriotic sentiment, but as a part of the history of the modern state. Nationalism has often joined hands with the democratic state and liberal politics, as the experience of third world leaders like Gandhi, Nehru, and Kenyatta has shown. It can be a powerful transformative force that can achieve miracles in large and impoverished societies, as expressed in the idea of nation-building. Nationalism has especially been an ally for post-colonial societies seeking to unite large and diverse populations and fulfill difficult developmental goals within an unequal global capitalist system. However, it has also become entwined with more dangerous ideologies like religious extremism of any sort, fundamentalism, and even fascism. To understand why nationalism can be healthy or regressive, powerful or limited in its scope, one must remember above all the historical contingencies that accompanied its rise, and in particular its complex historical relationship with the modern state. The blending of the universal and the particular, the banal and the spectacular, the routine and the extraordinary, the reasonable and the irrational is what constitutes the most striking feature of nationalism anywhere in the world, and perhaps gives us a compelling explanation for the continuing power of this ideology well into the 21st century. Points for discussion. 1. The Indian state was formally created in 1947, when the British handed over power to the Indians. However, the Indian national movement is much older, as old as the late 19th century. Therefore, is India a state or a nation? Or, like some European countries, is it a multi-nation state? 2. Read the quote by Benedict Anderson on page 266. Is India an imagined community? 3. Are American, French, or British citizens influenced by nationalism? Is there a difference between nationalism in the West and in post-colonial states like India? Do you find Michael Billig's idea of banal nationalism useful to understand this issue? 4. Nationalism may not end with the creation of the nation-state. It may continue even after independence. Can you think of 5 examples from recent Indian experience? 5. Is there a difference between nationalism, patriotism, nation-building, and subnationalism? Can you think of examples for each? Is there anything common to all of the above? Reading list. Anderson, B. Imagine Communities. Reflections on the Origins and Growth of National Consciousness. London, Verso, 1983. Anderson, E. Lineages of the Absolutist State. London, Verso, 1996. Berlin, I. The Proper Study of Mankind. An Anthology of Essays. New York, Farrar Straus and Giroux, 2000. Billig, M. Banal Nationalism. London, Sage, 1997. Carr, E. H. Nationalism and After. London, Penguin, 1945. Deutsch, K. W. Nationalism and Social Communication. Cambridge, Massachusetts. MIT Press, 1962. Gellner, E. Nations and Nationalism, Oxford, Basil Blackwell, 1983. Gilroy, Paul, The Black Atlantic, Modernity and Double Consciousness, Harvard, Harvard University Press, 1993. Hall, S. The State in Question, and G. McLennan, D. Heldon S. Hall, eds. The Idea of the Modem State, Milton Keynes. Open University Press, 1984. Hobsbawm, E.J. Nations and Nationalism Since 1789, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1989. Kaduri, E. Nationalism in Asia and Africa, New York, The World Publishing Company, 1970. Cohn, Hans, The Idea of Nationalism, New York, Macmillan, 1945. Luxembourg, Rosa, The Accumulation of Capital, New York, Monthly Review Press, 1964. Selected Political Writings, New York, Monthly Review Press, 1971. Seth, S. Marxist Theory and Nationalist Politics, New Delhi, Sage, 1995. Smith, A. Nationalism, A Reader, Volume 1, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1994. Political Arguments. This page is intentionally left blank. Chapter, Secularism, Rajiv Bhargava. Chapter Outline, Introduction 275 Secularism. The broad definition 275, Political Secularism, 276 Crisis for Secular States 281. Theocracy, States with Established Religions and Secular States. A Normative Comparison 282. An Alternative Conception, Indian Secularism 288. Is secularism a Christian and Western doctrine? 295. Conclusion 296 Points for discussion 297. Introduction. Most doctrines or ideologies advocate something, but also define themselves in opposition to some other things. For example, feminism advocates gender equality and justice, but it can also be understood in opposition to patriarchy as a theory resisting institutionalized male domination. Similarly, environmentalism advocates the protection of our natural environment, but it can also be viewed as against its destruction by the willful or negligent acts of human beings. Secularism. The broad definition. How, then, is secularism to be understood? The best way to understand the animating principle of secularism is to see it in opposition to religious hegemony, religious tyranny, and religion-based exclusion. The goal of secularism, defined most generally, is to ensure that the social and political order is free from institutionalized religious domination so that there is religious freedom, freedom to exit from religion, interreligious equality, and equality between believers and non-believers. Thus, religion defines the scope of secularism. The very point of secularism is lost either when religion disappears or if it purges itself from its oppressive, tyrannical, inegalitarian, or exclusionary features. If religion is exhaustively defined in terms of these oppressive features, then the goal of secularism is to eliminate religion altogether. However, since religion is not necessarily tyrannical or oppressive, we might see the objective of secularism as the reform of religion, but from a vantage point that is nonpartisan. Secularism may then be seen not as intrinsically opposed to religion, but as advocating critical respect towards it. But why call this religion-related doctrine secularism? The word secular comes from the Latin word seculum, meaning this time, as distinct from some other time, say, time, related to divinity. It also came to mean this world, as distinct from some other world. In a deeply religious context, where living in this world is usually considered lower than living in some other world, or where, in the last instance, freedom means a permanent escape from this world, and this time have an inferior quality. A doctrine such as secularism must deny the lowly quality of this world, but it need not be committed to its opposite view, which dogmatically asserts the absence of another world. All it must be committed to is the idea that living in this world, and this time, are significant enough for all human beings, and no matter which other mode of being an entity might have, it undeniably exists in this world and this time. Whatever else they might be, human beings and their material and social worlds are this worldly or secular, and this is a significant enough fact about them. Secularism is committed first to the view that, whether or not they exist elsewhere, all human beings exist on the secular plane. This view is assumed, presupposed, or actually believed by all human beings. If so, even deeply religious people must accept that all human institutions, including those which focus on God, are entangled with everything in this world and in this time. Second, it presupposes that any human institutions in this world can turn oppressive or inegalitarian. If this is true, and if we are troubled about oppression, tyranny, or hierarchy, then this concern must manifest itself in relation to everything in this world and this time, including those institutions and practices that focus on some other world or entity. This is why some of the most religious and otherworldly people were concerned about religious tyranny and oppression, particularly within their own religion. Just think of Buddha, Jesus, Nanak, Kabir, Luther, Gandhi, or Thule. They were all motivated by internal religious reform. Though not secular, they were, in an important sense, all part of a secular struggle. In their own way and to different degrees, they at least had affinities with secularists. Political secularism. I have defined secularism in rather broad terms, but still as a normative doctrine. Political secularism is narrowly defined, but is also normative. It answers the question as to what should the appropriate relation between state and religious institutions be, given the background that animates secularism more generally, that is, to end religious hegemony, oppression, and exclusion. The broadest and perhaps the vaguest answer provided by political secularism is that the two must be separated. Here, then, is the first initial formulation. Political secularism is a normative doctrine for which the state should be separated from religious institutions to check religious tyranny, oppression, or hierarchy, and to promote religious and non-religious freedoms and equalities. Put schematically, it advocates the separation of state and religious institutions for the sake of values, such as the ones mentioned above. Political secularism does not come in one unique form. It is open to many interpretations. Thus, there are many conceptions of political secularism, depending on how the metaphor of separation is unpacked, which values the separation is meant to promote, how these values are combined, and what weight is assigned to each of them. I shall return to this point about different conceptions of secularism. However, to grasp its structure, it is first important to contrast political secularism with doctrines to which it is in one sense related and yet opposed. Such anti-secular doctrines favor not separation but a union or alliance between religion and state. If political secularism advocates a state that separates itself from religion, a secular state, then doctrines it opposes seek a union with religion, theocracy, or an alliance with it, state with established religion, theocracy, states with established religions, and secular states. An exposition. There are at least three types of states to which a secular state can be contrasted. A theocratic state. B, a state that establishes one religion, and C, a state that establishes multiple religions. A theocratic state is one where a priestly order directly administers the state by reference to what it believes are divine laws. In such states, religious and political orders are identical. In contemporary times, the Islamic Republic of Iran, as Ayatollah Khomeini aspired to run it, or the state in Afghanistan run by the Taliban provide the best approximation of a theocracy. If the Indian state was to be run by an elite class of Brahmins in accordance with the Dharmashastras, then it would be theocratic. Such a theocratic state must be distinguished from a state that establishes religion. In such states, religion is granted formal or legal recognition. There is an official alliance between the state and religion. However, a priestly order does not directly govern in such states. If so, there is a large measure of institutional differentiation in such states, i.e., religious institutions are distinct from political institutions. Likewise, religious personnel are different from political rulers. The two institutions also perform different functions. For example, the religious order or the church is meant to secure salvation. The political order exists in order to maintain peace and order, primarily in temporal matters. This second-order disconnection between religious and political institutions, also referred in some contexts as church-state separation, goes hand in hand with an overall ideological connection. For example, in the last instance, both sets of institutions share common ends. The state is subordinate to religious ends even though it has its own function, power structure, and internal norms. Because of this primary first-order connection of ultimate ends, there is an automatic third-order connection at the level of law and policy. In such states, religion is a natural object of law and policy. For example, The revenue collected by the state is available for religious purposes. The state may enact law compelling individuals to congregate for religious purposes. States that establish religion are of two types. Some establish one religion. For centuries, England, Scotland, and Germany established Protestant Christianity. Italy and Spain promoted Catholicism. There are many states in the world today with one officially recognized religion. For example, Pakistan and Saudi Arabia are Islamic states. In the second type, a state establishes not one but many religions. With his policy of toleration for all religions, Emperor Ashoka came closest to it. It may also have been an aspiration of the Mughal Emperor Akbar. Perhaps another example is the 14th century Vijayanagar kingdom that granted recognition not only to Shaivites and Vaishnavites, but also to the Jains. Secular states are different from each of these three types of states. To understand this difference at a more abstract and general level, let me distinguish three orders of disconnection to correspond with the already identified three orders of connection. A state may be disconnected from religion, first at the level of ends, second at the level of institutions, and third at the level of law and public policy. A secular state is both non-theocratic and against the establishment of religions. It establishes neither one religion nor many. The first-order disconnection from religion distinguishes secular states from both theocracies and states with established religion. A secular state has its own secular ends. The second-order disconnection, church-state separation, demarcates it from a theocracy. Table 18.1 clarifies these distinctions. 2 points follow from this. The second-order disconnection, what I have called church-state separation, is not a feature unique to secular states. If so, it cannot be its defining attribute. Why? Because this is a feature secular states share with states with an established. Table 18.1 levels off connection, C, or disconnection, D, theocracy state with established religions mainstream secular. Ends, first-order C/DCCD institutions and personnel. Second-order C/DCDD law and public policy. Third-order C/DCCD religion. Several scholars do not fully recognize this. Many of them identify secular states with church-state separation. However, as I have shown above, church-state separation is a necessary, but not a sufficient condition for the existence of secular states. For a state to be secular, it must go beyond the church-state separation and have predominantly secular ends. In societies without an established religion, the state must, in order to be secular, refrain from establishing any religion. In societies where religion is established, a state, in order to become secular, must disestablish religions. It must withdraw privileges that the established religion had previously taken for granted. In short, a secular state must follow a principle of non-establishment. Feature A. See box 18.1 for a list of all the features. The second consequence of what is stated above is this. A non-theocratic state is not automatically secular because it is entirely consistent for a state neither to be directly inspired by divine laws nor to be run by priestly order, but instead to have a formal alliance with one religion. Amoral and value-based secular states. I mentioned that a secular state must have secular ends. However, these ends themselves are of two kinds. The first kind are amoral. Amoral secular states are so called because their entire purpose is to maximize power, wealth, or both. They may have moral pretensions but really no commitment to values such as peace, liberty, or equality. Usually, they are imperial and autocratic. A good example of such a predominantly secular state, despite the not infrequent allegation of its biased, Christian character, was the British colonial state in India that was motivated almost exclusively by power, wealth, and social order, but had a policy of tolerance and neutrality towards different religious communities. This is not surprising, given that empires are interested in the labor or tribute of their subjects, not in their religion. Such self-aggrandizing, amoral states may or may not disconnect with religion at the third level, that is, at the level of law and policy. They may have a hands-off approach to all religions, purely for instrumental reasons. However, if it serves their instrumental purpose, they may also connect with religion. Values of a secular state. Distinct from amoral states are value-based secular states. A fuller discussion of such states requires a better articulation of their connection with several important and substantive values. The first of these is peace, or rather the prevention of a society from its regression into barbarism, not an uncommon tendency where there exist two or more incompatible visions of the good life. Feature B. The second is toleration, that is, the state does not persecute or allow the persecution of anyone on grounds of religion. This value may be seen by some to be superseded by the discourse on rights, but in a certain context it has continu ing relevance. Why so? Because there are areas of society which remain beyond the reach of the legal regime of rights. For example, we know that courts are ineffective when overburdened with claims. To check this rot, out-of-court settlements are encouraged. In the same way, it is sometimes better to waive one's rights and rely instead on a policy of live and let live. A secular state must have room for this. Third, a secular state is constitutively tied to the value of religious liberty that has three dimensions. The first refers to the liberty of members of any one religious group, feature C. It is a brute fact that in most religious communities, one or two interpretations of its core beliefs and practices come to dominate. Given this dominance, it is important that every individual or sect within the group be given the right to criticize, revise, or challenge these dominant interpretations. The second aspect of this important liberty in a secular state, feature D, is that it is granted non-preferentially to all members of every religious community. It is entirely possible that non-preferential treatment by the state of groups that accord religious liberty to its members is also found in states respecting multiple establishments. But religious liberty is not part of the core principles of multiple establishments. States with multiple establishments may not always secure religious liberties to individual members of every religious group. However, such liberties are a constitutive feature of a secular state. The third dimension of religious liberty, feature E, inconceivable in states with multiple establishments, is that individuals are free not only to criticize the religion into which they are born, but at the very extreme, to reject it and further, given ideal conditions of deliberation, to freely embrace another religion or to remain without one. Religious liberty, when understood broadly, is an important value of a secular state. To understand another crucial ingredient, it is necessary to grasp the point that liberty and equality in the religious sphere are all of a piece with liberty and equality in other spheres. It is not a coincidence that the Disestablishment Clause in the First Amendment to the American Constitution institutes not only religious freedom, but also the more general freedom of speech, of peaceful assembly, and political dissent. It is entirely possible that a state respecting multiple establishments permits religious liberty and equality, but forbids other forms of freedom and equality. For instance, a person may challenge the authority of the religious head of his own denomination, but not be free to challenge the authority of the state. This is impossible in a secular state which is committed to a more general freedom and equality. Thus, another critical value to which a secular state is constitutively linked is the equality of free citizenship. The value of equal citizenship has two dimensions, one active, the other passive. To be a passive citizen is to be entitled to physical security, a minimum material well-being, and a sphere of one's own in which others ought not to interfere. This lies at the root of the idea of the right to life, liberty, material welfare, and perhaps education, crucial elements if ordinary people are to lead their ordinary life with dignity. Any citizen of the state must be entitled to these benefits. The benefits of citizenship, resources that enable a dignified ordinary life, must be available to everyone, and there is no room here for discrimination on grounds of religion. Feature F. This equal treatment is entailed by equal, passive, citizenship. State agencies and the entire system of law must not work in favor of one religious group. If the state works to protect the security and well-being of some individuals or groups but fails to secure these meager but important benefits to others, then the principle of equal, passive, citizenship is violated. Likewise, since citizenship is conditional upon education, no one must be denied admission to educational institutions solely on grounds of religion. Feature G. The active dimension of citizenship involves the recognition of citizens as equal participants in the public domain. Feature H. Active participation does not only mean the mere possession of the right to vote, but also a right to participate in public deliberation and to stand for public office. In secular states, such active citizenship rights are available to everyone, regardless of religion. Box 18.1. Features of a secular state. A. The principle of non-establishment of religion. D. Peace between communities. C. Religious liberty to any one religious group. D. Religious liberty granted non-preferentially to members of every religious group. E. The liberty to embrace a religion other than the one into which a person is born and to reject all religions, / No discrimination by the state on grounds of religion to entitlements provided by the state. G. No discrimination in admission to educational institutions on grounds of religion. H. Equality of active citizenship. No discrimination on grounds of religion. These value-based, secular states differ from one another in the irrespective understandings of the relationship with religion at the third level. Some are committed to disconnection, but understand it differently. Others have a more sophisticated relation with religion and may connect or disconnect with religion depending entirely upon whether the values to which they are committed to are promoted or undermined by one or the other way of relating to religion. Let us briefly discuss states which, guided by values, disconnect from religion but possess different understandings of disconnection. One type of secular state conceives disconnection at the third level in a wholly one-sided manner. To disconnect is to exclude religion from its own affairs, but to have no limits on its own interventionist powers in the affairs of religion. Such states exclude religion in order to control or regulate them, and sometimes even to destroy them. They may justify exclusion by claiming that religion is false consciousness or obscurantist or superstitious, or they may do so in the name of a single value such as equality. Such secular states are decidedly anti-religious. Examples may be some communist states, or the secular state in Turkey and the French state in the 19th century. A second type of value-based, secular state conceives this third-level disconnection as mutual exclusion. Such a state maintains a policy of strict or absolute separation. Here, religion is excluded from the affairs of the state, but the state, too, is excluded from the affairs of the religion. The state has neither a positive relationship with religion, for example, there is no policy of granting aid to religious institutions, nor a negative relationship with it. It is not within the scope of state activity to interfere in religious matters, even when the values professed by the state are violated. This non-interference is justified on the grounds that religion is a private matter, and if something is amiss within the private domain, it can be mended only by those who have a right to do so within that sphere. This, according to proponents of this view, is what religious freedom means. Mutual exclusion is justified on the grounds of negative liberty and is identical with the privatization of religion. When a state is disconnected with religions at all three levels in this particular way, then we may say that a wall of separation has been erected between the two. For the wall of separation conception of secularism, religion must be outside the purview of state, and in this sense is privatized. American political secularism exemplifies this model. This is also the mainstream conception of secularism. To summarize, we have distinguished three types of religion-centered states and at least three types of secular states: the amoral self-aggrandizing secular state, the anti-religious secular state, and a state that erects a wall of separation between religion and itself. See Table 18.2. We have suggested above that political secularism is a normative doctrine for which the state should be separated from religious institutions to check religious tyranny, oppression, or hierarchy, and to promote religious and non-religious freedom and equalities. Given this, only one of the three secular states appear to run in accordance with the principle of political secularism. Some may even run contrary to these principles. Table 18.2. Levels of connection. C. Amoral. Anti-religious mainstream value-based alternative value-based. Or disconnection. D. Secular. Secular. Ends. First order C/DDDDD institutions and personnel. Second order C/DDDDD law and public policy. Third order C/D opportunistic one-sided D principled C or DC or C ord. Crisis for secular states. Let us turn now to the more urgent practical issue faced not only by people in India but all over the globe. Secular states the world over appear to be in crisis. This crisis afflicts not only secular political institutions, but the very doctrine of secularism itself. Both have been seriously questioned in Egypt, Sudan, Algeria, Tunisia, Nigeria, Senegal, and Turkey. In the last 2 decades, Pakistan and Bangladesh have increasingly acquired theocratic overtones. There has been a resurgence of Hindu nationalism. Buddhist Sinhalese nationalism in Sri Lanka and Sikh nationalism in Punjab have both undermined the secular nature of Sri Lankan and Indian states. Religiously grounded political movements arose in Poland, and Protestant fundamentalism, too, have become a force in American politics. In Western Europe as well, a challenge to the secular state appears to come from both migrant workers of former colonies and intensified globalization. Secular states are questioned not only by politicians, civil society groups, and clerics, but also by academics. In India, critics have argued that the conceptual and normative structure of secularism is itself terribly flawed. There is something wrong with the ideal itself. Some claim that it is linked to a flawed modernization, that it is integrally connected with the repressive structures of the nation-state, and an increasingly indefensible conception of science and rationality. Others have argued that in a deeply religious society, the demand that religion be excluded from public life and be privatized is utterly impractical. Still others claim that it is tied to liberal individualism, which gives little importance to communities in the life of religious people and, therefore, cannot protect the community-specific rights of communities. These Indian critics have been joined more recently by Western scholars who have drawn attention to the capacity of the secular state to trivialize faith and be just to religious believers. Others have argued that it is tied too closely to Protestantism and is neither as impartial and as removed from religion, nor as inclusive as it claims to be. Indeed, it is deeply inimical to non-Protestant religions. If so, deep down it is a conflict-generating ideology that threatens peace, and by an unacknowledged propensity to homogenize all faiths, it also inhibits diversity. These are important criticisms that must be taken seriously. However, the academic writing on secularism is unclear about which of the two claims it is really making. When we criticize something, we may do so either to altogether replace it by something very different, or to rectify the deficiencies that have crept in. It is not clear whether secular states are to be junked or repaired. Clerics and religion-centered politicians clearly wish to get rid of the secular state. But what do these academics want? Do they want an alternative to secular states or alternative conceptions of secularism? Let me assume that some of these academics want to replace secular states with something else. The question is, what will replace secular states and what ethical gains or losses might ensue as a result of this replacement? It was with the objective of answering these questions that I had earlier distinguished different kinds of religious states and identified the multiplicity of secular states. My interest was not in classification per se, but to fulfill our need to identify the most defensible version of secularism that meets the challenge posed by whatever is valid in the objections raised by the critics of secularism. Theocracy, states with established religions and secular states. A normative comparison. Let us then assume that all modem societies value some version of both freedom and equality. We shall ask a somewhat unsophisticated question. How do each of the states mentioned above fare on an index of freedom and equality? Let us take first states that establish a single religion. Historically, such states, for example, the state that supported the Anglican Church in England or the Catholic Church in Italy, fared poorly on an index of freedom and equality. Such states recognized a particular version of the religion enunciated by that church as the official religion, compelled individuals to congregate for only one church, punished them for failing to profess a particular set of religious beliefs, levied taxes in support of one particular church, paid the salaries of its clergy, made instruction of the favored interpretation of the religion mandatory in educational institutions or in the media. In such cases, not only was there inequality among religions, Christians and Jews, but also among the churches of the same religion, and while members of the established church may have enjoyed a modicum of religious liberty, those belonging to other churches or religions did not enjoy any or the same degree of liberty when members of the other church or religious groups possessed strength or number. Then such a multi-religious or multiple denominational society was invariably wrecked by inter-religious or interdenominational wars. If they did not, then religious minorities were not tolerated and faced persistent religious persecution. Jews in several European countries till the 19th century. One exception to this, however, was the millet system of the Ottoman Empire, which had Islam as the established religion, but three other religious communities, Greek Orthodox, Armenian Orthodox, and Jewish, were treated as equals and given a respectable degree of autonomy. States with substantive establishments have not changed color with time. Wherever one religion is not only formally but substantively established, the persecution of minorities and internal dissenters continues today. One has only to cite the example of Saudi Arabia to prove this point. Here the distinction between formal and substantive establishment is important. In Saudi Arabia, Islam is both formally and substantively established. Britain has a formally established church, the Anglican Church, but this important exception apart, it is a secular state that grants liberty and equality to all. It is important to dwell on this because in so many recent critiques of secularism, a more accommodative stance towards religion is recommended with an alarming neglect of some very elementary facts about what such an alliance might entail. Consider the situation in Pakistan, where the virtual establishment of the dominant Sunni sect has proved to be disastrous to minorities, including those who are Muslims. For example, under Article 260 of the Pakistan Constitution, Ahmadis have been deemed as a non-Muslim minority and forbidden from using Islamic nomenclature in their religious and social lives. A whole community has thereby been formally excluded by the state, both symbolically and materially, from its own religion. Ahmadis have been tried and convicted under the law for calling themselves Muslims or using the word mosque to designate their place of worship. Pakistan has been taken only as an illustration. Surely the result would be the same if a Hindu state was established in India. This would be a threat not only to religious minorities, but also to the plural and tolerant character of Hinduism itself, and therefore to a large number of practicing Hindus. The democratic state of Israel suffers from the same problem. Once it was declared a Jewish state, it cannot but exclude from its scheme of rights and benefits its own Arab citizens, leave alone other Palestinians. It is, therefore, difficult to swallow the claim that in modem democratic politics there is not much reason to fear a religious majority more than a secular majority. Given the unfortunate, sectarian character of most religions, the rule of religious majority is bound to be exclusionary. This is not necessarily true of the rule of secular majority. It is also misleading to give the argument that religious majorities are no worse than secular majorities because different religious communities have lived together in the past without coming into violent conflict. This claim is misleading because the term secular majority can mean many things. This statement would be true if the secular majority in question consists of hard-nosed absolutists. It would be false if the term referred to all those people who wish not to use religion in all kinds of unprincipled ways. The statement misses the point because peace between communities is entirely compatible with all kinds of exclusion from the domains of freedom and equality. A fearful minority is willing to buy peace at any cost, something that all of us painfully learn again after the Bombay riots in 1992 to 93. If what we have said above is true of states that establish a single religion, regardless of whether they are democratic or not, then it is likely to be even more true of substantive theocracies that are run by authoritarian religious clerics. What about states with multiple establishment of religions? Historically, states of New York or the colonies of Massachusetts in the middle of the 17th century officially respected more than one religious denomination. These states levied a religious tax on everyone and yet gave individuals the choice to remit the tax money to their preferred church. They financially aided schools run by religious institutions, but on a non-discriminatory basis. They may have punished people for disavowing or disrespecting the established religion, but did not compel them to profess the beliefs of a particular denomination. States with substantive establishment of multiple churches are better in some ways than states with singular establishment. For example, such states are likely to be relatively peaceful. Members of different denominations are likely to tolerate one another. There may be general equality among all members of a religion, though, historically this has not always been the case. Women and blacks have been the usual victims. The state grants each denomination considerable autonomy in its own affairs. But states with the establishment of multiple churches have their limitations. For a start, they may continue to persecute members of other religions and atheists. Second, they are indifferent to the liberty of individuals within each denomination or religious group. They do little to foster a more general climate of toleration that prevents the persecution of dissenters. Closed and oppressive communities can thrive in such contexts. Third, they may not have legal provisions that allow an individual to exit his religious community and embrace another religion, or to remain unattached to any religion whatsoever. Fourth, such states give recognition to particular religious identities, but fail to recognize what may be called non-particularized identities, that is, identities that simultaneously refer to several particular identities or transcend all of them. Fifth, such states are unconcerned with the non-religious liberties of individuals or groups. Finally, such states are entirely indifferent to citizenship rights. States, which establish multiple religions, face similar problems, but are better than states with multiple church establishments in one important respect. There is peace and toleration and perhaps equality between all religious communities. Does this mean that all secular states are better from an ethical point of view than religion-centered states? An affirmative answer here is too hasty. Amoral secular states have no commitment to any values. Therefore, it is likely that they would fare poorly on an index of freedom and inequality. Their record at the very best will be deeply uneven. Anti-religious secular states have a poor record in promoting or even protecting religious freedoms. Indeed, states that fail to protect religious freedom usually trample upon other freedoms also. Over time, they also develop a hierarchy between the secular and the religious. Thus, such states are also likely to fare badly on the index of freedom and equality. That leaves us with only one other type of secular state, one that erects a wall of separation between itself and religion to protect freedom and equality. Such a state, as must already be obvious, is likely to fare very well on an index of freedom and equality. For example, it grants the right to criticize, revise, or challenge the dominant interpretations of the core beliefs of their religion. Second, it grants this right non-preferentially to every member of all religions. Finally, in such states individuals are free not only to criticize the religion into which they are born, but at the very extreme, to reject it and further, given ideal conditions of deliberation, to freely embrace another religion or even remain without one. Such states also grant equality of citizenship. All citizens are entitled to the same basic benefits. They have a right to vote as also a right to participate in public deliberation and to stand for public office. In this kind of secular state, such active citizenship rights are available to everyone, regardless of religion. Such a secular state embodies the values of classical liberal democracy and might be called the mainstream conception of political secularism. When evaluating the relative merits of religious and secular states, it is these models which must be kept in mind for comparison and not the routinely debunked, severely anti-religious or self-aggrandizing secular states. Little is to be gained from damning secularism, as Talal Assad does, by citing the atrocities of Hitler and Stalin or crimes committed by secularists such as Saddam Hussein or al-Haider. Nor is there any point in deriding Secularis for failing to realize that Sharon did not need to invoke passages of the Torah to kill and terrorize the Palestinians. Secularism, a value-based doctrine, is as committed to denouncing these secular regimes as it is to berating religious states that violate principles of liberty and equality. The more important and serious question is whether this mainstream conception itself has serious problems. Critique of mainstream secularism. Many criticisms that have been mentioned earlier draw our attention precisely to this point. Let us go through some of these criticisms again. First, Mainstream liberal democratic secularism asks citizens to leave their religious convictions behind in the private sphere as a condition of entering the public sphere. This is what privatization of religion means. For example, suppose a bill is coming up for discussion in the parliament and its supporters or opponents are debating on it in the wider public domain. Mainstream secularists would want everyone not to justify their support or opposition to the bill in terms of their religious beliefs. Religious beliefs are sectarian, they would say. A religious rationale can be understood by people of the particular religion from which it is drawn, but is likely to remain incomprehensible to all others. If so, how can a common agreement be reached on the precise justification for the bill? Is it not a worthy goal that all citizens speak in a language that is understood by everyone, that brings people together, rather than dividing them? The goal of citizen solidarity is indeed worthy, but it is doubtful that the burden of achieving it must be placed on every issue brought for discussion. Sometimes a bad outcome is generated if you demand too much of a good thing. If we continue to demand from religious persons that on every single issue they speak in a language that everyone understands, and if this means that they will have to disconnect from their religious conviction, then the eventual result might be counterproductive. It may bring about more division rather than solidarity. Moreover, to do so may result in the deprivation of the moral agency of persons. People may want to vote an issue on the basis of their conscience. They may wish to bring their politics in line with their morality. At least sometimes, this morality is inextricably linked to their religion. For some people, this is always the case. To ask them to leave behind their religion is to force them to be disconnected from their morality and conscience. It is to ask them not to act as moral agents. But this is to disrespect them. Why grant respect to some people, but not to others? Is it not a violation of the principle of equal respect? If this happens persistently, religious persons may form their own public sphere where resentment and prejudice might flourish, where identities might get frozen. This will only create walls between citizens. A second problem with mainstream secularism is that respect for a religion is not grounded in the believer's own point of view. It is the perspective of an outsider rather than the one that flows from the inside. Liberal secularists generally value autonomy but fail to understand that some persons choose or endorse a life of discipline, a life that is restricted, rule-bound, and renunciatory. A religious life may be a life in which one simply submits to the command of God. Third, as already pointed out, mainstream secularism is sectarian. It lives comfortably with Protestantized and individualized religions, but lacks the resources to deal with or accommodate community-oriented religions with a strong public presence. This insensitivity to groups make it indifferent to community-specific rights. As said above, political secularism is against religious domination and exclusion, but this domination can take two forms. In the first, a small section dominates members of its own religious community. This may be called intrareligious domination. In the second, which may be called interreligious domination, members of one community dominate and exclude members of another different religious community. Since it is indifferent to communities more generally, mainstream secularism is blind to interreligious dominations. Fourth, liberal secularism is a product of and is shaped by a Protestant ethic. It is therefore bound with one particular religion. However, it pretends to be universalist. This amnesia about its own religion thwarts its development as a transcultural ideal. This happens because of the pretense that it is already transcultural. Finally, mainstream secularism relies not just on reason to which no one should have an objection to, but a particular conception of reason that puts a high premium on being totally disconnected with emotions, and which encourages a dichotomous, either slash or manner of thinking. Besides, its alleged universalism makes it prone to being insensitive to contexts. Mainstream secularists do not ask the question, given this context, of what an appropriate relationship between religion and politics should be, but rather the more general question of what their relationship should be at all times and at all places. This also has a bearing on how they negotiate values. Generally, they think of one or two supreme values and arrange other values in some ranking order. These are powerful and significant criticisms of the mainstream conceptions of secularism. But do they constitute good reasons for altogether discarding secularism? I do not think so. It is true that community-oriented public religions have their own moral integrity, yet frequently these very religions continue to be a source of severe oppression and exclusion. States that are too closely aligned with these religions turn a blind eye to or endorse these objectionable practices. Take the religiously sanctioned custom within Hinduism that excludes women from the affairs of their own religion. In several temples in India, women are not permitted entry at the time of menstruation. At the Sabarimala temple in Kerala, women between the ages of 15 to 65 are not permitted to enter on the grounds that their very capacity to menstruate makes their bodies impure. This is a severe violation of their religious freedom and compromises the secular character of the Indian state. Or, consider the religiously sanctioned law of evidence, Kanuni-Shahadat, in Pakistan that holds on par the evidence of two women or two non-Muslims with that of a single male Muslim. thereby establishing the intrinsic superiority of Muslim men over women and minorities. Such inegalitarian laws are inevitable in states aligned formally to a particular religion. What does all this show? It demonstrates, first, that we must be sensitive simultaneously to the moral integrity of liberal and non-liberal religious ways of living, as well as to religion-based oppression and exclusions. Second, that states that are strongly aligned to religions may be sensitive to the moral integrity of non-liberal religions, but not always to their oppressians. Third, that a policy of non-interference, mutual exclusion, typical of liberal secularism is self-defeating. In short, a conception of secularism needs to be worked out that goes beyond liberal notions and does justice to both these dimensions referred to above. It shows that if we are concerned about religious and non-religious freedoms and inequalities, then religion-centered states will remain inadequate for this task. However, it also shows that available models of secularism also fall short of meeting the very basic requirements, or do they? Is there no conception of secularism that meets the most significant religious objections, but on balance promote the basic values of freedom and equality? Does an alternative model of secularism exist? I believe it does. Such a conception can be culled out from the Indian Constitution and the best constitutional practices of the Indian state. Indeed, this conception may be called the subcontinental conception of secularism, because it was worked out in the first half of the 20th century well before the partition of India. Every new state professed to be secular at the time of its formation, and yet for reasons I cannot go into here, the experiment was brief and failed. Though it is deeply contested and crisis-ridden, it survives only in India. Because it survives and occasionally works well in post-independence India, I shall call this alternative conception the Indian model of secularism. An alternative conception, Indian secularism. The distinctiveness of Indian secularism is not always recognized. Many scholars believe that it is simply a Western idea on Indian soil, that like the mainstream Western model, it erects a wall of separation for the sake of two values, religious liberty and equality of citizenship, construed individualistically. On a partial reading, this would be true. The state in the Indian Constitution appears to possess all the features A to H, of a secular state. Feature A is implied by Article 27 that rules out the public funding of religion and Article 28, 1, under which no religious instruction is to be provided in any educational institution wholly maintained out of state funds. Articles 25, 27, and 28 guarantee religious liberty and meet the conditions specified by Features B, C, and D. Under Article 25, 1, all persons are equally entitled to freedom of conscience and the right to freely profess, practice, and propagate religion, Feature C and D. The phrase freedom of conscience is meant to cover the liberty of persons without a religion, Feature E. Under Article 27, no person is compelled to pay any taxes, the proceeds of which are specifically appropriated in payment of expenses for the promotion or maintenance of any particular religion or religious denomination. Finally, under Article 28, 3, no person attending any educational institution shall be required to take part in any religious instruction or to attend any religious worship that may be conducted in such institution. Equality of citizenship is guaranteed by Articles 14, 15, 1, and 29, 2 of the Indian Constitution. Article 15, 1 states that the state shall not discriminate against any citizen on grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, or any of them, Feature F. Article 29, 2 declares that no citizen shall be denied admission into any educational institution maintained by the state on grounds only of religion, race, etc. Feature G. Articles 16, 1, and 2 of the Indian Constitution affirm an equal opportunity for all citizens in matters relating to employment or appointment to any office under the state. They further affirm that no citizen, on grounds of religion or race, can be discriminated against in respect of any employment or office under the state. The clause on universal franchise, as well as Article 325, declare a general electoral roll for all constituencies and states, that no one shall be ineligible for inclusion in this roll or claim to be included in it on grounds only of religion, etc. These embody the value of equal active citizenship. Thus, Feature H is specified in the Articles on equality of active citizenship. The implications of accepting that the state in the Indian Constitution is meant to possess features A to G are not always spelt out. First, the Constitution rules out theocracy and the establishment of religion. Second, the Indian state is not meant to be merely tolerant in the sense specified above. Indian secularism must not be confused with a generally professed Hindu tolerance. It is frequently claimed that Indians have a natural, traditional affinity with secularism. In view of our traditional obsession with subtle and not so subtle hierarchies, this claim must be taken with a pinch of salt. Of course, this should not detract from the important point that tolerance, even within a hierarchical framework, forms an important background condition for the development of modern secularism. All the elements discussed above can certainly be found within traditional India and helped in the formation of Indian secularism. There are important ways, however, in which Indian secularism departs from the mainstream version. 6 features make Indian secularism distinctive. First, its multi-value character. Indian secularism is tied not only to the individualistically construed values of religious and non-religious liberty and equality, but also to peace, toleration, and to non-individualistically construed values of liberty and equality. It has a place not only for rights of individuals to profess their religious beliefs, but for the right of religious communities to establish and maintain educational institutions crucial for the survival and sustenance of their distinctive religious traditions. Article 26. Article 30AL. The acceptance of community-specific rights brings us to the second feature of Indian secularism. Because it was BOM in a deeply multi-religious society, it is concerned as much with inter-religious domination as it is with intra-religious domination. Unlike the mainstream conception that provided benefits to minorities only incidentally, Jews benefited in some European countries such as France not because their special needs and demands were taken care of, but rather because of a change in the general climate of the society. In India, however, even community-specific political rights, political reservations for religious minorities, were almost granted, and were withheld in the last instance only for contextual reasons. In fact, it is arguable that a conceptual space is still available for them within the Indian constitution. Third, the Indian model is committed to the idea of principled distance, poles apart from one-sided exclusion, mutual exclusion, and strict neutrality or equidistance. As seen above, for mainstream Western secularism, separation means mutual exclusion. The idea of principled distance unpacks the metaphor of separation differently. It accepts a disconnection between state and religion at the level of ends and institutions, but does not make a fetish of it at the third level of policy and law. This distinguishes it from all other models of secularism, moral and amoral, that disconnect state and religion at this third level. How else can it be in a society where religion frames some of its deepest interests? Recall that political secularism is an ethic whose concerns relating to religion are similar to theories that oppose unjust restrictions on freedom, morally indefensible inequalities, intercommunal domination, and exploitation. Yet, a secularism based on principled distance is not committed to the mainstream Enlightenment idea of religion. It accepts that humans have an interest in relating to something beyond themselves, including God, and that this manifests itself as individual belief and feeling as well as social practice in the public domain. It also accepts that religion is a cumulative tradition as well as a source of people's identities. But it insists that even if it turned out that God exists and that one religion is true and others false, then this does not give the true doctrine or religion the right to force it down the throats of others who do not believe it. Nor does it give a ground for discrimination in the equal distribution of liberties and other valuable resources. Similarly, a secularism based on principled distance accepts that religion may not have special public significance antecedently written into and defining the very character of the state or the nation, but it does not follow from this that it has no public significance at all. Sometimes, in some of its other versions, the wall of separation thesis assumes precisely that. As long as religion is publicly significant, a democratic state simply has to take it into account. Indeed, institutions of religion may influence individuals as long as they do so through the same process, by access to the same resources as anyone, and without undue advantage or unduly exploiting the fears and vulnerabilities that frequently accompany people in their experience of the religious. Principled distance. But what precisely is principled distance? The policy of principled distance entails a flexible approach on the question of inclusion/exclusion of religion and the engagement/disengagement of the state, which at the third level of law and policy depends on the context, nature, or current state of relevant religions. This engagement must be governed by principles undergirding a secular state, i.e. principles that flow from a commitment to the values mentioned above. This means that religion may intervene in the affairs of the state if such intervention promotes freedom, equality, or any other value integral to secularism. For example, citizens may support a coercive law of the state grounded purely in a religious rationale if this law is compatible with freedom or equality. Equally, the state may engage with religion or disengage from it, engage positively or negatively, but it does so depending entirely on whether or not these values are promoted or undermined. A state that intervenes or refrains from interference on this basis keeps a principled distance from all religions. This is one constitutive idea of principled distance. This idea is different from strict neutrality, i.e. the state may help or hinder all religions to an equal degree and in the same manner, that if it intervenes in one religion, it must also do so in others. Rather, it rests upon a distinction explicitly drawn by the American philosopher Ronald Dworkin between equal treatment and treating everyone as an equal. The principle of equal treatment, in the relevant political sense, requires that the state treat all its citizens equally in the relevant respect, for example, in the distribution of a resource or opportunity. On the other hand, the principle of treating people as equals entails that every person or group is treated with equal concern and respect. This second principle may sometimes require equal treatment, say equal distribution of resources, but it may also occasionally dictate unequal treatment. Treating people or groups as equals is entirely consistent with differential treatment. This idea is the second ingredient in what I have called principal distance. I said that principal distance allows for differential treatment. What kind of treatment do I have in mind? First, religious groups have sought exemptions from practices in which states intervene by promulgating a law to be applied neutrally to the rest of society. This demand for non-interference is made on the ground either that the law requires them to do things not permitted by their religion or prevents them from doing acts mandated by it. For example, Sikhs demand exemptions from mandatory helmet laws and from police dress codes to accommodate religiously required turbans. Elsewhere, Jews seek exempt tie-ins from Air Force regulations to accommodate their yarmulkes. Muslim women and girls demand that the state not interfere in their religiously required chatter. Jews and Muslims seek exemption from Sunday closing laws on the ground that this is not required by their religion. Principled distance allows then that a practice that is banned or regulated in one culture may be permitted in the minority culture because of the distinctive status and mean it has for its members. For many Republican or liberal theories, this is a problem because of their simple, somewhat absolutist morality that gives overwhelming importance to one value, particularly to equal treatment or equal liberty. Religious groups may demand that the state refrain from interference in their practices, but they may equally demand that the state interfere in such a way as to give them special assistance so that these groups are also able to secure what other groups are able to routinely get by virtue of their social dominance in the political community. It may grant authority to religious officials to perform legally binding marriages, to have their own rules or methods of obtaining a divorce, its rules about relations between ex-husband and ex-wife, its way of defining a will or its laws about post-mortem allocation of property, arbitration of civil disputes, and even its method of establishment of property rights. Principled distance allows the possibility of such policies on the grounds that it might be unfair to hold people accountable to an unfair law. However, principled distance is not just a recipe for differential treatment in the form of special exemptions. It may even require state intervention in some religions more than in others, considering the historical and social condition of all relevant religions. For the promotion of a particular value constitutive of secularism, some religion, relative to other religions, may require more interference from the state. For example, suppose that the value to be advanced is social equality. This requires undermining, in part, caste hierarchies. If this is the aim of the state, then it may be required of the state that it interferes in caste-ridden Hinduism much more than, say, Islam or Christianity. However, if a diversity-driven religious liberty is the value to be advanced by the state, then it may have to intervene in Christianity and Islam more than in Hinduism. If this is so, the state can neither strictly exclude considerations emanating from religion, nor keep strict neutrality with respect to religion. It cannot antecedently decide that it will always refrain from interfering in religions, or that it will interfere in each equally. Indeed, it may not relate to every religion in society in exactly the same way or intervene in each religion to the same degree or in the same manner. To want to do so would be plainly absurd. All it must ensure is that the relationship between the state and religions is guided by non-sectarian motives consistent with some values and principles. Consider laws that interfere with Hinduism for evaluating these. The relevant consideration is not whether they immediately encompass all groups, but whether or not they are just and consistent with values undergirding secularism. 3 reasons exist for why all social groups need not be covered by these laws. First, they may be relevant only to Hindus. Take the abolition of child marriage and Devadasi dedication, or the introduction of the right to divorce. Here, before deciding whether it was necessary to enact a special provision for Hindus, the legislature took into account their social customs and beliefs. Similar laws for Muslims were simply redundant. Second, laws in liberal democracies require legitimacy. The consent of at least the representatives of communities is vital. If consent has indeed been obtained from the representatives of only one community, it is sometimes prudent to enact community-specific laws. It is wise to apply the general principle in stages, rather than not have it at all. Finally, it is perfectly within the competence of the legislature to take account of the degree of evil which is prevalent under various circumstances, and the legislature is not bound to legislate for all evils at the same time. Therefore, an act passed by the legislature cannot be attacked merely because it tackles only some of the evils in society and does not tackle other evils of the same or worse kind which may be prevalent. Air, 1952, Bomb. 84. The State of Bombay versus Naresuappa. Thus, if the legislature acting on these considerations wanted to enact a special provision with regard to, say, bigamous marriages among Hindus, It cannot be said that the legislature was discriminating against Hindus only on the ground of religion. Air, 1952. Bomb.84. The State of Bombay versus Naresuappa. The Indian courts have frequently followed this line of reasoning. They have defended a policy if they found that its purpose is the eradication of a social evil traceable to religious practices, even if the policy was targeted at specific communities. It is argued that so long as the state has taken gradual steps towards social welfare and reform and has not introduced distinctions or classifications that are unreasonable or oppressive, equality before law is not breached. A state interfering in one religion more than in others does not automatically depart from secularism. Indian secularism rejects the assumption that one size fits all. Box 18.2. Secularism in the Indian Constitution. Feature A Article 27 and Article 28. 1. Features C, D and E Articles 25, 27 and 28. Feature F Article 15. 1. Feature G Article 29. 2. Feature H Articles 16. 1 and 2. Article 325. Articles that support the individualist. Wall of separation thesis. Articles 15, 16, 25, 29, 2, 325, 27, 28, 1, and 60. Articles that depart from the individualist. Wall of separation thesis. Articles 30, 1, 30, 2, 17, 25, 2, 25, 2, b. Fourth, it is marked by a unique combination of active hostility to some aspects of religion, a ban on untouchability, and a commitment to make religiously grounded personal laws more gender just. With active respect for its other dimensions, religious groups are officially recognized. State aid is available non-preferentially to educational institutions run by religious communities. No blanket exclusion of religion as mandated by Western liberalism. This is a direct consequence of its commitment to multiple values and principal distance. The Indian model accepts the view that critique is consistent with respect, that one does not have to choose between hostility and respectful indifference. In this sense, it inherits the tradition of the great Indian religious reformers who tried to change their religions precisely because it meant so much to them. Fifth, it breaks out of the rigid interpretative grid that divides our social world into the modem Western and the traditional, indigenous non-Western. Indian secularism is modem, but departs significantly from mainstream conceptions of Western secularism. Sixth, it is committed to a different model of moral reasoning that is highly contextual and opens up the possibility of different societies working out their own secularisms. In short, it opens out the possibility of multiple secularisms. This point needs more elucidation. In moral and political theory, broadly two views exist on moral reasoning. One form of reasoning about moral issues is acontextual. It has a list of moral values that are arranged in a hierarchy so that one value is supreme and others subordinate to it. If there is a conflict, then the value considered supreme overrides every other value. A crude version of this is sometimes found in the construction of situations in Hindi films. Some of you might have seen the film Shakti, in which a police officer, played by Dilip Kumar, is faced with a value conflict of impartially upholding the law of the land and being partial to his only son at the receiving end of the law. The police inspector has an unambiguous preference for the value of impartiality and no place whatsoever in his moral world for even the most elementary partiality towards his son. When the conflict arises, it is clear to him what is required of him. He upholds the law and arrests his own son. He does so not through a process of contextual reasoning, but because of his prior commitment to a supreme moral value. He has no wish to understand the point of view of his son, the feelings of his wife, or the reasons why the illegal act was committed. He is committed to an absolutist morality, and he applies it mechanically to everyone in every situation. As I said, this is a caricature of the kind of moral reasoning to which the mainstream conception of secularism is committed, but broadly it gets the picture right. The alternative model of reasoning is more nuanced. It simply has to be, if every value is not to be ordered beforehand. Let me take an example. Suppose that there is an important meeting on human rights violations to be held outside India. It is important for the participant not only personally, but because of its larger social significance. Suppose also that a day before the person's departure, her father falls ill. Now, there is a value conflict. Both are important. For those who follow acontextual reasoning, one of these values must be supreme. If issues of social significance are more important, then the participant must attend the meeting no matter what happens to her father. The contextualist, and I imagine most of us fall in this category, reasons differently. If the illness is life-threatening, then the participant should abandon the trip. If it is major, but not necessarily a life-threatening one, the participant may ask another family member or a friend to take care of her father. She may herself curtail the visit from 5 to 3 days and so on. Alternatively, if her own presence at the meeting is not that vital and the job she is meant to do can be performed by someone else who is willing to be a last-minute replacement, then the participant may not decide to go even when the illness is not life-threatening. When we reason in this manner in the face of a clear instance of conflict between two or more values, we are sensitive to the concrete situation at hand. And if possible, we try to find a balance between both because, after all, it is not unreasonable to hope to fulfill both these value-based desires. Contextual secularism is contextual not only because it captures the idea that the precise form and content of secularism will vary from one to another context and from place to place, but also that it embodies this second model of contextual moral reasoning. This, it does because of its character as a multi-value doctrine. To accept that secularism is a multi-value doctrine is to acknowledge that its constitutive values do not always sit easily with one another. On the contrary, they are frequently in conflict. Some degree of internal discord and, therefore, a fair amount of instability is an integral part of contextual secularism. For this reason, it forever requires fresh interpretations, contextual judgments, and attempts at reconciliation and compromise. No general a priori rule of resolving these conflicts exists. No general a priori rule of resolving these conflicts exist. No easy lexical order, no pre-existing hierarchy among values or laws that enables us to decide that, no matter what the context, a particular value must override everything else. Almost everything, then, is a matter of situational thinking and contextual reasoning. Whether one value overrides or is reconciled with another cannot be decided beforehand. Each time the matter presents itself differently and will be differently resolved. If this is true, then the practice of secularism requires a different model of moral reasoning than the one that straitjackets our moral understanding in the form of well-delineated, explicitly stated rules. This contextual secularism recognizes that the conflict between individual rights and group rights, or between claims of equality and liberty, or between claims of liberty and the satisfaction of basic needs cannot always be adjudicated by a recourse to some general and abstract principle. Rather, they can only be settled case by case and may require a fine balancing of competing claims. The eventual outcome may not be wholly satisfactory to either, but still be reasonably satisfactory to both. Multi-value doctrines such as secularism encourage accommodation, not the giving up of one value for the sake of another, but rather their reconciliation and possible harmonization, i.e., to make each work without changing the basic content of apparently incompatible concepts and values. This endeavor to make concepts, viewpoints, and values work simultaneously does not amount to a morally objectionable compromise. This is so because nothing of importance is being given up for the sake of a less significant thing, one without value or even with negative value. Rather, what is pursued is a mutually agreed middle way that combines elements from two or more equally valuable entities. The roots of such attempts at reconciliation and accommodation lie in a lack of dogmatism, in a willingness to experiment, to think at different levels and in separate spheres, and in a readiness to take decisions on a provisional basis. It captures a way of thinking characterized by the following dictum: why look at things in terms of this or that? Why not try to have both this and that? In this way of thinking, it is recognized that though we may currently be unable to secure the best of both values and therefore be forced to settle for a watered-down version of each, we must continue to have an abiding commitment to search for a transcendence of this second-best condition. Such contextual reasoning was not atypical of the deliberations of the Constituent Assembly, in which great value was placed on arriving at decisions by consensus. Yet, the procedure of majority vote was not given up altogether. On issues that everyone judged to be less significant, a majoritarian procedure was adopted. It is frequently argued against Indian secularism that it is contradictory because it tries to bring together individual and community rights, and that articles in the Indian Constitution that have a bearing on the secular nature of the Indian state are deeply conflictual and at best ambiguous. This is to misrecognize a virtue as a vice. In my view, this attempt to bring together seemingly incompatible values is a great strength of Indian secularism. Indian secularism is an ethically sensitive negotiated settlement between diverse groups and divergent values. When it is not treated as such, it turns either into a dead formula or a facade for political maneuvers. Is secularism a Christian and Western doctrine? What then of the claim that secularism is a Christian, Western doctrine and therefore is unable to adapt itself easily to the cultural conditions of, say, India, infused as they are by religions that grew in the soil of the subcontinent? This necessary link between secularism and Christianity is exaggerated, if not entirely mistaken. It is true that the institutional separation of the church and the state is an internal feature of Christianity and an integral part of Western secularisms. But as we have seen, this church-state disconnection is a necessary but not a sufficient condition for the development of secularism even in societies with church-based religions. It is clearly not a necessary condition for the development of all forms of secularisms. Moreover, as I have argued, the mutual exclusion of religion and the state is not the defining feature of secularism. The idea of separation can be interpreted differently. Nor are religious integrity, peace, and toleration interpreted broadly to mean live and let live, uniquely Christian values. Most non-Christian civilizations have given significant space to each. Therefore, none of them are exclusively Christian. It follows that, Even though we find in Christian writings some of the clearest and most systematic articulation of this doctrine, even the Western conception of secularism is not exclusively Christian. One might say secularism is not just a Christian doctrine, but is it not Western? The answer to this question is both yes and no. Up to a point, it is certainly a Western idea. More specifically, as a clearly articulated doctrine, it has distinct Western origins. Although elements that constitute secularism assume different cultural forms and are found in several civilizations, one cannot deny that the idea of the secular first achieved self-consciousness and was properly theorized in the West. One might then say that the early and middle history of secularism is almost entirely dominated by Western societies. However, the same cannot be said of its later history. Nationalism and democracy arrived in the West after the settlement of religious conflicts, in societies that had been made religiously homogeneous, or had almost become so, with the exception of the Jews, of course, who continued to face persistent persecution. The absence of deep religious diversity and conflict meant that issues of citizenship could be addressed almost entirely disregarding the religious context. The important issue of community-specific rights to religious groups could be wholly ignored. This had a decisive bearing on the Western conception of secularism. However, for non-Western societies such as India, the case is different. Both national and democratic agendas in countries such as India had to face issues raised by deep religious difference and diversity. In India, nationalism had to choose between the religious and the secular. Similarly, the distribution of active citizenship rights could not be conceived or accomplished by ignoring religion. It could be done either by actively disregarding religion, as in all political rights, or by developing a complex attitude to it, as in the case of cultural rights, where it had to balance claims of individual autonomy with those of community obligations and claims of the necessity of keeping religion private with their inescapable, often valuable presence in the public. By doing so, Indian secularism never completely annulled particular religious identities. In addressing these complex issues, the idea of the political secularism was taken further than had been evolved in the West. Mainstream theories or ideologies in modem, Western societies have taken little notice of these features. Hence, they are struggling to deal with post-colonial religious diversity of their societies. The later history of secularism is more non-Western than Western, and by implication, the history of secularism must include the history of other non-Western societies that have sought to install and maintain secular states. To discover its own rich and complex structure, Western secularism can either look backward, to its own past, or else look sideways, at Indian secularism that mirrors not only the past of secularism, but in a way also its future. Doing so will certainly benefit the secularisms of many Western societies. For example, French secularism needs to look beyond its own conceptions of laicite in order to take into account its own multicultural and multi-religious reality. It cannot continue to take refuge in claims of exceptionalism. A good hard look at Indian secularism could also change the self-understanding of other Western secularisms, including a very individualist, American liberal secularism. Conclusion. To sum up, I have argued that secularism is opposed to institutionalized religious domination. Political secularism is a doctrine with a narrow scope. It asks whether the relationship between the state and religion be, if religious domination is to be prevented and freedom and equality are to be promoted. According to political secularism, only a separation of state and religion can fulfill this purpose. Thus, political secularism defends a secular state and opposes all forms of religion-centered states, i.e. theocracies and state that establish religions. However, political secularism is equally opposed to amoral and anti-religious secular states. There is a tendency in the literature to equate political secularism with a unique version developed largely in the West, which I have called the mainstream conception. I have argued that this mainstream conception is ridden with problems. The crisis of secularism the world over is also due to the internal problems of this mainstream version. One should not be too pessimistic about political secularism, however. An alternative version was developed in the subcontinent and was eventually enshrined in the Constitution of India. This model, I have claimed, has several distinctive features and largely avoids the problems faced by the mainstream conception. It is not sectarian, not linked to one specific religion or culture, and has transcultural potential. Because it exemplifies the idea of multiple secularisms, there is, I have claimed, much to be learned from it. Points for discussion. 1. How important are religious beliefs and practices for people? Do you think some of them come into conflict with our mundane everyday life? 2. Do you think some religious beliefs are morally objectionable, or that some religious organizations thwart freedom and inhibit democracy? If so, what action should be taken against them? 3. Why has secularism acquired a bad name in some societies? 4. Can you imagine a state which provides an ethically sound alternative to both religious-centered and secular states? 5. Does the practice of the state in India conform to the secular principles enshrined in our constitution? Discuss some examples that violate these principles. Can you explain why this violation takes place? 6. Can you think of any example of state action which supports the idea of principal distance? 7. Do you feel that Indians developed a model of secularism that was not an imitation of the Western conceptions? 8. Is there anything wrong in borrowing from other cultures? 9. Let us assume that you accept the Indian model of secularism. Do you think it applies only to the state and not to civil society in the wider public sphere? Or does it have wider application? Reading list: Bhargava, Rajiv, edition, Secularism and Its Critics, Delhi. Oxford University Press, 1998. Bhargava, Rajiv, Political Secularism, in B. Honig, J. Dryzek and A. Phillips, eds. A Handbook of Political Theory, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 2006. Chandhok, Neera, Beyond Secularism. The Rights of Religious Minorities, Delhi. Oxford University Press, 1999. Connolly, William, Why I Am Not a Secularist, Minneapolis. University of Minnesota Press, 1999. Dubey, Abhay Kumar, edition. Beach Bihaz Main Secularwad, in Hindi. New Delhi, Van. And CSDS, 2005. Jacobson, Gary, The Wheel of Law, Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton University Press, 2003. Mudun, Affirmative Action. Ashokacharya. Chapter Outline. Introduction 299 Justice and Social Disadvantage. 300 Defining Affirmative Action. 301 Affirmative Action in India. 303. The Limits of Affirmative Action. 305 Points for Discussion. 307. Introduction. In our everyday lives, we confront a range of situations that compel us to engage in notions of fairness. In responding to such situations, we often complain this or that isn't fair. Very often, our complaints regarding particular injustices implicitly contain a conception of justice that we may or may not articulate. In some cases, we may also realize that our conceptions of justice may not match with that of our friends or neighbors. Disagreements about conceptions of fairness may easily arise where the focus or subject of justice is debatable, and there is no one correct, legitimate response to be had. Certain issues are contentious and offer multiple perspectives, and every perspective competes for our attention. Should the private lives of politicians be subject to public scrutiny? Should the state subsidize poor farmers? Should the state provide for free primary education? Should the state grant employment opportunities to every single adult? Should colleges and universities set aside a certain quota of their seats for members of a certain group? Such situations are innumerable. But within the ambit of justice, let us turn our attention to a matter related to distribution of resources that gets debated very hotly not just in our society, but elsewhere, too. Consider the following example. Tanya and Rekha apply for admission to a prestigious medical college. Both are required to write an entrance examination. In the entrance examination, Tanya performs better than Rekha and is placed above the latter. If we care to compare their social backgrounds, we get to know that Tanya hails from an upper caste, middle-income family, whereas Rekha is a Dalit from a more modest rural background. The college decides to factor in the comparative backgrounds of the candidates, but has to decide that due to limited seats, only one of them, not both, can be offered admission. On the one hand, the college knows that Tanya has fared better than Rekha in the entrance exam, and on the other, it recognizes that Rekha's lower rank in the merit list can be explained by her relative social disadvantage. We must ensure equal opportunity to both. Given that we are committed to giving them fair opportunities to realize their dreams of pursuing a career in medicine, how do we go about being fair? The case compels us to engage some of our moral intuitions with the help of which we can then determine how we go about being fair. It is not easy to resolve the problem of choosing between Tanya and Rekha. Both cases engage us differently and evoke different responses. Consider Tanya's case first. For anyone who thinks that merit must prevail in the allocation of scarce goods, in this case a seat in a prestigious medical college, will naturally be tempted to argue that because Tanya's relative rank is higher than Rekha's, the seat must go to the former. One may go on to add that the system of education rests on the principle of merit which, if compromised, will lead to a state of injustice. Here, we need to say something on how precisely merit promotes justice and how we should go about defending it. One way of doing so is to subscribe to the widespread belief that the highest positions in the society should go to the talented or the best qualified. Rewarding excellence is one way of being just to individuals who may be engaged in a free competition. In the long run, it could be argued, this promotes efficiency in the system. Many argue that when it comes to certain professions, they are best served only if these professions are run by the talented. For example, you would trust a doctor who you know is efficient and can provide you with the best treatment. You wouldn't risk being diagnosed by one who has questionable skills. If every profession, medicine, education, sports, art, or administration, similarly rewards the best qualified, society will be more efficient. The idea is that the educational or the health system acts much like a market, and that it need not be hindered or regulated by another agency, say the state. In terms of this argument, then, denying Tanya that seat would amount to injustice. The same argument will hold that Rekha needs to perform better in order to claim what Tanya is legitimately entitled to. Rekha's circumstances can be explained as her bad luck, something that she may not have chosen but something that she has to bear with. However, things may not be as simple as that. Rekha's bad luck, on another account, may owe to a variety of factors which constrain her from being as good as Tanya. Rekha may not have had the same opportunities that Tanya, for instance, had. Some account of justice must compel us to address the unequal circumstances that these two aspirants for a medical seat may find themselves in. One way of addressing this inequality is to conceive of a plan whereby we correct Rekha's disadvantage by helping her secure the coveted medical seat. Central to this conception is the argument built on a strong moral intuition that a society cannot be just if it does not address issues of inequality and disadvantage. Justice and social disadvantage. Most societies that advance the cause of social justice often have a sizable presence of disadvantaged members. Some societies have endured a long record of injustices perpetrated against certain communities or groups. Since such groups have suffered significant social disadvantages, social justice requires that such disadvantages be taken account of in any meaningful redistributive strategy adopted by the state. The challenge is to rectify historical injustices towards certain groups. Before the state can get on with the task of choosing an appropriate distributive paradigm to offset social disadvantages, it will need to know more about the nature of disadvantages and how and why these must be used as inputs for the proposed distributive strategies. Addressing social disadvantages can be a tricky affair. Sometimes our moral intuitions can educate us of certain disadvantages that individuals may face, and at times we may need to learn from our history to get a fair sense of how particular groups have suffered injustice in the past. Social justice does invoke some universal principles, but cannot ignore empirical realities and hence must adopt context-utilized approach. In our own society, caste, or jati a defining feature of the Hindu social order, but one that permeates in some measure other religious groups as well as a unique identity. The caste system thrives on a belief in hierarchy, fixed occupations, endogamous marriage norms, and prescribed codes of ritual and social distance to be maintained between the caste groups. Hate speech is a purely legal category. It is the law that defines certain kinds of speech as hate speech. The category of hate speech thus cannot exist without the state deeming it to be so, and it produces, through legislation, speech that does what it says: victimization, degradation, and subordination. When this category of hate speech is applied to the things people say to each other, the law produces subjects who have the locutionary linguistic power of the state. The state then re-enters this arena as the neutral arbiter of speech between citizens, without recognition of the power of the state in prefiguring the arena of speech acts in society. Butler's work provides us with a way to reflect on speech and the ethical questions that surround speech acts, which moves outside the juridical framework presumed in liberal theory, where the state is the sole arbiter of what is publicly speakable or otherwise, and so defines in this way the effects of language itself. It might help us to negotiate the liberal conundrum where the state's commitment to a liberal order is precisely why it cannot allow certain speech acts which attack the normative foundations of this order. It also cautions us against turning to the state too easily for solutions, particularly where the state itself is imbricated in the configurations of power in society. In India, therefore, Section 153A of the Indian Penal Code, which prohibits the promotion of enmity between groups, has been used against Taslima Nasreen, in relation to her book Amar Mayabila, My Girlhood, for offending the sentiments of some Muslims, and against M. E. Hussain for his depictions of a nude Sarasvati, for offending the sentiments of some Hindus, while Praveen Togdiya's incendiary language prior to and during the Gujarat genocide did not invite legal restriction. In Butler's formulation, the subject of hateful speech can render the skeins of language itself vulnerable. We see this, for instance, in the usage of the words nigger and queer for the black and queer community as instances of the appropriation and resignification of language. In India, one of the most powerful instances of such appropriation is the use of the word Dalit, which literally means oppressed, as a self-descriptive term. Words that are used with the intent to harm are appropriated to mean their opposite. Words can and do wound, but they can also be resignified and appropriated, their potential to hurt turned into affirmations of strength. When we think of speech this way, it allows us to be open to non-juridical forms of intervention, which, in recognizing the power of speech and the complicated terrains in which it operates in society, do not flatten out complications by nominating the state as the only arbiter with the power to decide what can and cannot be said. Conclusion: we need to recognize that speech and speech acts have a real impact on people's lives, and it is because they cannot be dismissed that we need to consider with a great deal of seriousness how best they may be governed. Are all kinds of speech permissible? Should the speech that incites violence and hatred be curtailed? Who decides what is violent and hateful, and on what grounds? What if silence can be seen on some occasions to be as injurious or as productive as speech? Can silence be regulated? What is the difference between mere utterance and considered speech? How is the content of this difference arrived upon? Should different norms, rules, and regulation apply to private and public instances of speech? Each one of these is an open question, and it is difficult, if not impossible, to arrive at answers that will satisfy all of us, or even some of us, all the time. Much depends on context, the identity of the speakers and the listeners, and the history of what has been said before. The choice of when to privilege speech, when to emphasize the virtue of coded forms of speech, and when to pass over things in silence, are matters that require us to take into account various intersecting ethical and pragmatic constraints. Sometimes there are no satisfactory answers. All we can safely say is, by and large, if something erroneous, mistaken, untrue, dangerous, hateful, or injurious is said, then that utterance can always be responded to by various acts of counter-speech. However, the silent prejudice, the unspoken hatred, and the inaudible threat can never be challenged. It is the absence of challenge towards such sentiments that allows them to accumulate prestige and grow in stature, until they threaten to overcome the very foundations of an open, tolerant, and democratic polity. For this reason alone, the risks of the freedom of speech may be seen by many committed to an open society to be preferable to the safety of regulated expression. Points for discussion. 1. Should a liberal democratic society allow the airing of racist, sexist, and misogynist views in the national media? 2. If we were to extend the definition of speech to all forms of expression, how would we think of the place a body like the Central Board of Film Certification occupies in society? 3. Can you elucidate examples of cultural subversion and the resignification of derogatory speech from popular culture? 4. Is it possible to think of the freedom of expression and its relationship to the right to information? 5. What, in your view, is the importance of freedom of speech and expression in a multicultural, democratic society? Reading list. Austin, J.L. How to Do Things with Words, 2nd ed. Harvard. Harvard University Press, 1975. Barrett, Eric. Why Protect Free Speech? Freedom of Speech. Oxford University Press, USA. Reprint edition, December 10, 1987. Bollinger, Lee C. The Tolerant Society, New York. Oxford University Press, 1986. The Tolerant Society. A Response to Critics. Columbia Law Review, 94, 1990. 979-1003. Bryson, Susan J. The Autonomy Defense of Free Speech. Ethics, 108-2. 1998. 312-39. Butler, Judith. Sovereign Performatives in the Contemporary Scene of Utterance. Critical Inquiry, 23, 2. 1997. 350-77. The editors. Rajiv Bhargava is Senior Fellow and Director, Center for the Study of Developing Societies. He was formerly professor at Jawaharlal Nehru University.